Clerk?
Councilmember Carbasi,
Here.
Councilmember Arias,
Presente.
Councilmember Chavez,
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Here.
Councilmember Esparza,
Present.
Vice President Perea,
Present.
and Council President Maxwell.
Present.
All right, looks like we have a quorum. Next will be the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Will everyone please stand while Pastor B.T. Lewis leads us in this morning's invocation? Remain standing while Councilmember Bredefeld leads us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning. Thank you, Councilman Kabasi, for this opportunity. Let us pray. Dear God in heaven, we are grateful again for the gift of life. We thank you, God, for the honor of being your children. You are our creator. Master, you are our redeemer. And so, God, today we pray for your divine presence to fill this chamber. We pray, Master, that you would rule in every thought and in every decision, that you would be our strength, our refuge, and our hiding place as a community. God, give us the compassion and the sensitivity to make decisions and choices that will benefit every member, every resident of our community. God, we love you, we adore you, we pray your authority in this place. God, as you had authority over Nebuchadnezzar, and as you had authority over Cyrus of Persia, we pray, God, that your rule would reign in this chamber. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, City Clerk, are there any changes made to the agenda or items being removed from today's agenda?
Yes, before we start with the changes to the agenda, I would like to announce that we do have translation services available via Zoom, as well as a Spanish interpreter here in person who would like to give an introduction.
Ok, por favor, todos aquellos que ocupen intérprete en español, levanten la mano. Gracias.
All right, and the following changes are item 1B, ID 23-394, regarding the 576th amendment to the master fee schedule for airports, general government, and parks sections. The following changes are being requested to be read into the record. The resolution will include the following changes to the Parks Department's general recreation fees. The regional sports complex user fee tournament play will be revised to $700 for 1 to 3 fields, $1,400 for 4 to 6 fields, $2,050 to 7 to 9 fields. Item 1I, ID 23342, regarding the resolution of intent to annex final track map number 6388, was removed from the agenda by Councilmember Chavez to a future date. And then the following items were removed from the consent calendar to the contested consent for further discussion. Item 1S, ID 23-403, regarding the resolution to begin the process to change Kings Canyon Ventura Boulevard to Cesar Chavez Boulevard, was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Chavez. And those are all the changes that I have.
Thank you, City Clerk. I'm now going to take it to my council colleagues and ask if they have any changes to today's agenda, including pulling any items from consent to contested consent or any recusals, and we'll go in numerical order, starting with Councilmember Carbasi. Councilmember Arias?
No, Council President. Staff has responded to all my questions in advance.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chavez?
Thank you, Council President. For item 1R, I did request for us to not consider that until after the closed session. How would you like to handle it? Do you want me to move it to contested?
If we can move it to contested, and then we'll do closed session and come back to that afterwards.
Let's do that. I'd like to do that.
Okay, so 1R being pulled to contested. Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Bredefeld. Council Vice President Perea. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and recuse on 1H, just out of precaution and potential conflicts of the property.
Is that it? That'll be it. Okay, thank you. Council Vice President Perea.
Yeah, I'm going to recuse myself from 1L 1L is a project that QK is involved with, and QK is a source of income and business interest of mine, so I will be recusing myself from 1L.
Thank you. No changes from myself. City Clerk, just to reiterate, make sure I have it right, we have items 1R as in Robert and 1S as in Sam being pulled from consent to contested consent.
Yes,
Is that what you have?
Yes.
1B, I think was added back onto consent. Yeah. So just two items. Items 1R and 1S, Councilmember Bertefield. Okey dokey. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Can I make a comment? Yeah, I want to register a no vote on 1B.
On 1B? Councilmember Bertefield registering a no vote on item 1B. I have a motion to approve from Councilmember Arias. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Council Vice President Perea. All right. Any opposition to the motion to approve the agenda as amended? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Thank you, council colleagues. We will now move on to today's ceremonial presentations. We have just two this morning. The first one will be a proclamation for Pinedale 100-year anniversary, and this is sponsored by Councilmember Carbasi.
All of you, that's right. Thank you. No, thank you. David, how are you? Good to see you. Come on up, guys. Sure, please, right here. Sorry. No, you're good right there. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Seriously? There we go. All right. My name is Mike Carbasi. I represent District 2 in Northwest Fresno, which includes the Pinedale community. And I have the honor of being the council member who is in office while we have our 100-year anniversary for Pinedale. There's a great deep history in Pinedale, thank you, that our clerk will be telling you about when she reads off the proclamation. So it was founded as a mill town when there was no Northwest Fresno. And just east of that, they built the Pinedale Township. And there's a lot of deep history. In fact, there's a Pinedale Community Museum that you'll be able to go and visit. I hope you all go and visit. But during World War II, after the mill had closed, the U.S. Army had Camp Pinedale. There were 10,000 troops stationed for the Signal Corps there. But also with history comes good and comes bad. Also, 5,000 Japanese Americans were processed there for internment. A very unfortunate time in our history of this country, but we learn from our history. So we have the Pinedale Community Association, which I can tell you is extremely active and involved, especially with putting on events for our kids, putting on events for the families and seniors in the area to get together. In fact, Ryan is back there taking photos. Ryan and I get to go to those meetings. And it's a very lively bunch, but we get stuff done. And so we have some of the leaders here today. I'd love to hear from you if you can share your experiences living in Pinedale and being a part of it. And before I do that, though, I want to encourage folks to please join us for the parade. There's going to be a parade, a big celebration. It's open to everybody. We don't want just Northwest Fresno. We want Fresno there. We want, even Clovis can show up. We'll take them. And that's 10 a.m. on the 25th. I almost got it 2 days early. 10 a.m. the 25th, and all the colleagues are, of course, welcome to attend. Anyone wants to come down here and get a picture with us, you can as well, but we're going to pass it along to anyone who'd like to share a few words about Pinedale.
Thank you. The Pinedale community, Mr. Carvasi did take a few of my words, but that's fine. Thank you. The Pinedale Community Association and residents are celebrating the centennial year of our town's founding. But surprisingly, many folks in the greater Fresno area are not aware of our community. You would be surprised. So we're bordering the streets 1 square mile of Alluvial, Herndon, Ingram, and Blackstone, and we are ecstatic to celebrate our 100th year birthday. So join us on Saturday, March 25th at both Pinedale Community Center and Pinedale Elementary School campus for a fun-filled day from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. We have a parade, Mexican and Hmong folklorico dancers, cultural dancers, food vendors, informational booths, a live DJ, and other festivities. Again, this is a family-friendly event. The City of Fresno Parks and the Fresno County Library Branch, Pinedale Branch, will have activities for children beginning at noon till 5. The Community Association would like to thank the City of Fresno for a proclamation, but especially Mr. Carbasi, Councilman Carbasi, for his continued support and dedication to the residents and community of Pinedale. We've got some members here of our association, these ladies here, these three ladies here, and my friend here, have family history from the 1920s in the community of Pinedale. I taught at Pinedale for 32 years. This is my daughter. She just started getting involved. We've got David Rodriguez, who is the interim board president, and I am the secretary, and we've got another resident here. Well, I can just sum it up. Robert Sandoval. Pinedale, like I said, the community has so much heart. We have hard workers. Lots of times people make negative statements about us and stereotypes, but we're beautiful people. We work hard, we love our families, we follow the laws, we do the right thing, and we're just here and excited to show the greater Fresno area who we are. Thank you.
I'm David Rodriguez. I'm the acting president of the Pinedale Community Association. We, like Lori said, we're very proud people. Pinedale has a negative reputation, but it's less than 10% of the people that are doing that. You should come out and meet the people that I know that came out and start meeting people, talking to the families, talking about the history. They're just totally amazed of what beautiful people we have. Okay, so if anybody out there hearing me, if you have any doubts about it, just come out into our community and start talking to people. We really do have some beautiful people out there. Very proud. My family came in the 1920s. My grandfather, he started at the mill, and I got many stories to tell about that, but to keep it quiet here or keep it short, we need to recognize that there's a lot of long-standing families that are still in Pinedale. It's a generational thing. It's very tight. It's very blood. My family's married to several other families within the community. It's like everybody's related to everybody in one way or form or fashion. But we're a very diverse community. We have a healthy Hmong community. We have a healthy African American community. We have all kinds of people around the community. And if I embarrass somebody, don't hold it against me, because
okay, Mr. President.
Okay, I would just like to invite everybody out to the. And again, I want to thank you, Mr. Kabasi, for all your efforts, and your staff. I know they do the work, but you get the credit. But that's I want to thank you and your whole staff. Thank you.
Thank you. And before you clap, I just want to make one thing very clear, and I'm very sensitive to what was said today. It's a sentiment felt by within the Pinedale community that people will look at them differently. That's why we want people to come out. But I can tell you, in this building, with my colleagues and the administration, we do love Pinedale, and we see it in a very positive light, in a historic light. So we're very proud of Pinedale. Now let's clap for Pinedale. Yeah, and then yes, please, our Veterans History. Yeah.
My name is Robert Sandoval, and along with David here, we have made a wall of veterans, and there's amazingly, a lot of veterans that served our country that came out of Pinedale. And so we just want to let you know that we're honorable people. We like to be involved with the community events and do things which involves all of us. So we also love all you people, and if you could come out to the parade and be with us, we'd love for you to be there on the 25th of March and enjoy a good time. and my Sandoval family, and I invite you to be there along with all the rest of the people here. Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. Okay, so clerk, if you wouldn't mind reading the proclamation of the record.
Whereas Pinedale is a community in Fresno County and was established as a company town for the Sugar Pine Lumber Company on March 24, 1923, as a mill site near the San Joaquin River, approximately 8 miles north of downtown Fresno. And whereas the Pinedale Mill of the Sugar Pine Lumber Company officially began operation in July 1st, 1923, at a cost of $4 million and known as the finest sawmill in the West, it was the largest and most modern lumber mill in the United States at that time, employing 250 workers year-round and more than 550 during peak seasons. The mill was connected to the Sugar Pines lumber site via the Minarets and Western Railway and required a special engine be built to handle the volume of timber down the mountains. And whereas the Pinedale Township was founded immediately east of the lumber mill and became a modern community with graded streets, cement curbs, and sidewalks. Pinedale was developing into its own city in both residential and commercial development, including church, post office, community hall, school, hotel, and a streetcar line to downtown Fresno. And whereas the Sugar Pine Lumber Company went bankrupt in 1933 and sold all its properties and holdings, including the Pinedale Lumber Mill, which stopped operating in 1931. With its properties being sold off in 1935, the township of Pinedale withered for years as residents moved away to surrounding communities. And whereas the old mill site was leased to the United States Army in 1942 to serve as the training camp for the Army Corps, with more than 10,000 soldiers quartered at Camp Pinedale. From May to June 1942, Pinedale was used as a temporary internment and processing camp for almost 5,000 Japanese Americans, pending their transfer to large facilities. Camp Pinedale operated as a depot until 1945, and in 1947, the property was returned to its private owner. Decades later, Pinedale was annexed to the city of Fresno in 1979. And whereas, in honor of Pinedale's centennial, photos and artifacts of Pinedale's history are on display at the Fresno County Central Library and Woodward Park Library through the month of March. In addition, the public is invited to participate in the Pinedale Centennial Celebration and Parade on March 25th, 2023 at 10 o'clock with all-day festivities at the Paula Guzman Pinedale Community Center, located at 7170 North San Pablo Avenue, Pinedale. Now therefore be it resolved that the Mayor, Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council hereby proclaim March 2023 as Pinedale Centennial History Month.
Thank you.
All right, up next, we have our second and last proclamation of the day, which is sponsored by Councilmember Chavez, and that is for Ketpet Pagnase Day here in the city of Fresno.
Is this on? All right. Good morning, everybody. You almost got that right, Council President. That's why a lot of people call him KP, Mr. KP. But I want to welcome everybody to City Hall today. Last couple of weeks, we've been honoring small businesses. We've been honoring, folks, community leaders in our community. And first of all, thank you to Sergeant Danny. Oh, you lost your beard, Sergeant. Good to see you. Thank you for introducing us and highlighting some of Mr. KP's work. If some of you have not seen the new Netflix series Dahmer, Mr. KP plays a very crucial role in that movie and does an amazing job of doing that. So if you haven't looked at that, check it out. But he does a lot more than just acting too. He's also a producer. He's also a stuntman. And he informed me this morning that he actually co-produced the movie that former Mayor Autry also did. I think you're a much better actor than me, actually, so I'll wait for the text messages from the former mayor. But we also want to highlight a lot of the work that Mr. KP has been doing in our community, helping nonprofits with the work that they do every single day, firms, Stone Soup, a lot of the gang prevention programs that you were one of the original pioneers in. And so we wanted to bring you to City Hall today to, one, honor you and recognize the work that you do. Proud Fresno State grad as well, go Bulldogs, and also a proud Southeast Fresno resident. Thank you so much for the work that you have been doing, Mr. Pagnasai, and for the work that you're going to continue to do in our community. But we wanted to honor you and really recognize the work you're doing in our community. And before I let you say a few words, we're going to play a 60-second clip, if we don't have any technical difficulties, of some of the work so that the audience and those that folks at home can see some of the great work that you've been doing and putting Fresno on the map. We could play that, clerk?
It's okay. No, it isn't. You do everything you can. How? เป็นคนอพยพให้มาประเทศนี้ She just told you.
I know that.
Are you saying she's lying? No. The first chance I get, I'm running. It just gets worse. Because every morning I get up and I remember Jeffrey Dahmer is still alive. But not Kunrak. Not my son.
I get it. Maybe the best we could do is just keep pretending to be strong. And eventually one day, maybe we'll forget we're pretending.
You could give him a hand for that, those performances on there. And as somebody that appreciates the arts, especially theater arts, some of you know I came out of Roosevelt School of the Arts. I might or might not have been an understudy for Fiddler on the Roof or a couple of plays that happened there, but never that type of top-notch performance that you saw up there. So with that, we'll let you say a few words and maybe talk a little bit about some of the work you've done in the community.
I just want to say thank you so much for everybody for being here. It's just my family for coming here and supporting me. It is really much me representing not just the area, but also the Central Valley and Fresno and putting ourselves up there and living in the Central Valley, working in the entertainment industry, going back and forth. And not only that, but I also brought a lot of folks here to Fresno production to put money back into the city, which employs a lot of the talents here, the local folk as well too. So those are things that I appreciate, and I thank you for everybody for support and continue on. And as I said, we have a great entertainment industry, and I think Central Valley is a key spot, and hopefully get to have more projects here in town. So yeah.
Thank you for that, KP. And City Clerk, if we could read the proclamation. Please don't mangle his name again. No pressure.
With that, then I'll call him KP. KP was born in Laos in 1973. His family escaped from Laos to the United States as refugees in 1979 as a result of the Vietnam War conflict. And whereas KP grew up in Oswego, Illinois, then relocated to Waianae, Hawaii, before settling in Fresno, California, where he attended California State University, Fresno, earning his Bachelor's of Arts degree in Theater Arts, then going on to further his education in Asian theater, focusing on acting from the University of Manoa, Hawaii. And whereas KP has been involved in many organizations as a consultant and a leader for the South Asian community, he is one of the 4 counselors that helped form Stone Soup Firm and many other nonprofits, to name a few. KP is currently a media consultant and committee member of the Hidden Wealth Foundation, serving the South Asian community, Whereas KP is also a Lao American actor, director, producer, and stuntman. He is most known for his role on the Netflix series Dahmer Monster, The Jeffrey Dahmer Story. He played the father of a young Laotian victim. He also stars in God is an Astronaut, Demon Fighter, Street of Hope, and the Hollywood Road Trip. KP also has experience on stage portraying the King and I, Puck in Midsummer Nights, and the Mouth of a Dragon. Also, in his acting career, KP has traveled to many countries such as Japan, Taiwan, and mainland China. And whereas KP, staying loyal to his heritage and to all Southeast Asian refugee generations, keeps his focus on bringing out the talent of those communities for many issues and offerings. KP consistently works to build the bridge to bring all talent into the mix. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim Thursday, March 9, 2023 to be KP Day.
Congratulations to our awardees once again. Next up, we'll be going over to council members' reports and comments. We'll be going in numerical order, and we'll start with Council Member Carbasi.
Thank you, Mr. President. So just two things. As folks know, there was an incident in my district this past weekend where it started in a different part of Fresno and ended up on Herndon. There was a individual trying to flee who was, they were attempting to arrest him. Unfortunately, danger to traffic, this individual, the police officers were able to stop him. Unfortunately, he fired on the units, and one of the officers took something in the vest. Fortunately, that officer survived. And that individual was an absolute threat to the folks in the district in a very high traffic area on Ingram and Herndon by Walmart. And I just want to thank the Fresno Police Department for their professionalism. Thank you to the chief. Thank you to Mindy Casto, Deputy Chief, and to all the officers that were there. They were there for quite some time after that to make sure the scene was secure and safe. And having recently been to the funeral for Officer Carrasco, it's just we're very lucky we're not burying one of our officers here in Fresno. And having said that, the last item I have, this is not a local item, but with International Women's Day. As the first Persian American council member, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the fact that since last September, something different has happened in the country of Iran, a country where the people live under the oppression of a theocratic regime that truly believes nothing in that religion, but just uses it to control the people and extort them and take away all their natural resources and their wealth for their own personal gain. Those women, and this has actually happened, many have been arrested, that happens a lot. Some have been killed, that happens there too, but now more are being killed. And what the government is doing now over there, they are targeting these women, they are targeting these girls, because it wasn't the men that started this new revolution. It started with women in the country, many of them born after the revolution 40 years ago, that are tired of seeing what is happening to their kids and their girls and their families. When they are using what they call less lethal force on the streets, they're targeting women and shooting them in the eyes to blind them. That has happened countless times. There have been dozens and dozens of school children that have been killed. Now there's a string of poisonings of schoolgirls because they want to send a message that if you stand up against the regime, we are going to poison you at random. That is happening. And the reason I mention this is this council took a position last year, and I'm very grateful to my colleagues for doing this unanimously, to support the women and children of Iran and to encourage our leaders to approve the Massa Act. Massa is named after the young girl who started this whole thing, a young Kurdish woman who was murdered by the regime. And we saw, unfortunately, the brutal pictures of that. Unfortunately, in Washington today, there are a lot of leaders on both sides of the aisle who choose to want to make deals with this regime. You can't make deals with terrorists, and I make it very clear. They are terrorizing not only their people, they are terrorizing American troops abroad. They continue to support revolutionaries in Yemen, in Syria, in Venezuela. And if we can just end our support for this regime and apply maximum pressure, we will create more peace around the world. And again, I apologize. I know I'm just a council member, but I just wanted to make it very clear on International Women's Day, I want to recognize the sacrifice of these girls and these women because no matter how hard this government comes at them, they keep showing up. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. I want to just spend some time with a few thank yous. City Manager, thank you for that email last night on needing volunteers to staff our warming centers. I know our parks staff has been working a lot of extra hours and extra days to trying to staff them. So sign me up. I'll do the night shift on Friday night and counsel anything I have going on. And I'm also going to have my staff see if we can also make them available to do it as well. And I invite anyone, any given day, we have a lot of community members requesting that we do more to house the homeless. We do more to expand the hours of the warming centers. And somebody has to actually do the work. And our park staff has been doing that on their own. The city has been doing it on its own without support from the county. And our neighborhoods have been taking the biggest burden of everyone with all the additional population being concentrated. I do want to say that I've heard from the Tower residents' neighbors and the West Fresno neighbors on the 2 warming centers and the impacts they're having. We have been having conversations with the administration, trying to figure out how we add additional patrols to the neighborhood, make sure that encampments don't pop up in people's front yards, and that folks are not, engaging in criminal activity as these warming centers are closed or operational. So we hear you. We're working on a couple of solutions, and I do anticipate making some changes on the operational plans before they become cooling centers, because this will also repeat itself. This afternoon, we will be having a press conference, Councilmember Chavez and I, at 11:30. All of you are welcome to join us at the outside foyer. We'll be announcing the additional resources that the council has allocated for the mobile food vendors. We're adding additional wireless security cameras so that the food vendors can operate and earn a living safely in our city, as well as showcasing the new cart that's been designed to meet all of the health department's requirements so that folks can sell their food, warm and cold and hot, without any threat of the health department revoking them or throwing away their food. So 11:30 to 1, there'll be some free hot dogs and bacon and elotes and a few other things. So you're welcome to join us and participate in the process of embracing our mobile food vendors. Thank you to the folks at the Parkway for being patient as we're in construction phase in multiple facilities at Parkway. There's several facilities under construction for the purpose of shelters, as well as being converted to permanent housing. And I know there's been quite a bit of work in that area, and our neighbors have been extremely patient with all the construction phases. And the last thing is thank you, administration, for working with us on the park fees. I think we've been very intentional as a council, unlike our predecessors across the street, that we look at every single fee, every single budget line, and we reevaluate before we pass on additional costs to the public and to the customers that we serve. In this case, with the parks, we made some adjustments to ensure that we keep prices down for our residents who are using neighborhood parks, and we capture some costs from folks who are coming outside the area to use our regional facilities for sports and clubs and whatnot. And the last thing I'll leave you with, council, is on March 22nd, the Chivas and America are playing at Chichansi Park. They'll be able to break in the new turf, and you guys will get the fresh coat of paint that we are doing on Chichansi. We invite you all to show up. We expect a sold-out crowd for the soccer exhibition match. And if you've not been to a soccer match, this is the one soccer match you want to attend. The bandas, the crowd, the food, the families will all be there in full force, and you'll get to see what a soccer game feels and looks like in a major city when you go to Chichansi. So to our airport director, I hope to see you there. We'll reserve you a ticket so you can taste some really good, authentic Mexican food too. All right, thank you, council.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. If our parks team is listening, you could sign me up for a shift with Councilmember Arias on Friday night. I don't want him getting lonely out there. All right, next we'll go to Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Councilmember. Just also thank you to City Manager, the Mayor, for extending the warming centers. I did meet with some residents and then CBO that operates the one at Mosqueda. And just to echo some of the sentiments that Councilmember Arias mentioned too, I think this is an opportunity to get our folks that are doing a lot of the homeless outreach and services and I know Pavarello has gone out there and helped quite a bit. It'd be helpful to maybe if council can get like a little update on how many folks we've been able to make, contact with there and use that as an opportunity point of entry for them to actually move out off the streets and into services. I think that's something that we could use in the future, obviously with the homeless situation and everything that's been occurring. And then a big thank you again to the Poverello for what they've been doing out there and taking their trailer with meals and supplies that our folks need. We have noticed a trend, and I don't know if the mayor or anybody has had an opportunity to chat with folks, but we're actually getting folks from the surrounding areas that are coming into our community centers, I think because we've publicized that so much, and it'd be helpful to see if we could maybe get some preliminary numbers on what that looks like, to have a broader conversation with our folks, whether it's at the county or surrounding jurisdictions, because I think, at the end of the day, we all own that challenge. And then lastly, as Councilmember Arias mentioned, we're going to be doing a press conference for highlighting some of the resources that we've gotten for our food vendors. This past week, the county actually went out there and did a crackdown on Kings Canyon Ventura corridor. I understand the need to do that, but I want to publicly urge them to not just confiscate all the food products. There's a couple of families that were out there that had their preliminary permits, but not everything. And they ended up confiscating upwards of about $2,000 worth of food. That's very burdensome. We understand the value, and that's the purpose of today's press conference, to help people navigate through that bureaucracy. But we just want to make sure that the county understands that we want to be a partner in this, but there's no need to confiscate products. I think a citation or a warning could have been enough for that situation. So I'm sure that'll be a more thorough, broader conversation here in the next couple of weeks. With that, I'll yield my time, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Bredefield.
Yes, last night we held a district meeting in Northeast Fresno, had a large turnout. And we had a lot of staff that came and answered questions relating to public safety, to code enforcement, to public works, to all kinds of things. And I wanted to thank them, Police Chief Paco Balderrama, our Northeast Police Captain Jennifer Horsford, our Public Works Director Scott Mosier, Public Works Liaison Jill Aiello, Deputy City Manager Alma Torres, Chief Assistant City Attorney Erica Camarena, our Planning and Development Assistant Director, Phil Sky, and our Housing and Neighborhood Revitalization Manager, Homeless Services, Steve Montez. Our city staff are amazing. They do tremendous work. They truly are public servants, and they take their time rather than spending it with their family to meet with residents, as we did from 6 to 7:30, actually longer than that. And so I'm grateful to them. Thank you, City Manager, for the staff. I also wanted to just mention that Friday through Sunday, March 17th through the 19th, the Fresno Animal Center, where we are dealing with animals in terms of trying to find them homes and things of that sort. There are $17 pet adoptions from Friday through Sunday, March 17th through the 19th. That's only $17. It comes with spay and neuter, microchip, a dog tag, vaccination. There are no other fees. So I really encourage the public to come out, adopt an animal. We have 2 in my home. They're the joy of my wife and I lives. We enjoy them tremendously. And you really can make a difference, frankly, for that animal and for yourself. Our animal center is at 5277 East Airways Boulevard. And again, it's Friday through Sunday, March 17th through 19th. You can adopt a dog or cat, $17, and it comes with all kinds of things, including spay and neuter and microchip and tags and vaccinations. You can't get a better deal than that. This is the time to do it, and we can really use your support in doing that, and it will enhance your life tremendously, I assure you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Bredefield, for the updates. Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, so unfortunately, because of the weather, we're going to have to postpone the D7 pilot project called Play Streets this coming Saturday. It does not look like the weather will allow for it, but we will keep folks apprised of what the new date is, hopefully sometime in the spring, May or so. Additionally, as District 7 residents know, I typically hold a series of town halls in the spring and in the fall, and it's about that time, so we'll have some more information coming to District 7 residents here pretty soon about some district town halls coming toward the end of the month. And then speaking of community meetings, do want to thank the Parks Department for another successful community meeting over at the Fresno Art Museum regarding the Prop 68 grant that was awarded to Radio Park. A lot of good feedback, especially around ADA access to the park. So quick and easy. I'll yield the rest of my time, Council President.
Thank you, Council Members. Barza, Council Vice President Perea.
Thank you, Council President. First off, just want to wish everyone a very happy Women's History Month. My district, District 1, has been pretty busy. Just a few things to highlight. Legacy Hub had their ribbon cutting ceremony last week in District 1, so I just want to thank the mayor and my staff for taking the time to be there. Last week, we did spend the day walking different sections of the district, passing out flyers regarding business grants to several of the District 1 businesses. So thank you to my team for putting on your walking shoes and hitting the pavement with me. We did the same thing, but we also knocked on some of our constituent doors west of the 99. It's important for me to bring City Hall to the people, and so throughout this year, we're going to be picking different neighborhoods in District 1, dropping in, knocking on doors, and just asking folks if there's any issues or concerns that we can help them get addressed. And then lastly, we want to thank the Public Works crews for continuing to fill potholes and for the work they do to continue to address the storms we have coming up. And this will be lastly. Thank you to the mayor and city manager for just being proactive and extending the warming centers. It's making a huge difference for the residents in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Just a few updates on my end. We did a lot of stuff out in the district over the last week since our last council meeting. I do want to thank my new friends at the Fresno State WET Institute, that stands for Water, Energy, and Technology. They have a new state-of-the-art center that they were gracious enough to give me a tour of last week. And really, these folks are helping water and energy entrepreneurs across America by being an incubator for advancing that ag and water tech across our country. They were able to show off some of their technology as well as their lab. And so they're really providing an invaluable service, not just to the Central Valley, but all across the United States. And so I appreciate the tour from them. Last Wednesday, I had the honor of being invited by Mr. Jim Boren to talk to his Fresno State journalism class. And we spoke to future journalists, some who I think are in the audience today. And we talked to them about how to read a city council agenda, how to look up supplemental documents, how to engage with council members to get additional information, and how to participate in local government. So I appreciate that opportunity, and I'm glad to see a couple of familiar faces out in the audience today. Last Thursday, I was able to participate in Read Across America. Thank you to Miss Tatum's first grade class at Thomas Elementary for the invitation. It was my first year participating in Read Across America. I got interested in reading when I was really young, and it's been a hobby of mine ever since, and I really acknowledge and recognize the importance that having access to books and the ability to read is for children in our community, especially in Fresno Unified. So thank you, Ms. Tatum. That will be the last of my comments and updates. I'm going to hand it over now to the city manager's office for any updates on her end.
Thank you, Council President. I actually have a little bit of a list today. I just want to take this opportunity to make sure everybody's up to speed. So first on the warming centers, thank you, council members, for being willing to volunteer. This year is the first year that we have operated warming centers on a continuous basis, not just based on the temperature. And, as with anything new, we learn and try and make modifications as we go along. But the staff who staff those warming centers are Parks and Rec staff who were mostly hired to do youth and senior programming during the day. So we have had to shift their schedules to be working overnight continuously for the last 3 months. So that has definitely put a strain on people for the number of hours. They just aren't going to be able to hang in there. And so we did put out the call for volunteers from the staff. I know that I have had a couple council members in the past say, when I've said we're just having a hard time getting staff to cover, and council members have said, well, let us know. So that was my call out to you. So thank you so much for being willing to step out. I know Director Aguirre will be very grateful for that, and the staff as well. They are doing a tremendous job, but it has been a bit challenging. And as we sort of anticipated, when you have something continuously open, it has been a little bit of a magnet for the neighborhoods. So, as the centers close in the morning, then our unhoused tend to travel into the neighborhood. So we are doing our best to come up with plans to make sure that we can address illegal activity that may be happening in the neighborhoods. The answer is definitely, one of the major answers is definitely more shelter capacity. And I can assure you, the mayor every single day is asking me and Phil for an update on where we are on increasing shelter capacity. So we are working on that. We are driving very hard on that to get more shelter beds open. To the event that the two council members are having on the mobile food vendors, it's been really great to watch that come to fruition from where we were, a year ago with obviously having the county come down on the mobile food vendors outside of public facilities and coming to a place where we have done a tremendous amount of outreach and partnership, obviously with the Fresno Area Hispanic Foundation, our economic development team, Cultiva, other entities to be doing the training for the mobile food vendors. I know we have had hundreds participate. And it's a little comical because we now are getting the vendors who have gone through the training and gone through to understand how to operate, legally in the community, now getting upset with some of their competitors who haven't gone through that process. So, the goal is to get everybody educated so we can get everybody compliant. But wonderful thing, I know that was really important to Councilmember Arias and Councilmember Chavez to provide the funding to, one, make sure they're legal, but two, keep them safe, which I know is your priority. So that's really good to watch that come together. We will definitely get you the numbers, Councilmember Chavez, on the warming center activities. And if we aren't keeping track of location formally, we can certainly start doing that. I know we've gotten a lot of anecdotal information about where folks are coming from. Also, some memos that went out today. We did send you a copy of the draft cultural arts plan. I know, as you know, there's been some consternation out in the community. The plan is in draft. We cannot spend $1 on the plan on anything to do with the cultural arts Measure P funding until the plan is adopted by council. The earliest that will happen is May. So we will be working with various stakeholders in the community to have a plan ready to go so that when we bring the cultural arts plan to you, we'll know exactly how the distribution of the funding is going to work. Also sent out an update on the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan. You will recall that, late 2022, we ended up backing off on adoption of that plan to make some changes with regard to some land uses and the ag mitigation aspect. Also got a trade memo out on this city fleet fuel price trends. As with any other entity, we are being pretty seriously impacted by the increase in fuel cost. Even though every year when we prepare the budget, we jack up our fuel thinking it was really high this year, we're gonna jack it up. We never seem to be able to turn it up enough. So that definitely has been impacted. Also, we discussed at mid-year budget review about the lack of revenue being realized from the cannabis. So I did get a memo out last week on the new timelines, put out a new set of rules to all of the preliminary awardees of the timelines that they are going to have to abide by to keep their preliminary approvals. We can no longer sit back and wait. The way the ordinance was drafted, it didn't specify specific timelines. I guess, imposed it. Obviously, it's a problem. We need to get moving on these. We need to get them open. So we put some deadlines in place. Now, I think the next issue is we will probably have people complaining that they won't be able to meet the deadlines, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And just want to make sure staff is gearing up, prepared for the impending storm. So thank you to Scott Mosier and his crews, getting ready to be addressing any flooding issue, tree issues, pothole issues. Also to Public Utilities Department for stepping up and assisting Public Works with the various resources that they have, such as pumps, because pumps are a big function of public utilities. And when you have flooding intersections, they have been willing to step up and either use our vacuum sewer trucks or their pumps to help pump out intersections. So I do appreciate the partnership within our own organization. So I know that was a lot, but there's a lot going on. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, City Manager. Appreciate it. All right, if it's okay with you, City Manager, actually, before we go out to public comment, I'd like to knock out this 10 a.m. scheduled item. Do we have the appropriate staff here to address that if need be? Councilmember Arias, this is in your district. Do you have any comments before we take it out to the public?
I don't.
Okay.
Nancy, okay, yes, we do have staff here. Nancy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nancy Bruno, Public Works. I'm here for this friendly condemnation. This is a acquisition for easements and right-of-way for sidewalks and public utilities.
I don't see anybody punched up on my end. We could go ahead and take it out to the public. If anyone wishes to comment on the 10 a.m. item, actions pertaining to the acquisition of easements and right-of-way on the MLK Center Active Transportation Project. Nobody? Do we have anybody punched up online? All righty. I'll entertain a motion to approve at this time.
Council President, I'd like to make a motion to approve, but also for the purpose of the public, provide a very basic description of what we're doing here today. As you know, the council and with federal and state funding has approved making significant infrastructure improvements in West Fresno in connection to the development of the new college campus and other areas. In this case, we have a property owner who, unfortunately, the way the title is written for the property, the owner has requested that we proceed with eminent domain because one of the property owners is now deceased, and therefore we cannot move forward with the friendly acquisition of the property. So this is with the support of the property owner, and it is for the purpose of getting right-of-way acquisition to build the infrastructure that includes curbs, gutters, and sidewalks for the area in support of the development of West Fresno and the college campus that's currently under construction and scheduled to be completed, at least the first phase, in August of this year. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. I have a motion to approve from Councilmember Arias and a second from Councilmember Bredefeld. Seeing none of my colleagues punched up for comment, is there any opposition to this? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0. Okay, at this time, we're going to move on to the public comment section of today's agenda. We will be taking public comment on all consent, including contested consent, unscheduled communication, and closed session. Normally, we don't take public comment for hearings. We have 4 hearings on the agenda today. I will allow comment for those at this time. So if you wish to speak on any of the upcoming hearings, any consent, contested consent, unscheduled communication, or closed session, please make sure you fill out one of these yellow cards located up in the front and in the back of the chambers. Hand it to our city clerk. And if you're on Zoom, please make sure that you punch up so we could call on you.
Council President, just for clarity, there are 4 workshops on the agenda today.
My apologies. 4 workshops.
Okay, just wanted to clear.
4 workshops. We will be allowing 3 minutes per speaker. When you see the green light flash, you have 2 minutes. When you see the yellow light flash, you have 1 minute. Red light means you got 10 seconds left. We will cut you off at that time. All right, the first speaker in the chamber today is Ms. Valerie Davis. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for hearing us. And I also would like to thank the council members that went to our schools and read to our students. That was very exciting for them to have you there. I'd like to speak to item IS, ID 23-403, and I would suggest and recommend that you name the street in front of our Cesar Chavez Adult School, Cesar Chavez Boulevard, 25 East Stanislaus. We have a number of adult students. I can't even tell you how many students we have every year and every day. And we close at 7:30 at night because our community utilizes the Fresno Adult School. And so it's very useful, meaningful, and appropriate that we name the street right in front of the adult school, named after Cesar Chavez Boulevard there. We have a MLK Boulevard, and we have an MLK Elementary School that sits right there on the boulevard. You've named Tim Lyle's Way right in front of Sunnyside, that little strip of street there. And I would recommend that you name Rutherford B. Gaston Boulevard right there in front of the school, 1100 East Church Avenue, just that little strip right there to honor Mr. Gaston. So I don't think it'll be a big deal. We change our letterhead every year at Fresno Unified to accommodate our board leadership, the president and the clerk of the board. So you're not impacting all the businesses, say from Kings Canyon, Ventura, and California. You're just, that one little strip, and the Cesar Chavez Adult School sits on almost on a little triangle of land where there's two other streets that kind of border the school. So I suggest that you name the strip right in front of the school, Cesar Chavez Boulevard. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Next up here in the chamber, we have Debbie Darden. Good morning, Debbie.
Good morning. Debbie Darden, the chair for the Golden West Side Planning Committee. Also, the chair for BAPAC, Black American Political Association of California. I'm just standing up here today in regards to the disappointment that at the time this resolution was brought up, it was brought up in February 2022, without including West California Avenue, which is in West Fresno. It wasn't until recently, as we saw on the agenda, it also continued to state Kings Canyon and Ventura without California Avenue. I am a resident of West Fresno, born and raised, 56 years and counting, and I am proud to be a resident in this community. I'm not proud of everything of how it looks in this community, and with the efforts of trying to make this name change, it would be nice if you guys would utilize that to make the continuance of investments in our community to bring it up as you see in other areas of the city of Fresno. One of the things that you have to understand that's been shared with many colleagues and friends and family is that West Fresno is African Americans' roots. It is our existence. Although we have many who have branched off in other areas who have been blessed, and that's simply because of the disinvestment that has been brought in our community to diminish our community and to devalue it. Our existence began at Weiss Bridge. Our existence began on Kearney Boulevard. Our existence began on Fresno Street. Our existence began on California. Our existence began on Church Avenue. Our existence began on Jensen. Our existence began on Annandale, and our existence began on North Avenue. We ask that you keep that in mind as you are making and coming up with this resolution to rename California and to keep it the way that it is in its existence for a reason, and just like the young people who stood up before celebrating Annandale, that is how we celebrate West Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Next here in the chambers, we have B.T. Lewis.
Well, I got off that call just in time. Good morning, everybody. So I just sent you all an email, and I'm just going to read my email because I want to make sure I'm clear. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My heart is heavy. As once again, we are facing another of 1,000 cuts, killing the history and the heritage of the African American community in our city. It absolutely challenges my ability to breathe, and that is absolutely literal when I think about the erosion of our presence in our city's history. While the name California Avenue may seem benign to people, unfamiliar, or even insensitive to the cultural history of Southwest Fresno, California Avenue continues to be a landmark of measurable significance for our community. At first glance, the attached resolution that will be presented today by Councilman Esparza, Chavez, and Arias, see how I said that, Arias? Did I do good? Appears not to include, in the agenda, it appears not to include California Avenue. It is not mentioned in the agenda or the surface communication. The devil, however, is hidden in the details. It is part of the actual resolution. Not only is this a significant inconvenience for businesses and residents on California Avenue, this is an unnecessary waste of public funds. While we love and respect our Latino brothers and sisters for their effort to build power and influence in our city, it is imperative that we not dishonor the heritage of other vulnerable and disenfranchised communities in our city. Even today, in 2023, west of the 99 and south of the 180, community known as Southwest Fresno continues to be the birthplace and origin of African-American existence and life in this city. Southwest Fresno has become a tremendously diverse community. The diaspora of African Americans due to the socio-economic redlining and acute disinvestment in Southwest Fresno has severely threatened the history of African American presence in this city. No other area in the city represents the history and heritage of African Americans like Southwest Fresno. No other high school in the city carries the mantle of the African American heritage and history like Thomas Alva Edison High School. The blood of our ancestors literally saturates the soil of Southwest Fresno. This makes it inextricably personal. To change the name, to change California Avenue to Avenida Cesar Chavez from Highway 99 to Marks Avenue is an insult and blatant disregard for our presence in the city. I'm a fan of the Back to the Future trilogy. I watch it over and over again.
Thank you, BT. Unfortunately, we're going to have to call time now.
Okay, I'll respect that.
I appreciate you.
I just sent you this in email. Please do not change the name.
Thank you, BT. Next in the chambers, we have Sue Williams.
Good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this issue. Again, it's the ID 23403, the renaming of Kings Canyon. I think in our haste to honor a man, we may be forgetting who we are and why we are. This is from the City of Fresno website. Fresno was founded by the Central Pacific Railroad Company in 1872. The location for the town was uninviting at best, with barren sand plains in all directions. Leland Jane Stanford...
Sue, I'm going to ask you to speak a little more closely into the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
You don't want me to start all over again, though, right? The location for the town was uninviting at best, with barren sand plains in all directions. Leland Jane Stanford, a director for the railroad, is credited with selecting the site for the new station. On a scouting party in 1871, Stanford noticed a wheat field belonging to A.Y. Easterby, lush and green in the middle of the dry prairie, and he announced, "Wonderful, here we must build our town." This is from the City of Fresno's website. The following is from SPOA's application to place the olive palm and elm trees on Butler and Minnewawa on the county's list of historic places. In 1868, a group of wealthy investors known as the San Joaquin Valley Land Association purchased 80,000 acres east of what is now present-day Fresno. The acreage was subdivided, and A.Y. Easterby, a member of the association, selected 4 sections of land bounded by Belmont, Chestnut, California, and Clovis Avenues. His first crop of wheat failed due to lack of water and the summer heat. In 1871, Easterby and other members of the association formed the Fresno Canal and Irrigation Company and began diverting water from Kings River into an old branch of Fancher Creek. In 1880, Theodore Kearney purchased a portion of the Easterby Rancho, built a winery where Sunnyside High School is, and marketed the remaining parcels as irrigated farms. The colony system of development was a success due to water sourced from Kings Canyon. Local historians credit Kearney with personally helping plant many of the trees that still line Butler, Peach, and Kings Canyon. In fact, the palm trees that are in front of Walmart are still there. The palms from Rodering's Nursery on Kings Canyon have been moved to Save Mart Center, and the city won an award for Peach Avenue widening projects by relocating the olive trees, the olives and palms further north. I just wanted to say that just like the gentleman that spoke before me, we have history too. The city of Fresno has history. And it goes way back to the 1880s. The names of the schools, the names of the streets are all named for that history. And the city has done a really good job in respecting the history so far. I don't want this naming of a man, to honor this man, to take away some of the history that's already there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Next in the chamber, we have Karen Musan. I want to say Karen. Good morning, Karen.
Good morning, everyone. I want to give a shout out to Georgiana, fellow top 10, and Diane just left, but it's nice to see so many of us here this morning, particularly on Women's History Month. I have a letter that I'd like to give to the clerks that was given to me to deliver today on behalf of a business owner on Kings Canyon. So I think a lot has already been said, so I don't want to repeat it. But as so many people have eloquently said, our history is important to us. It's who we are, it's what we are, and it's what we are as a community. And to take away that history takes away Fresno. Fresno would not be here without the Kings River and Kings Canyon National Park. The founders settled here because they could see the natural resources and assets that would build a vibrant and big city, and they were right. They were true visionaries. As Sue just shared with you, Leland Stanford, you know, the original site of downtown Fresno was to be on the San Joaquin River. But as he came in on the train, he happened to see the lush mountains, the greenery, the golden plains, you might say. And he said, no, 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 this is where Fresno is to be. There is only one Kings Canyon Road. There is only one Kings County, and there's only one Kings River. They are all essential, and they are what bring the valley together as one vibrant, healthy, robust place to live. It has driven economics for years. We have over 1 million visitors every year that come from other states to see Kings Canyon National Park. The name Kings dates back to 1806 in Gabriel Moraga. Please honor our heritage and tradition and our nationalities as well. Thank you, and thank you to everybody that spoke before me.
Thank you, Karen. Next up here in the chamber, we have Keisha Thomas.
Good morning to my president, Tyler Maxwell, all my friends on the dais, and to my people in the audience. I'm Trustee Keisha Thomas, but I am not here on behalf of being a trustee today. I am here on behalf of being a West Fresno resident, mostly all my life. Still working there, still living there, still thriving there, although there has been some backfall to us not always getting the just due as we deserve in our area. So my biggest problem with this is that we were not notified. We always have community meetings for everything else. Why wasn't there a community meeting for this? And why is it a hidden factor in this whole proposal? So I believe that just do is for us to at least have a meeting about changing the name, because California is really important to me. My uncle had the first black gas station on California. My parents went to Edison High School. My family lived there. Lee Street is named after my family. That is a family entity. And just to come in and change it is not right for us to at least have a voice. With that, I'm going to yield the rest of my time to Pastor so that he can finish his letter. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it, Keisha, but I will not allow that, unfortunately. Thank you. Next up in the chamber, we have Peggy Lee.
Good morning, and thank you for letting me speak. My name is Peggy Lee. I've owned property in the area of Kings Canyon and Clovis since 1969, and I'm probably the oldest person here because I remember 30 years ago, almost 30 years ago, because probably none of you remember this but me.
Peggy, 1 second, and we're going to pause your time. Mr. Elizondo, that's the third time your cell phone has gone off during the city council meeting. If it happens again, I'm going to ask you to step out. Thank you. Please resume your time.
Thank you. 30 years ago, this issue came up, and I remember it very well. If any of you have any questions about the history of this issue, changing Kings Canyon, feel free to call me. Keep my number. I have a box in my attic about this high with all the newspaper clippings and how it went down. And I remember one thing in particular. Our mayor then was Jim Patterson, and he got up and spoke on the issue. And I agree with what he said. He said, this is not a giving. He said, this is a taking. You're taking away from a group of people something that means a lot to them, obviously, from the people that spoke before me, and you're giving it to somebody else. So why is there a taking? It just doesn't seem emotionally right. I also work on the trailways that we're going to put in all over Fresno. And a great man like Cesar Chavez, can we name a trailway? Can we name our whole trailway system where the new shopping center is going to go on Tulare? That's where our trailway system is going to start. Can we name that the Cesar Chavez Trailway? Can we do something else? And the money, the $1 million that's wanted to go towards helping people change their stationery, I think that's a little naive. Thank you. I'll just stop when the bell goes off. Thanks.
You got more time if you'd like.
Oh,
got another
I think
minute
it's going to be way over $1 million. I mean, obviously, if you're going to help everybody change their stationery, it has a rippling effect. I know it would have a rippling effect to me because when I guide people to my business, I always use, turn left on my stationery, turn left to Kings Canyon. Are we going to help people a little further out from Kings Canyon? I drove down that street this morning, and the businesses there, did they get their due process? Obviously not. No one was notified. But always think of what Patterson said 30 years ago. Don't take something away from a group, and don't polarize us. I feel that this issue is trying to polarize our community. We need to get closer together. We don't need an issue that pits us against each other. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next in the chamber, we have Hester Hensley. Hester? Good morning.
Good morning to you all. I first would like to thank Ms. Davis for what she quoted on the renaming of this boulevard. Thank you, Ms. Davis, for that. I would like to say that Fresno have a history of leaving Southwest Fresno out. I know you always say that one Fresno. Well, where do West Fresno fit in at? Because we don't have what the other parts of Fresno have. We don't have retail like you have. And the issue here is California Boulevard, and so many has already spoke on that. I agree with everyone to leave California Avenue as is, California Avenue, indefinitely, not to change it ever. And that's not to put any, not pointing any fingers, not calling any names, but California Avenue is California Avenue, and it should be California Avenue forever. It would be a disgrace to West Fresno for you to come along and change that street. As everyone has said, that is history. Why change it? What's the purpose? What's the purpose of changing it? You know, why not leave it like it is? That's a disgrace. The other slap in the face is that, and it's not on program, is that you want to bring a Starbucks to Southwest Fresno. We don't have a Walmart. We don't have anything. We don't have a DD's. We don't have a Burlington's. We don't have there's so many things that you could bring to Southwest Fresno besides a Starbucks. What is Starbucks going to benefit us? It don't benefit Southwest Fresno. It don't give us anything. So if you're going to bring something to Southwest Fresno, we would like to have a Burlington's or Walmart's, a DD's, a Ross's, and that would benefit us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Hensley. Next in the audience, we have Dr. David Marshall. All right, let's keep it down out there, folks. We got Dr. Marshall coming on up.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not here on the topic that's being discussed right now, although I do agree with the sentiment. I inherited my father's class ring. He and his 5 brothers and sisters are graduates of Edison High School. This is my first hearing of this proposed name change. I'm a social sciences teacher, and I'm very much in favor of preserving our history throughout Fresno, all throughout Fresno. But my reason for being here today is closely related. I represent 2 CBOs that own property at 444 Fresno Street. And we have been trying to get this property designated as a historical site. If you don't know, it's the site of the first medical center in West Fresno. It was built by Dr. Earl Myers and his wife, Maddie B. Myers, a longtime school teacher here in Fresno, and who also once ran for mayor. And some of you might remember them. I'm sure you know of their children, Earl Myers Jr., and the others who grew up in this community. About 18 months ago, we submitted an application to do this. It took until about 6 months ago to get any traction on that. And for the last 6 months, we haven't been able to reach anyone in the Historical Preservation Office. The chairman returned a phone call to me, an email, but there's just been dead silence. I understand that the office is vacant at this time. I just don't know what to do, which is why I'm here today, appealing to the community at large. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Doctor.
Mr. President?
20 seconds.
Mr. Myers is my 4th grade teacher. That really hit home with me. He's a great singer as well, so thank you for sharing that. You reminded me of 4th grade. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Next in the chamber, we have Mr. Elizondo. Mr. Elizondo, good morning.
Good morning. Peace be with you. I think they just ought to change the name to Drama. That's all there is in Fresno. Nothing but drama issues. Anyway, I would like to address the real issue is this freedom of speech. What's going on with that? Are we still under a dictatorship, like I said? This is dictatorship. Nobody answered that question, right? Mr. Andrews, do you have any answer to that?
Please make sure you're addressing the council. Thank you.
He's here. Anyway, that's dictatorship, okay? Anyway, who's behind the dictatorship? That's what I'd like to get a hold of. Who's telling you guys how to react? You know, there was a movie made here, right here, In 1993, were any of you born then? It was called the Puppet Masters, and they couldn't have found a better place for it than here. The Puppet Masters, look it up. But anyway, it's not about movies or any of that stuff. It's about this. I'm here for this. Number one, are you guys still stuck on stupid? But this goes to everybody. And now we know that the real truth is no shortage of water, no shortage of gas. It's a shortage of faith and obedience to God. And you need to change that. You are not above God. City of Fresno, in God we trust. It should read, in God we trust, the city of Fresno. But do any of you believe in God? I don't believe so. You haven't shown me that. Also, Mr. Maxwell, you know, I have no animosity against you. How did you know that was my phone? Good guess, huh? Or you bird dogging me? Mr. Gary, you're losing a lot of friends, but friends like Steve you don't need. You're right on that issue. You're right on that issue. That money should be diverted for what it's for, not get it and then later on do whatever you want with it. That's not it. But anyway, keep trying. You're on the hero's side now. But anyway, we got another bone to pick, Mr. Maxwell. About a month ago, you let a gentleman, he happened to be white, talk twice, okay? He took on somebody else's. Do you remember that issue? You guys laughed about it. I brought my son today, and he's going to let me speak his 3 minutes. Are you going to laugh about it, or are you going to not allow it? He's next.
Thank you for your time. Next in the audience, I have Jennifer Leandra. Jennifer?
Excuse me. He's next. If you read the card, it says junior and senior.
I have Jennifer next in the queue. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. I just want to say that I'm subsidized housing, and I want to thank Annalisa Perea for helping me with better housing. I go to Fresno City College, and I completed treatment with Fresno DBH and changed my life on my own. I have a story to tell. From being a youth authority at 16 and fighting 3 strikes at 24, I've been in state hospitals for 12 years also. You can't judge a book by its cover. I finally got out in 2018, and I live a good life. I have overcome a lot since I have been transgender. I came out in 2019 and lost relationships, been assaulted, I get harassed, but I feel free to be myself. Jean Cruz from EOC helped me a lot. She has her staff help me apply for college and gives me free bus passes to go to school. She helped me legally change my name and gender. I celebrated my first day of hormones with her and her staff. I want you all to know thanks for listening to her, for approving her budget. It will be used for people like me and others who will need it. She is going to use it for help with me for top surgery miscellaneous expenses. I want to thank Annalisa Perea for reaching out to me for better housing and knows how I get harassed where I live due to being transgender. I agree with her. If there were help when we were younger, a lot of problems would be solved. Personally, I would have never gotten into trouble as a kid. I just want to say I am able to be the person I want to be, and I'm going to school to be a drug and alcohol counselor and help others to be able to change. I want to be the change I want to see in the world and be a leader. I'm the opposite of what I used to be, and you can't judge a book by its cover. And I want to recognize Annalisa Perea for stepping up and helping the LGBT community and being the voice and let people know we are human and deserve the same rights as everyone else, even in housing. And thanks, Annalisa, for making this possible and being a voice. And her success is all of our success in the community, and we stand together and united. And I would like to thank the rest of the city council for your support you have given over time, and maybe we can build on this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, next up, before I call the next speaker, just so everyone knows, everyone is entitled to a full 3 minutes and 10 seconds. If you fill out a yellow card, your time is not transferable to another speaker. So with that being said, I will call up Mr. Elizondo Jr. at this time.
Good morning. I'd like to speak not on the issues, but 2.5 years ago, I was homeless. I was living downtown Fresno. My life was destroyed. I spent 10 years in homelessness, and what I've seen so far, I see that you guys have a lot on your plate. I understand that it's hard, but don't give up. If there's a way that doesn't work, figure out a different way. Insanity is trying to do the same thing over and over and over again and having the same results. So I know that you all are very educated and smart, and you have a team of people that help you be open-minded to think outside the box, because I'm no longer homeless, as you can see. And I'm sure if you first saw me right now, you never thought I would have been homeless. But it was all because of Jesus. It was all because of my Lord and Savior, and He really is real. He helped me. I not only stopped doing drugs, drinking, smoking cigarettes, all at one time. It's gone, and it's amazing. And so now I just like to say, don't give up, because there is help. You know what I mean? There is a way, and it is through Jesus. So God bless you all.
Thank you, Mr. Elizondo. Next here in the chambers, we have Barbara Horn. Barbara, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for letting me speak. My reason for being here is regarding the alley closures. The problem with that being, we've done the application, and it's required that 100% of the residents be in acceptance of this. And I walked the neighborhoods, got the signatures, did the application, went through all that. Meanwhile, we still have the problem with the alley. There's homeless encampments being built now. We've had the dumping, the prostitution, the drugs, and now we have shootings if they're not racing down the alley. So I'm asking for that to be changed from 100%. We have 22 people that are within that alley. 21 signed it, or were hopeful, oh God, please, let's get this changed. We have one person that is not even living in the home, is living in a completely different state, that is denying it. They spoke with him. He stated he doesn't want a cyclone fence. He doesn't like the look of it. He wants a motorized one. If that doesn't happen, then he's still denying it. I think that's very unfair to the residents, because it's not keeping us safe. So I'm asking for that to be changed. I would like, to get some resolution. This has been a year that we have been dealing with this, and the progression of the crime is getting worse. I have PD knocking on my door once a week. Can I look at your cameras? There's shootings. I mean, it's out of control. I've lived in this home for 43 years, and I think it's so unfair to everybody in this neighborhood, as well as Fresno. I mean, it's going to save Fresno money. You're not going to have code enforcement having to go clean this stuff up. I mean, PD's not going to have to, go out there. I think it's going to save Fresno money. So if you guys don't want to change it, can you at least look at the reason that the one person is denying it? Because being a motorized or doesn't like the look of Cyclone Gate, I think that's unacceptable. So if I can get a resolution with it today and get the gate up, I would really appreciate it, just for the safety of our area. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Next in the chambers, we have Steve Diddy. Good morning, Steve.
I want to revisit an issue that I talked about a few weeks ago, and that was prescription cannabis and the status of cannabis in the city of Fresno. Now, I called my time that I spent in East LA for a year and a half a cakewalk. Well, actually, you know what? It wasn't so much of a cakewalk. Those times where I was debilitatively manic, like in January 2020 at the International Women's Day march and demonstration in downtown LA. And I became extremely manic, and I told myself, I'm going to stand here and I'm going to listen to Maxine Waters give her speech, and then I'm going to hightail out of here and get back home and hold on to my bed like it's a roller coaster, because that's the way I term it. So I did. I listened to Maxine Waters speak, and I said, okay, I've stayed here in downtown LA in this energy in the air as much as I can, and I'm going to go back to my bed now. So anyways, here's an inconvenient truth. I've had I've actually had CBD in a form of it. One time worked for me, and that was at a dispensary that was in East LA that I went to right before I left to come back to Fresno. I've purchased what's been packaged as CBD products in Fresno several times in the last year and a half. I'd say 13 months, actually. And all of the packaged products that were said to be CBD didn't work at all, didn't do anything for me. That's an inconvenient truth. So anyways, I don't want to have to go back to LA to go to that dispensary. The only time I want to really visit LA is either for a concert in March or a march I'm trying to plan for April 15th. So I'd like to stay in Fresno. So anyways, my idea that I expressed several weeks ago was making Fresno a marijuana sanctuary city. Perfect timing. Thank you very much. So if you'd like to comment on that, I know you can't comment right now, the council members, at this point. But if you want to comment, I'm on Twitter. If you're in favor of this idea, I'd appreciate a response. If you're opposed to it, I would also appreciate a response. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Next in the chamber, we have Aletha Lang. Aletha?
Good morning. I'm speaking about the name change for California Ventura and Kings Canyon Road. So I want to speak to the fiscal impact. So the fiscal impact of the city is the least costly aspect of a street name change. It is the residents and the struggling business owners that bear the burden. It affects 911 calls, talking about how that whole process takes place. It affects leases, rental agreements, contracts, land deeds, banking and financial institutions, wills and trusts, letterheads, business cards, websites, maps, the national, local, Google, never mind the National Archives, the post office. Don't forget vendor forms, reporting documents, employer documentation, IRS, regulatory, compliance, forms, and many that I'm not even listing. I mean, each of those things will cost money for all of those businesses and homes and residences. So they're all time-consuming, expensive, and extremely aggravating to the residents and the struggling businesses that will be affected. And why would you impose these hardships to the residents? I heard earlier all these other people coming up and you speaking about all the things that you've been able to care about and the homeless and other businesses and women businesses, which is admirable. And I want you to consider all of that to each and every single business owner, which are thousands along that way, and the residences. So it's a burden and a hardship, and it's just not that easy. So thank you, please consider it, and I totally oppose it. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Up next is Gloria Hernandez.
I'm older than that lady that said she was around 30 years ago. 50 years ago, I was in jail for fighting for my civil rights under Cesar Chavez. I'm supporting the name change. I realize change hurts, but what I saw in jail hurt too. My sister was beat up real bad, merely for asking for change and compliance with our civil rights. Regarding the warming center, thank you very much, City of Fresno, for opening them up for the houseless people. We should build Fresno County because they're sending a lot of their people there too. And they should open up their own warming center. Regarding the police workshop this afternoon, I'm asking that it be placed on the agenda the following meeting, or at least next month, to give us an opportunity to respond to the workshop. I'm asking as a former police commissioner. Regarding Oliver Hernandez, I understood that you all were going to talk about this case, whether it's going to go to trial or whether you're going to settle. I didn't see it on the agenda. I'd like to know why. So take a deep breath. Change hurts. It hurt the people up at S Valley, and the same arguments they're making about how it changes the history, how it changes money. Change hurts. But Cesar Chavez was a great man. He opened up a lot of our eyes, or we still be in the fields working like animals, without protection, without toilets, without proper pay. And he did it for everybody. Those of us that managed to escape the fields went on, and we continue to fight for social justice. Because once you open your eyes like he opened our eyes, you can never close them again. We're not afraid.
Thank you, Gloria, for your comments. Up next is Venancio Gaona.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to the entire council. 30 years ago, this matter was approved. Cesar Chavez died in April of 1993, and we formed a committee in the Mexican-American community, and we started having meetings in May. We considered many considerations for naming streets such as Herndon, just to name one or two, Shaw Avenue and shopping centers and what have you. But we considered basically where did Cesar Chavez do his work in organizing farm laborers, all kinds of farm laborers, not just Mexican Americans. And it was California, Ventura, and Kings Canyon. Some of his demonstrations were on these streets. On Ventura Street was a, what's the name of this market that I can't remember now? Safeway Market. I can remember that because I was there. Now I remember. In any event, a committee was formed and considered these matters, and it was decided that it would be a place where he had done this kind of work of organizing, where it would be best. We also considered California, and we thought about linking California with the already established Martin Luther King Boulevard, that it would be ideal to do this matter. And where did Cesar Chavez have the first organizing committee convention? He held it September 30th, 1962. It was the National Farm Workers Association at 1505 California Avenue, which no longer exists because there was a change. The city of Fresno took away that property. It is now housing. And we're working on putting a plaque. Dr. Paul Garcia is working on that, to establish that plaque to commemorate that. Back to the committee, this was approved on October 12, 1993, to establish the Cesar Chavez Boulevard, naming the 3 streets. This has already been done before, just as names change have occurred across this country. Naming Cesar Chavez buildings, avenues, streets, schools, bridges, and so on. How much time do I have left?
That's it, Venancio. Yeah, thank you so much for your comments.
I would conclude simply with your
10
courtesy.
seconds, Venancio, 10 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next, Jackie Grazier.
Good morning. I'm Jackie Grazier, and I live just off of Kings Canyon Avenue. I live in the Sunnyside area. I've been there for over 35 years. And I am here to speak on behalf of keeping the name of Kings Canyon. I am actually very inspired by all of the speakers today because I can see that there is a great sense of community pride in this city. You know, there's many people here speaking today because they have pride in the community that they live in. And they appreciate the history and the historical significance. And I feel like this process, I feel like there could probably have been a better process because this found itself on the consent calendar and a lot of people weren't aware that it was happening. I understand now that it is something that has been discussed many times before, but I feel like here we are today, and I feel like if we are trying to build community pride, let's do this in a collaborative fashion. I feel like Cesar Chavez was a great man, and he should be honored, but the Kings Canyon, I want to express the first time I ever experienced the Kings Canyon. I wonder how many of you sitting up there have actually driven into the canyon. When I was a teenager, my parents never went to the mountains. We didn't go to the mountains. My father didn't like to go to the mountains. So it wasn't until I was a teenager that I actually went all the way down into the canyon to Cedar Grove, at the base of where all of the trailheads are. And this wall of canyon is surrounding you. It is the most majestic experience. And we should celebrate that and honor that and not try to change that. I mean, let's have a collaborative way to honor Cesar Chavez in a way that doesn't divide our community in a lot of different sections. Let's work collaboratively. My request is that this is taken off consent and a new process is started or an extension of the existing process, and find a way to honor this man that is inclusive and not divisive.
Thank you very much. Last speaker here in the chamber is going to be Patience Milrod. Good morning, Patience. If you would like to speak but haven't filled out a yellow card, please do so now. Thanks.
Thank you, Council President Maxwell. Good morning. I'm here to speak in favor of the name change. I'm old enough to remember when Area Code 209 became Area Code 559 for those of us who lived in Fresno, and that was massively annoying and it cost money and whatnot. Fact of the matter is, one of the best ways we can celebrate the vibrancy of our community is to acknowledge that we are ever more vibrant. We are changing every day, every week, every year. We can look around and see some of the changes are wonderful and some of them are to be deplored, no question. But we see that we have new people living in our neighborhoods. And in my neighborhood, I've got a bunch of families with little children who bought houses where significantly older people had been living. Well, that's a change. That's a pretty cool change for my neighborhood. I agree that we should preserve our heritage. I really wish we did a better job preserving our built heritage, and I sympathize with the gentleman who was here trying to get some attention from the Historic Preservation Committee about his 444 Fresno Street. But meantime, our job, and I appreciate that you as council see it as your job, is to acknowledge how we are evolving as a community and to honor someone of vision and brilliance as opposed to naming an important civic institution after a corporation. And so I do want to say that if the California stretch of the proposal was not always in the proposal this time around, I understand it was 30 years ago, that is a problem to incorporate it without having consulted with the community that clearly has such deep emotional connections to it. So I don't know whether there was a stakeholder process. I don't know what happened leading up to today's proceedings, but I think the idea of the change is a wonderful one. It's many decades overdue, and I'm going to thank you for being willing to take it up.
Thank you, Patience. I think we got a comment card coming in. Thank you.
Good
All right,
morning.
Ms. Curry, good morning.
Good morning, thank you. To the council president, to the council members, I'm Dr. Venice Curry. I am a resident of West Fresno, and I'm speaking in support of recognizing the great accomplishments of Cesar Chavez. I am opposed to the name change and the process in which you have proceeded. California Avenue residents and West Fresno residents were not informed. I have actually spoken with business members, business owners on that street who have no idea. And so I questioned the process for going forward with changing the name. I have no problem supporting the recognition and the accomplishments of Cesar Chavez. What I don't appreciate is the way that it has been done and the way that it has this ability to divide communities, which I don't think is your purpose. I don't think it's what you intend to do. But it is doing that nonetheless. And so even with the information that you provided, not including the fact that California Avenue is a significant part of that, seems dishonest and again appears to perpetuate the narrative that there is no goodwill towards African Americans in West Fresno. Whether or not that's the intention, that is still how it is perceived and experienced. So there are many ways that you can honor this man and change the street names without including California Avenue. You can cut it off in other places, Cedar Avenue or other places that intersect, but to include California Avenue without the input of community, without even notification or discussion, seems counter to your process, and I'm sure you have a process. So I don't know that you follow the process. And I also, the fact that work was done on California Avenue and Ventura, these are wonderful things, but there are other people who have also done work in numerous parts of the city, and we've not gone so far as to extend the street name to cover so much ground. So I would encourage you to, yes, look for a way to honor Cesar Chavez, but remove the idea of including California Avenue and have a different discussion where you include those people and those communities that would be impacted. Because California Avenue is important to our city, it's important to West Fresno residents, it covers a lot of ground, and it also historically means something, but you also have the process that you are trying to adhere to. And so you can do more than one thing at one time, and you can do it well, but you do have to do it with the intention of respecting all communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Curry. Seeing no other comment cards at this time, we're going to go ahead and hand it over to the city clerk to call on folks that are punched up on Zoom. City clerk.
Thank you. Next, we have Eric Gray. Eric, you're unmute.
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, I have two things to say about the Women's Center. I think it should be open 24 hours a day because right now it's a lot of people out here that's barely getting by with this cold weather. And I would like to challenge one of y'all to come spend one morning or one day out here with us to see how it really feels to know that you don't have anywhere to go or anyone to lean on but the city to help you through these hard times. And if you would take my offer up on one of the challenges that I asked you to, I would appreciate it, and that would show us, and not only us, the community, that y'all are there and caring for those that are unfortunate, like me, myself.
Thank you, Eric. Does that conclude your comments?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Eric. Next, we have Lisa Flores.
Good morning. Excuse me if I start coughing. I'm sick, believe it or not. Minor flu. First off, I want to thank the city clerk, the city attorney, and Jose over in planning for assisting me in helping get some resolution to an issue I had. I'll call you guys next week when I feel a little bit better so we can continue getting that resolution. Now, let me chime in on the Kings Canyon Cesar Chavez controversy. I kind of agree with everybody. I actually read the comments and the public comment letters that were sent in, and what I thought was real rich about them is that the history was the history of the developers, of let's just say it, the colonizers, the people that actually set up the system to create redlining in Fresno. And I think one of the things that we need to look at is Fresno needs to acknowledge the issue of redlining and what has happened to the people of Southwest Fresno. I understand Cesar's history. I'm a child of the UFW. I'm a child of labor activism. You know, I remember every day after school going in front of Safeway and handing out flyers and articulating political messages from the time I was 8 till like I was 12. So, you know, understanding that, having family and friends that were involved in the UFW process, you know, I understand honoring the man. And I just wonder, what would Cesar do? And I think what Cesar would do and Cesar would say would be, City of Fresno, your outreach and communications with the residents, the actual residents, needs to be better. That you need to take a moment, even though this has been 30 years in the process, is take a moment and go out for public comment, go out to the community and see if there's resolution or if there's another way to do this. Because to name something, you know, it just doesn't sit right with me. You need to deal with the community, and Fresno tends not to deal with the Southwest community, not the business owners, the community, because they've lived there for decades, probably coming up on a century now, and that needs to be honored. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next, we have Brandy News Vegas.
Thank you so much for your time. I want to piggyback on what Eric had said, I heard, and that was great to hear him. There are so many, I encourage you guys to always, whenever possible, go in and listen to those who are those who are experiencing homelessness. I piggyback on his idea of while there's a storm, and I know that some are concerned about it, that we consider the 24 hours as being caught in the rain can affect health and well-being, and there's very little places to go. And also to partner with some of the concerns that are mentioned, to partner and talk to the people here. They have thoughts, they have ideas, they have been cleaning up the parking lots and keeping things clean and well done. And they have thoughts, and most of them go to the pub, go to jobs, go to other services, and whatnot. Also, services, as what someone mentioned, is absolutely needed. We need people We have people who have been working on housing during this time. I've been trying to go to the POV, trying to do what they can to get shelter, and their concern is what happens when this closes because they're trying. We have 2 people who actually got jobs during this time and they are doing the work, but we do need more support in shelters and an answer to the question, what happens after these close? I also as well to expand the warming centers during the storm because there will be more need and they're all full right now. And with Pinedale closed, a lot of them are there instead. So please listen and talk to the people here for it to meet the needs. Regarding the police reform, I agree that we need to have an opportunity to discuss and for the community to read over this and to have the opportunity to speak up, not just during public comment beforehand. So there's a lot more I would love to be able to go to in the future, but regarding 56, rejected. I ask that you reject that the getting rid of the homeless task force implemented. The name was gotten rid of, but everything else, the same practices are taking place. They have added, it mentions about moving resources to outreach, and they're saying that they've done that, but to other services, but just adding outreach to the practices that the homeless task, that the HEART team and calling it HEART team is not changing what was asked for by the Police Reform Commission. It falsely, they are not, it does not stop the things that you have heard directly from people who have experienced, have their things taken without being able to save them, who have been displaced with nowhere to go. They're continuing to take belongings and continue to perpetuate issues regarding that aren't solving the problem of homelessness, which is what the reform thing is asking for. And they have actually told us before that while they were offered services, and that's just because the POV team had come beforehand, but the POV cannot offer shelter that was not there, and so this is disingenuous. If you look at, I ask you to look at the actual recommendation, which says that to abolish it, and there's a broad agreement that law enforcement should not be addressing the social issues of homelessness, and the commission recommends new partnerships. We also need to ensure that they are not making the social problems worse for them, and so I ask for that cahoots be considered because
All right, thank you, Brandy. This is going to conclude your time.
Thank you, Brandy. Next, we have Wendy Smith.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd like to address the issue of ID 23-403, renaming California Boulevard, Ventura, and Kings Canyon, more specifically California Boulevard. I was born and raised in West Fresno. I grew up there. I went to Edison High School along with my family members and many residents in West Fresno, which is predominantly African American, and so is Edison High School. Dr. Curry eloquently put that, yes, Cesar Chavez does deserve to be honored. However, I am not in favor of the process that you went through to do it, nor am I in favor of renaming that portion of California Street after Cesar Chavez. There are so many more deserving African-American contributors to that area. Dr. Curry, which is Cynthia's dad, specifically, or Dr. Smith, who had his practice in West Fresno his entire career, Dr. Ulysses Curry, Dr. Edward Mosley, even Charles Young, who went to Edison High School and was a professional football player, or Tim McDonald, who coached Edison High School and also was a professional football player. I'm not asking to even rename the school. I just think, not rename the school, but rename the street. I find the process that you went by to try to get this done without community members being consulted, without residents being consulted, I just find it absurd. If that's the way the government or the city council is going to do business, then what's the reason for even having public comment? It just doesn't make sense. The other thing is the price tag, $1 million to help these companies, as the young lady said, change stationaries, change their addresses. The impact is way greater than just that. It's all the other entities that she explained. So for the sake of not being redundant, everybody else has spoken about the same issues that I have concerning changing the name. I'm in total opposition of changing California Avenue, that portion of the renaming project, to Cesar Chavez. I do empathize and sympathize with the others that are in Kings Canyon and Ventura, which no one seems to really say anything about Ventura, so that might be a more appropriate thing to do, or even the young lady who stated that maybe they should name the street in front of Cesar Chavez Adult School, Cesar Chavez. It makes more sense to me than anything else. So those are just my comments. I don't know what water they hold, but that's it. That's all I have to say on the matter.
Thank you, Wendy. Next, we have Nia Hodge.
Good morning. My name is Nia Hodge, and I thank you for your time right now. Although two things can be true at the same time, my family came to Fresno through in the Dust Bowl era from Oklahoma. My grandmother went to Edison High School. My father, my mother went to Irwin Junior High. I graduated from Edison High School. When we think about changing the name of California, Proverbs 23:10 says, "Do not remove the ancient landmarks." And it is not because of it's a rich history in that community. When I think about California, I think about 1828 South Arthur. I think about 3017 West Kearney. I think about 808 West Halls. I think about Cooley's Funeral Home. These people who traveled during the Dust Bowl era, who were also migrant workers, who came to California to find a better way of life, and who established businesses in this community, who bought homes, who raised their families, who sent their children to college. My earnest request is to leave California, California. It's not only a theft of the culture. We still have children who are not very aware of our history in Fresno, and the rich history that so many others have contributed to this community. When I think of Southwest Fresno, again, California, I think about the Williams family, the Logan family, the Hodge family, who came and helped establish Fowler, the Etheridge family, the Riley family, Lavera Williams, who you posthumously named the Learning Center after. Those people came and helped build that community. So again, my honest and earnest request is to leave California, California, and it takes nothing away from anyone else, but there needs to be, if we're going to continue to have an equitable and inclusive climate in this community, there needs to be voices at the table that continue to have a say in what happens in the community that we help build. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nia. Next we have is Des Martinez.
Hello, and thank you. I want to speak about this past Monday, March 6th, around 3:30 p.m. I was on my way to go drop off two of our unhoused street advocates. While I was driving westbound on Belmont, I came to an underpass that took me to a roundabout next to Roding Park. I first noticed fire trucks, then Fresno police vehicles. My first thought was someone working on the high-speed rail was hurt. As I drove around the circle, I then noticed people looking up. That's when I noticed someone on the crane in distress. I immediately pulled over when I seen a street family member leaning against the wall. I asked him if he knew what happened. He told me the girl on the crane was his girlfriend. He then said they were from Bakersfield and ended up here in Fresno about 3 weeks ago, and he lost sight of her. Today was the first day he saw her in 3 weeks, and she had been missing. He also stated that she's been acting out of character all day and yelling weird stuff. During this time, I saw several people pull over, start recording. Some started to yell at the girl to jump. That's when I asked him, the boyfriend, to help me get her down and what would it take. He stated all she wanted was a bath and some tacos. So I looked up to where the shower mobile was and called for tacos. John, that's what we'll call the boyfriend, and I walked across the street to the circle. I stopped and stood at the back and allowed only John to approach her. He told her we can take her to a shower, and we called for tacos so she can eat. Jane, is what we'll call her, started yelling and getting angry at John. So he walked back towards me and shrugged his shoulders like he didn't know what else to do. That's when a Fresno police officer came to me and asked if I would go talk to her, because the officers had already attempted to go help her, but only made matters worse when they were afraid that she would climb back up the tower of the crane. I walked over to the wheels of the crane, which were very intimidating because they was the same height as me. I looked up and I spoke to Jane. At that moment, I was scared for her. I was afraid of her standing up, dancing around. The wooden box she stood on swaying back and forth, not knowing if it would fall at any minute. I looked around and all I seen were eyes watching. Fire department, Fresno Police Department, California Highway Patrol, media. A lot of community members were filming, some of them making negative outbursts. And all I can do at that moment was wonder if somebody was on their way to help. Jane yelled at me, she spoke to me, she cried. Many would say all this is from self-medication, but some of it might be. But what I was seeing was a lot of pain, pain so deep, I didn't think I could help. She was in so much pain, it was important to make sure I didn't use the wrong words. Signs of mental breakdown can be feeling burnt out, emotional outbursts, uncontrollable anger, fear, helplessness, or crying. These are also signs of being under the influence. When you are recovering from a substance-induced mental breakdown, it can also include psychosis, anxiety, depression, and other feelings along with stress. Jane was yelling at the men watching her. She made statements about abuse and rape. She stated she would have to perform sexual oral acts on people. She cried and yelled about how she became homeless and she had to use
Thank
her
you,
body.
Des. That'll conclude your time this morning.
Thank you, Des. Next, we have Avis Braggs.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Avis Braggs. I grew up in West Fresno. Displaced right now, but my home and my ground and my upbringing is in West Fresno. I feel I want to chase the rabbit down the hole from comments of other people, but I won't do that. I will talk about stakeholders. I think it's a flagrant act embracing something that destroys a community heritage. Our goal should be to engage others' cultures or participate in projects with community. It should not be to destroy or deteriorate a long-standing culture. The original West Fresno is here since the beginning. The people that live in West Fresno identify with West Fresno, the street names, the parks, the playgrounds, the places we used to eat, the drive-ins we used to go to, all the business that used to flourish there. Our demographic is a mixed race community and has usually always been since I was born in 1964. Live around all race of people. It is not a racial issue about not wanting to change our street. It is a heritage. It is our foundation. It is what we connect to as a community. For someone to come usurp and establish something that has been long-standing in relationships should be challenged. Establishing the rights and jurisdiction of the 93706 should be met with challenge. Our history established us, and we're established because of our history. We're the stakeholders. We're the taxpayers and the voters. We're the homeowners and the business owners and the landowners and the investors, teachers and leaders, community leaders. We have rights as R-I-T-E, rights. Not just because we live there, because we've invested too much to be there, to remain there. It should not be a not so simple name change to our historical pathways in West Fresno, California Avenue, a name directly tied to its history. It must be met with challenges. What does the law or policy say about stakeholders' voices in policies and proposals? That's why we have policies, so that stakeholders can have an opinion and know what's going on and directly affecting them. The law states that stakeholders have a right to hear a proposal in ample time to give their assessment of that proposal. Because stakeholders are directly engaged in their community, thus they should participate in the decision making. I understand the need to see change and progress, but it should not come with upheaval of history and attachments from a people that have been there long before Cesar Chavez. If we want to talk about history, my mother, who was a Black Panther, helped Cesar Chavez get the Black vote for the people in the field. I worked in the
Thank
field.
you, Avis. That'll conclude your time for this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Robert Mitchell.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to say I'm truly concerned about the manner in which this has come before our community. There seems to me to be a complete absence of transparency. We did not know of this in the form of the resolution put before us today, until today. Or I should say, I found out about it last night. I am truly disappointed. I will not repeat what has been stated over and over again by those who have already spoke in the chambers. I have attended numerous meetings called by the city. I volunteered my personal time to the city on a number of commissions. It is disheartening to know that our community is not considered when certain actions are to be taken. This does not bode well for one Fresno. It does not bode well for the representation of the city council to act without allowing, as your last speakers stated, the stakeholders to be considered and allowed to voice their concerns prior to this action being taken, other than at this moment. I would hope those sitting on the dais will rethink this process and see the short-sightedness in a manner in which it has occurred. Certainly I, as the other speakers have stated, think there should be a recognition of Mr. Cesar Chavez in some respect, one that those who have been involved in his committees for the naming of streets would be agreeable to. But this is not the way to go about doing it. This is a setback, and it is hurtful. I believe one of your speakers mentioned the fact that this is a taking away of a community that has not been given very much in the past. So I'll be brief, say thank you, but reconsider your process. Good day.
Thank you, Robert. Next, we have Shannon Tom. Shannon, you're on mute. Okay, Council President.
Oh, you hear me? Okay. My issue is about, on behalf of all the homeless who are staying at the Tetsu Wills Warming Center. Last time a severe storm came in, they had the warming center open 24 hours to a week of the severe weather. We're having an even more severe weather coming in that's going to be lasting a week. And I recommend that they open up all the warming centers, including Tetsu Wills Warming Center, for 24 hours so that the people could stay dry and the stuff doesn't get wet and ruined. My friend also likes to speak. Thank you. Thank you. My friends would also like to speak. Rick and Deanna. Okay. Hello, my name is Deanna, and I'm speaking on behalf of many of the residents that are currently staying at the Tetsu Wills Warming Center. First of all, many of the residents are disabled and elderly with wheelchairs, walkers, etc., and have a difficult time getting around on foot. The last time we had rainy days, because of the rain, many of us were forced to huddle under about an 8 by 20 foot roof all day in front of the center, us and all of our possessions, to escape getting wet, cold, and or sick, which, by the way, drives up healthcare costs. Many of us have to stay close to the center because of the availability of the restroom, which is a huge priority. So what I'm pleading for on behalf of the residents today is, can Fresno City please reinstate the 1 week emergency order for the opening of the 24-hour warming centers because of the, and I'm quoting, never before seen approaching storm conditions coming to this area, as the news has stated. Thank you for your time. And here's Rick.
Thank you. My name is Rick.
I am talking on behalf of the homeless in regards to task force. In the beginning, task force was gathering cash for us. And as time went on, they has been taking our tents, our clothes, blankets, food, anything that deals with our survival. That is wrong. Why are they doing this? I don't know. So that's my issue. That's my question. Can there be something done? Yes, they can. There's been multiple homeless. It's been happening multiple times. But the thing is.
All right, thank you, Shannon. That's going to conclude your time for this morning.
Thank you. Next, we have Johnny Hernandez.
Hello. Hi. Good morning, council people. So thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Johnny. I'm an accountant here at the city. Before that, I was an accountant at the county. I love Fresno. So most of my life, I've been living here by the fairgrounds. Although I did spend 3 years in downtown Sac while trying to get my bachelor's. So a few of the topics I kind of wanted to cover today was the Kings Canyon renaming street. Yeah, I'm not for it. I don't think a lot of business owners or a lot of people would benefit from that. Although I did hear some people for supporting it, and I didn't realize how far back it's kind of been working on. So it kind of saddens me that they've been working on it for 30 years and nothing's really been happening. And here we are. I'm saying no, we shouldn't do it either way. But I did hear some good comments. Other people mentioned, naming trails, naming schools. I'm definitely for, calling the whole Fancher Creek development out there, renaming that Cesar Chavez, right? Why not? It's new. It's not going to affect as many people as over here. Yeah, that's basically all I really wanted to say. I appreciate everybody's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Next, we have Kimberly McCoy.
Good morning, Council President and Vice President and the rest of the council. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. My name is Kimberly McCoy, and I am a resident of West Fresno as well as a community advocate. And I've been listening to all the comments that were made online and in chamber, and this goes to show that there has not been a true community engagement or outreach to the West Fresno community, or you wouldn't be hearing all these comments today opposing the changing of California. This is an insult to the African American community. We were not able to live in other parts of Fresno due to the history of redlining and the disinvestment from our elected officials that still continue to this day. It seems like our history and our existence is continuously trying to be erased. Even though West Fresno is a diverse community now, it is still home to our roots. Many of our families migrated here from the South in hopes and seeking the American dream for their kids and their offsprings and generations after them. We were segregated to one part of the city and we were not able to have businesses, so we had to make our own businesses there in West Fresno to serve our people, which was called Jericho. The renaming of California would send a message to the African American community that we do not matter, and once again, our history is being erased. Elected officials such as yourselves wonder why there is so much mistrust within the African American community. Your actions today displays why. We have a right to preserve our history. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Next, we have DeAngelique Jackson.
Good afternoon or good morning. It's an honor to be here with you all today over Zoom. I just wanted to voice my concern and support for extending the warming center access for our unhoused community. During the pandemic, Fresno saw its rents increase over 40%, and we've seen our homelessness crisis skyrocket. We as a city have a responsibility to support all of our residents and ensure that they all have a place to lay their heads at night. and access to equal housing. So I hope that this is something that can be prioritized as remedial until we can find a permanent solution. And that was my original intent of speaking today, but I think after listening to all of this public comment, I hope that the city council is ready to pull this consent item concerning the renaming of these 3 streets. I understand that there's a lot of historical context behind it. I've been doing research actively on it throughout this entire session, and I think it's worth talking about. But a decision that was made 30 years ago by a committee should not be a reflection of what the needs of this community are today. And it's most definitely not a reflection of the historical fight of Black people in the Central Valley, specifically in the city of Fresno. So I hope that together as a community, we can table this just a little bit longer and really come to the table and discuss where this naming would be best suited, so as not to erase one history in order to prioritize another. I'm also very excited for this reintroduction of the police implementation reform team that we're going to be bringing back. I'm excited to lend my support in any ways that I can, and for us to discuss the recommendations that have been implemented. So I'm happy to support in any way I can. Thank you all for your work. That concludes my comment.
Thank you, DeAngelique. Next, we have Haley White.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I want to echo what DeAngelique and what Brandy earlier and others have said. Definitely want expanded hours and locations for the warming centers, including encouraging direct communication with those experiencing homelessness and their advocates to assess their needs, their growing needs. As someone who has a pretty decent paying job, my own rent was increased 9.5% over this last month, which is a hardship. And I know that that is a growing problem in our county. The community is also still waiting for answers and actions regarding the police reform requests, and we appreciate the reintroduction of this and the recommendations that were made, I think back in 2020. Those of us involved in the Save Tower fight are also still waiting to hear what happened with that internal review that was supposed to scope out whether there was any further Christian nationalism happening in the department. And then lastly, just want to say, please listen to your neighbors in Southwest Fresno, not only after they've been excluded from their due process and planning, but earlier, and consider inviting them into conversations right away. I believe that sometimes they might get left out of conversation because it feels like there will be pushback and rage and division. And if that's the case, then I would invite city members to consider that maybe you might not be doing right by your residents from the first place, if that is a concern you have. Thank you for your work. That's all I have today.
Thank you, Haley. Last we have is June Stanfield.
Hello, good morning. I just want to speak on the California Avenue name change. I am in opposition of the name change. No disrespect to Cesar Chavez. He was a good guy, but when it comes to our Southwest Fresno, there's been so many changes in Southwest Fresno that we almost don't recognize it. And when I say that, we are so easy to get rid of our history before we realize how important it is to our community. And I use an example as the Edison High School Administration Building that could have been saved, Carver Elementary School, which we no longer have, Irwin Junior High School, which we no longer have. And if we continue to erode our Southwest history, visual landmarks, again, it would be unrecognizable. So I would like you guys to consider not changing the name of California Avenue, because that is a big part of Southwest Fresno in our African American community. Thank you.
Thank you, June. Seeing no other speakers punched up or in the audience, we will go ahead and conclude the public comment section of today's agenda. At this point, I'll entertain a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar. Have a motion from Council Vice President Prey and a second from Councilmember Bredefeld. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 5-0 with Councilmember Chavez and Arias not present. We will be returning to the contested consent portion of the agenda after the lunch break. For now, we will move on to our 3B workshop. That's the airport parking garage art installation. So if we have the director here, we could go ahead and kick that off at this time. Yeah, we will be coming back from lunch at approximately 1:30 to pick up on the contested consent, which includes the Cesar Chavez Boulevard vote.
Clerk, you should have the PowerPoint. Do you have it? Okay.
Good morning, Council President and council members. We're here today to share with you the airport's plan for public art installation on the garage facility at Fresno Yosemite International Airport. The airport's new garage facility opened in November of 2021, ahead of plans for public art to go on the building. We have now gone through a formal process to select an artist and concept, and we'll unveil that here for you today. So allow me to introduce Claudia Arguelles Miller, Airport Marketing Manager, to begin our presentation.
Let's see. Good afternoon, council.
Claudia, a little bit closer and lower. Thank you, perfect.
How's that?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Good afternoon, council and city manager. Yes, I'm here to talk about one of my favorite subjects, public art. And first, why public art? Well, the airport parking garage has a lot of empty space, and we thought, we want to create something iconic and beautiful to welcome travelers and visitors to the airport. We wanted something that would represent our diverse culture and of the Central Valley. We wanted to be inclusive. We also wanted to support some of the Beautify Fresno initiatives. I'm sorry, I should have advanced this. Let's see. No. Point it.
Oops. So, technical issues. Here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so which one?
There we go.
There you go.
Okay. This
Move
top.
forward.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, to support the Beautify Fresno initiatives to create a positive image for Fresno. And then we also wanted to, it was one of the requirements for a Park Smart certification, and that is a program that certifies airports around the nation for having sustainable practices, and public art was one of the items that was included in that. And then lastly, we felt that public art, is a distinguishing part of our public history and our evolving culture, and it reflects and reveals our society and adds meaning to our cities and communities. So with that in mind, we reached out to the Fresno Arts Council. And why the Fresno Arts Council? As you may know, the Arts Council is a state and local partner. Okay. Oh, sorry. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. Can you help me with this?
Clerk, why don't we just have you move the slides?
Yeah.
Yeah, how about you just say, okay, or
Next,
Henry's
yeah.
the designated
Okay, back
person.
This is going the wrong way. Back.
There we go. Closer. There we go.
Okay, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, if we could have some help with that, it'd be less painful for all of us.
Is this
Okay.
the slide you want right
Yes,
now?
yes, thank you. Okay, so why the Fresno Arts Council? As you all know, it's a state and local partner to the California Arts Council and designated by the County Board of Supervisors to serve Fresno County's residents. We know that the Fresno Arts Council has a history with public art solicitation and the whole process that can be very involved. And then we also knew that the council would help us create a fair process that would be inclusive and diverse. And these were points that were very important to us as we moved forward with this process. And of course, last but certainly not least is Lilia Chavez, the executive director of the organization. Many of you know her. She is the immediate past board chair of the California Arts Council, which is a renowned organization with strong contacts in the arts community, both locally and statewide. So with that said, I want to introduce Lilia Chavez, and she's going to go into the process of how we selected this artist. So Lilia, next slide, please.
Good morning, Council President Maxwell and members of the Council. I am Lilia Gonzalez Chavez, Executive Director of the Fresno Arts Council, and it truly is a pleasure to be partnering with the airport on this project. We are your arts agency, and we really value this relationship that we share. The formal call to artists went out statewide through the California Arts Council in June and was promoted through social media and local arts organizations as well. Artists were informed the Fresno Airport was seeking a public piece and that they were looking for something that would be iconic to serve as a piece that would welcome travelers and it would celebrate the cultural diversity and spirit of the Central Valley. The other important issue was that it complement the existing artwork that is there by Raymond Rice. A formal proposal process was begun where we had a request to find artists. Artists were asked to submit a statement of their artistic vision, concept, budget, examples of past work, demonstrating experience in large-scale public art and references. 17 artists responded to the call. Next slide. Our selection process was very thorough. We created a panel that would review all of the entries, and it included Jesus Sepulveda, who is an artist and president of the Society of West Coast Artists of the San Joaquin Valley chapter, Ellen Armour, artist development and marketing director of the Fresno Philharmonic and board president of the Fresno Arts Council, Mark Davis, airport planning manager, Vicky Calderon, airport media and public relations officer, and Claudia Arguez Miller, airport marketing manager and airport arts and culture program manager. Our review process is pretty extensive. We want to make sure that it's a standard scoring process so that all adjudication is done equally. And our scoring criteria consisted of appropriateness of art, artist's ability, budget, and experience. The top 3 scoring artists were interviewed by the selection panel, and after careful interviews were conducted, the panelists discussed the artwork and scores and unanimously agreed on the artist. FAC staff only serves as facilitator in this process. We don't have a vote. The panelists make the selection. Next slide. So this is the space that we're talking about where the new art will be installed. Next slide. And the artist that was selected, dun, 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 dun. Next slide.
I don't think there was a next slide.
Well, I have a next slide.
Okay.
It's Caleb Duarte. Caleb is a local Fresno artist. He's held numerous solo exhibitions and created iconic public artwork across the globe, including in Mumbai, India, Chiapas, Mexico, Santiago de Chile, Cuba, Montreal, Canada, Frankfurt, Germany, and Pienza, Italy. Caleb is also a tenured professor at Fresno City College. He also just completed a piece that is in the Monarch, which is the new housing development in West Fresno. So you can immediately see his work if you're curious. And now,
Lilia, do you
Yes.
have a picture that you could hold up for CMAC of the proposed art piece?
oh no, I don't have that.
Do you? Okay. Just want to make sure the public has an opportunity to take a look.
Yeah.
All right.
Certainly.
Thank you, Director.
Be good to see it.
Do you
Yeah.
go next?
Yeah, I have it.
All right, that's my part. Thank you.
Sorry about that. There really is another half of the presentation.
So unfortunately, the only thing that was submitted to our office was the 6 slides. And that's all that was, so I apologize, I'm not quite sure what happened there. I don't know if we have it on a thumb drive and can pull it up, but we only received the 6 slides.
Yeah, it sounds like they're trying to pull up the remainder.
That is
Okay.
correct. That's all that was submitted. The unveiling was to occur
Oh,
here.
okay.
That's
Sorry.
what it is.
Okay. I didn't realize there was going to be the suspenseful moment and we'd hand over them. So, okay, sorry about that, guys. We blew the drama.
Yeah.
Apologies,
Sorry.
apologies. Yeah, but we'll get it up. So, sorry about that.
Yeah, I apologize. I thought we had submitted the correct version for this morning, and we did not have that, so.
Nope, problem. We'll get it figured out
they have
here.
it. Yep, okay. There you go.
Okay. Well, okay.
Here we go.
Wow. All right. So this is Caleb. This is our artist that we selected, and as Lilia talked a little bit about him, we're super excited about him. He's just got a wonderful, wonderful resume. Has a lot of vision, and just coincidentally, this didn't even influence our voting. He happens to be a sculpture teacher at Fresno City College. He wanted to be here to talk about the piece, but he's teaching, so we'll just have to show it to you. Next slide, please. There we go. And right now, it's a concept. We're still fleshing out some things, but the piece is called You Have Arrived. It's a 4-story mixed media mural mosaic created by the artist. His interpretation, we felt, best captured the spirit of the Central Valley and the message the airport wanted to convey to travelers and visitors, which is welcome. You can see it's pretty tall, it's 4 stories. One thing that's really cool about it is it was very important that it also was compatible with the existing mosaic that it will be facing, which is on the front of the terminal right now. It's a piece from I believe the 1950s by Raymond Rice. So it's compatible with that. And I will read you a little bit of what the artist submitted as his statement. I won't read you the whole thing, but just so you can get an idea of what he wanted to do. Caleb writes, public art has always been a promising way for a city or community to express its collective identity, history, and aspirations. For this, I propose to create a ceramic mural relief to mimic the use of sculptural relief from ancient times to contemporary public works that express Fresno's unique cultural message. My proposed design illustrates an embrace of a figure representing a growing abstract tree with well-grounded roots reflecting our surrounding mountains and forest. The figure's hands visually state, "I have arrived, I am from here." It is decorated with floating patterns to symbolize flight and aerial views mirroring the existing mosaic located directly across the proposed wall. The figure represents a confident creativity and a sense of home and place, enhancing new sites of memory for travelers and local residents alike. The overall mural will have a subtle presence while looking out to the northeast as flights arrive and depart, welcoming travelers. Next slide. And there you have it. So we are not totally done. I wish I could say that we are and it's ready to go, but there are a lot of hurdles we've had to jump through. The latest one as of today is we have to make sure that the installation process is correct, that we do all the correct permitting and make sure that it's safe, that no tile is going to fall and hurt somebody. So we're having to work on that, and that will, to a certain extent, determine how many tiles we can use in the mosaic. So anyway, I'm excited about it. I hope you all are as well. We've been working on it since June, and we will have a beautiful piece of art hopefully soon. Are there any questions?
First of all, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate you working that out with us. And personally, I love it. I think Caleb has done an excellent job. I don't know much about art. It looks like Art Nouveau type of style, which I think is really cool. And it's very welcomed at the airport. I see we have a couple council members popped up. Mike, do you want to go first, followed by Council Vice President Perret?
Well, I want to thank you for the thought and consideration. When we reviewed the plans for the new terminal expansion, I really was taken aback by the San Joaquin River that's portrayed in the floor. And I think it's such a great way to welcome folks as we're trying so hard this year and coming years to open up the river more. It's a great marketing platform for our city. Regarding this, so I grew up in Fresno. I still miss the walls with different color carpeting, but
You're the only one.
well, as a kid, you think you can. Yeah, anyways, I never knew that Raymond Rice until many years later made this mosaic, but I'd always see it going to the airport as a kid, and I'm so glad to see your the artist that you've selected is really paying honor to his work and also bringing it into this. Bringing two minds and making it into one. So with Councilmember Maxwell, Council President Maxwell, whose district the airport resides in, I think this is great. And thank you so much for bringing this forward to us. Well done.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any other comments or questions by council colleagues? I have a quick question. City Manager, can you remind me of the process if we want to do additional murals? Does it not need to go through do we need to have the arts master plan put together before we can start doing murals?
So that is the preference. There are various mural projects going on within the community, but as far as a city process, we are hoping that it'll be part of the cultural arts plan because we do want to make sure that we have a really good process in place. As I've stated 100 times, we as staff are not have appropriate experience to be determining what is good art and bad art. And so we're hopeful that either as a subset or within, we can establish a mural program, and that was our preference. But there's some things that are coming up. I'll give you a quick example. The metal boxes that we're putting around our EV charging stations to try and prevent vandalism. Right now, they're just like really ugly blue boxes. And so in advance of the culture plan, like we want to look at like maybe getting those decorated in some form. You see communities doing that all the time. So small things like that, we're looking at maybe in advance of the plan, but as far as more of the large scale, like building type murals, we're looking at for it to be part of the cultural arts plan.
Understood. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
And I appreciate again the presentation, airports, and congratulations to Caleb.
Oh.
Looking forward to seeing it go up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon. All right, seeing no one else punched up, we are going to go ahead and break for lunch. We will return at 1:30. The first item we will hear will be the contested consent item 1S pertaining to Cesar Chavez Boulevard. See you at 1:30. Agenda. We are going to pick up where we left off, and that is on the contested consent. Normally, we would start with item 1R as in Robert, but we'll be hearing that after closed session later on today. So we're going to pick up on 1S as in Sam. That is a resolution to begin the process to change Kings Canyon and Ventura Boulevard to Cesar Chavez Boulevard. This is sponsored by Councilmember Chavez, Arias, and Esparza, and was pulled by Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Chavez?
Thank you, President. A lot of the folks that were here earlier have now left, but I just wanted to make a couple comments with regards to the input. First of all, I want to thank everybody that emailed my office and input, messages, voicemails, both in support and against the naming of the Kings Canyon Ventura, California Road. Little bit of background on this, and I said this before when the item came through, and I just want to kind of let folks understand a little bit of context of how this conversation started. We started this conversation last year. I think it was twice that got placed on the agenda. We've had a number of discussions with small businesses along the corridor, and I know we have about 280 plus businesses there that stretch all the way from First, and I'm going to speak for just District 5 from First all the way to Fowler, Temperance area. And as many of you know, when Highway 180 got built, that was actually named the Sequoia Kings Canyon Highway. And it was designed and meant to codify some of the concerns that residents had about removing that name. The old Kings Canyon Road now actually dead ends about 1 block east of Temperance when you drive down that roadway. So I just want to make sure that folks understood that. This conversation, as I mentioned, was started with the council last year, but this is actually a conversation that started 30 years ago. And it started years ago. I remember that because I was a high school student at Roosevelt. And there was a lot of conversation. There was a lot of controversy to the point where they ended up having this huge meeting over at Salon Arena. And I remember riding my bike and listening to some of the words as I would say a naive 14, 15-year-old kid at the time. And I didn't understand why there were a lot of people that were against it. I try to grasp my mind around that. I have a little better understanding now. But what I'll say is that this city is different now. That was 30 years ago that conversation happened. And I want to kind of walk the public to how the city is now different. I think this city of Fresno has done a extraordinary job of recognizing and honoring all communities in our city. Mayor's always talked about One Fresno. I think all of us agree with what that means in honoring, valuing, and respecting all our cultures and communities, and that's what really, to me, this is about. We've now, in the span that I just described, we've renamed a park here in the city of Fresno to honor our Indian Sikh Punjabi brothers and sisters. Jaswan Park is one example of that happening. We brought the first bilingual Hmong street sign in the city of Fresno to commemorate the Hmong New Year there on Kings Canyon and Barton. We named a police station after a fallen Hmong officer, Pia Vang, over in the Sunnyside area on Argyle and Tulare. Fresno Unified named a school after General Vang Pao. And even in North Fresno, that for the most part has been reluctant to do anything like that, recently renamed a school and renamed it from Faulkner to Tatarian School in order to recognize the contributions of our Armenian community. So that's what I mean when I say that our city has changed in the last 30 years. I believe we're a different city, and I believe we're a better city. So some of the questions that people have asked me and said, well, why Cesar Chavez? And I want to be able to explain that. During the pandemic, as many of you know, I represent the area that was designated a national hotspot for COVID. 93727, 06, 25, 02 were really the hardest hit. And the reason for that is because the people that live there, the people that we designated as essential workers, farm workers, the people that work in the packing houses, and over 40 food processing plants that I have in my district that many of you know and are very familiar with, over by Temperance, over by Jensen, over by Church. And the reason that I picked and we picked Cesar Chavez was because he fought for those folks. He fought for their rights to be respected and treated with respect and dignity. And I believe that our children should know who he was. More importantly, what he did. As many of you know, my mom worked in the fields in this country. She actually worked at Wawona Packing, which is now Lions Packing. And I remember hearing the stories about the boycott of the grapes, the conversations that were had around giving people rights that they did not have. And I just want to make sure that folks understand that this today is a celebration of Cesar, but it's also a celebration of the people that he served, of the people that he advocated and believed in. Those are the farm workers. Those are the people that we just depended on during the pandemic as essential workers. But Cesar Chavez was also a veteran. Oftentimes people forget that. He was a military veteran to the point where the federal government actually named a Navy ship after him. And I'll just point this out. There are hundreds of streets here in the city of Fresno. I have actually here in front of me the very first municipal book that outlines who the first council members were, because I'm a student of history. And I always wondered the street that I grew up in on Braley, 8th and Braley in Southeast, who that man was. And I looked him up, and he's got a lot of commendable things that are to be respected and celebrated. And we've done that in the past. And that's what this is designed to do. And this is really designed to be a unifying process that recognizes the progress and embraces the beautiful mosaic of diversity that we have now in the city of Fresno. I want to also explain the process, because I think there's been a little bit of confusion as to what the process will be. And the city manager, our staff did a great job last year of explaining what the process would be, but I would, for the benefit of the public and folks that got here, I want to explain that. As part of the process of naming the street entails the city going through our due diligence, the state obviously having to weigh in, as this was the former Kings Canyon Road that is now replaced by Highway 180, the Sequoia Kings Canyon Highway. We also have to work with the U.S. Postal Service. Senator Padilla has been very helpful, and we'll be helping with that process along. But I also want to make sure that we're clear about what this looks like. the city of Fresno will move to do this if this passes within the areas that we have jurisdiction. The areas that we do not, and I want to explain that for the purpose of Southeast Fresno. So from First to Peach Avenue, where we have the Cesar Chavez Foundation apartment complex across from the Walmart, the city of Fresno has jurisdiction. That would be essentially the first phase. The second phase includes county islands. Some of the folks that attended here today understand that that is not City of Fresno jurisdiction. So subsequently, the County Board of Supervisors would have to vote to authorize and jointly do that with the city. Otherwise, that would not happen. So it'll be a two-step process. I've had conversations with the Board of Supervisor that represents that area, and I'll let him speak for himself when his constituents call about what decision he's going to make. But we do actually have that outlined in the resolution, and we're requesting for the County Board of Supervisors to vote on this process within the next 60, 90 days. I believe that is obviously their discretion. They're an autonomous governmental agency, but I think that'll be the next part of the conversation for the folks that came here to voice their opinion on what that would look like. But I just want to end with this, that we've gone through a number of changes in our community. I've always loved and appreciated the fact that we're a very diverse community, especially Southeast Fresno. You drive down the corridor and you see, markets, you see Punjabi grocery stores, you see Southeast Asian, and I've always loved that about our community. And there's always been room for us to change and modify things and celebrate, because I think that's what makes Fresno strong. And I really do believe that that's what's aligned with the mayor's vision of One Fresno, where we do celebrate our communities, we do celebrate those that have come before us, and we do it in a way where it actually embraces that One Fresno message. So with that, Council President, I'd like to make the motion to approve.
I'd like to second that.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve the item by Councilmember Chavez and a second from Councilmember Arias. I have Council Vice President Perea queued up next, followed by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Just to start, I just want to say that I have no problem honoring someone who has made such significant impacts here in our valley. My questions are just around some of the public comments that I heard this morning. And I don't know if maybe the author wants to answer these, but the first question I have is, was the California segment, was that part of the original proposal, or is that a new segment?
That's a new segment. I think Councilmember Arias can explain that.
The California segment was part of the initiation that started 29 years and 9 months ago. So when this effort was initiated in October of 1993, it was also included California Avenue. When the council last discussed this 13 months ago, we did not explicitly cover that area. We wanted to get feedback from the community, which I have received, and we are bringing back the original proposal as initiated in 1993.
Okay, so this was part, just to reiterate, this was part of the original proposal from 1993?
Yes, from October of 1993.
Okay. And just being the new council member up here, can you just walk me through a little bit of the historical public outreach that was conducted on this?
Sure, I can walk you through it. So again, this was initiated in 1993, and then it was vetoed by then Mayor Jim Patterson at the request of the Sunnyside County side of the Kings Canyon area. It was brought back for discussion by the council 13 months ago, where it was unanimously approved to be initiated. In June of this last year, during the budget process, we allocated $1 million to implement the name change, which at that time was also discussed, and we received public input. And then we're now 9 months later, and we're back to the initiation process, and this would come back to the council for a second vote. It is the city ordinance, so it would be initiated today, brought back for a second vote for adoption, and then it would go into effect 30 days after. So there is quite a bit of public input we still plan to receive before a final vote is taken.
Got it. And so with an ordinance change, there will be another stab at the apple for the public to come out and have their voices heard?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Just wanted to reiterate a couple of points that we've heard today. And I know there was an email communication sent out late last night, and I think there's quite a bit of misinformation on that communication that we just received this morning. So I wanted to just remind the public that in my tenure on the city council, we have been focused on righting the historical wrongs, and a lot of our neighborhoods have been left behind, and that includes West Fresno. In the last 4 years, we have invested more than $150 million in West Fresno alone. That includes the construction of a new college campus in partnership with State Center, construction of a new health clinic, a new neighborhood park, new additional housing projects, a community center with one of our partner organizations, St. Rose Church, as well as dozens of new neighborhood infrastructure projects. This council, each time we have asked for additional investments in West Fresno, the council has responded positively with that. And we're doing so because we know that there's some historical wrongs that needed to be righted. In this case, before you is an item that was approved nearly 30 years ago, was then vetoed by then Mayor Patterson, and the veto was not overwritten. The community, specifically the Latino community, have been waiting 29 years and 9 months for this historical wrong to be corrected. Since then, we have renamed several streets and several buildings in recognition of our diverse community. And as it was noted before, some of those are in my district alone. That includes the Audra McDonald Way in front of the convention center was renamed for her. The Vera Child Care Center was renamed in recognition of her work and decades of raising so many kids in our community. Bud Gaston Middle School was named after Bud Gaston. It was actually renamed from Carver Elementary School. Reverend Riggins Street was named after the Reverend in West Fresno. And these are just some of the renames that have occurred in recognition of the contributions of the African American community and the leaders in West Fresno. And each of these have followed the same process. It was initiated by the body. It was noticed to the public. If this is approved, the process also includes noticing property owners within 1,000 feet as required by ordinance. Just to be clear, these were all adopted by this body with significant support from the diverse community. Not one of them was opposed by any of the communities. We honored the wishes of those requesting it, and we're doing the same thing today, is simply attempting to honor another part of our community in Fresno. And as a final note, I think that we've gotten a lot of good feedback today, and I know some of it has focused on California, other parts of it on Kings Canyon. But what I want to reemphasize is, we're a city that speaks nearly 100 languages. A lot of cultures have come to call Fresno home. And in our work, each time and each council meeting, we spend a couple hours each council meeting recognizing different groups that play a role in our city. In my view, this is simply one more step to do so. As a child, I too and my parents spent time on California Avenue picking crops. To this day, there's farmland there. We all spent time growing up picking crops and looking at the cars go by. And that's a segment of the community that is not recognized as much as it should be. Agriculture is the backbone of our Central Valley, but the workers in agriculture, the essential workers, the farm workers, they work when there's fires on the hills, when there's snow on the ground, when there's deep pollution, when there's excruciating heat and freezes. They show up to work every single day. In many streets that look just like California Avenue, just the way my parents did, and just the way other parents do today. And I think it's important for us to recognize that we can celebrate our diverse community, and we can recognize as much of it as possible and invest in our neighborhoods. And I take exception to former Mayor Patterson's description that we were taking something away. If we follow that trajectory of thought, we're all part of taking something away from the indigenous people. This is all Yukon property. It's all Native American property. You know, very few of us are native to this land. And this council has recognized Indigenous Day. Today, we recognize the mobile food vendors. Every council meeting, we recognize the business community, the Armenian community, the African American community. We intentionally are going out of our way to be as inclusive as possible and as reflective of who we are today and who we were yesterday. And I don't want this to become a conversation that we're somehow taking something away. Just because we are recognizing those who have always lived here, those who have always contributed to our economy and to our city, doesn't take anything away. It actually adds to the richness and diversity of our city. And that's why we're taking on this effort to complete a promise that was made in 1993 to the Latino community. And it's my hope today that it is the first of a two-step process that fulfills that promise. The last point I'll make is I met with some community leaders a couple weeks ago, and they showed me the posters that were made 30 years ago when this renaming was approved, only to be disheartened by a mayor who didn't appreciate the diversity of our city in 1993. And times have changed, and we embrace every community, and everyone has a place in our city's future, and we should be welcoming to all those faces and stories. So I will continue to get feedback from my diverse residents. I will continue to talk to business owners on the California and Ventura corridor, as I have already. I'll continue to reach out and meet with residents who express interest. But this item has followed the process like any other item has, and I am fully supportive of it being initiated today.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Any other council colleagues wish to speak on this item? We do have a motion and a second on the table. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes. I appreciate what the council members are attempting to do. It's what you believe in. And I believe in honoring people too, and I've certainly supported highways being named after people and putting people's names on buildings. But at the same time, this has an impact on a lot of people, a financial impact on a lot of people, and I don't think we should ignore that. I'm all for honoring people who've done great things in our community. If you wanted to honor this gentleman in some way that didn't impact perhaps thousands of people, having to change all of their stationary buildings that would cost, I guess it's estimated at $1 million. I'm not sure what the number is. I'm not sure how they got the number. But it obviously is going to have an adverse impact on a lot of people, and I think we should take that into consideration. Also, it was alluded to, there was a 7-0 vote before. The prior resolution in February of 2022 was to direct the administration to present process to changing Kings Canyon Ventura Boulevard and directing the formation of a resident business owner and stakeholder committee to engage the public and receive input and recommendations. That didn't happen. That's what I supported, was to get stakeholder input, a committee formed, people to get their input, and that really didn't happen. And so this process is flawed. It's clearly flawed. That's why you have a lot of people here who are saying they weren't involved in the process. And so I think that's why we should hold off on this. We shouldn't initiate. This is a dramatic change in the community and will have an adverse impact for a lot of people who will be impacted by this decision. And that, I think, sometimes is the problem with government. We do things, and there are many unintended consequences to those decisions that we make. This is one of them. There are many ways that you can honor Cesar Chavez, I think in very public ways that don't adversely affect other people in the community or thousands of people who disagree with it. And we heard very passionate people speak from West Fresno who have a lot of objections to this. So for that reason, I won't support it. I think it is moving in a direction that hurts a lot of people as well. And some have said it's divisive to go down this direction. And I think that, I know all of us don't want to go in that direction. We want to build people up, build up the community, not divide. So for that reason, I won't be supportive of this.
Thank you for your comments. Councilmember Bertefeld. Any other comments from my colleagues? Nobody else punched up. We have a motion from Councilmember Chavez on the table and a second from Councilmember Arias. Do we have any opposition?
I'm opposed.
We have one opposed from Councilmember Bertefeld. Any other opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 6-1 with Councilmember Bertefeld opposing. Thank you, everybody. We'll now be going on to the general administration portion of today's agenda. We have some time left before our timed workshops, so we're going to go ahead and go into the Police Reform Commission recommendations presented by the Mayor and City Manager's Office.
Okie dokie. Paco, you want to come on down? I'm old school. Clerk, I know we had a PowerPoint. I said okie dokie.
We're wholesome here.
Hey.
It's a good thing.
Okay.
It's only gone for one day.
So I know that we submitted a pretty lengthy document. It was, I think, a 16-slide PowerPoint and then some supporting material. Yeah, you got it there. So I'm just going to start off before the chief gets into the meat of it. And obviously, this is as a result of, I believe, Councilmember Arias and maybe Councilmember Esparza, I think, at some point had a couple times requested an update on the police reform recommendations. And it took us a little bit because I never worked on any of that. So I was on hiatus from the city at the time that the commission was formed, that all of that work was done. And then when I returned to the city, it was not under my purview. It was under another assistant city manager. So I had to try and do my best to get a little bit up to speed on everything that had transpired and get the information organized. I know that over the last 2 years, we have sent out several tray memos that have been updates of the various recommendations and where we are on them. But today gives us the opportunity. We put together the PowerPoint with sort of a chart and an organization of where we are on each recommendation. And I hope in a simplified and organized manner. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Balderrama. And Chris, I also want to acknowledge Chris Montalongo, the mayor's deputy chief of staff, who was a great help in helping to support us to get all of the information organized into a condensed format. So Chief, take it away, please.
Thank you, City Manager, and thank you to President Maxwell and Vice President Perea and the distinguished council for giving me this opportunity to bring you guys up to speed on what we have done, what is pending, and what we haven't had a chance to do. As all of you know, the commission was formed in June of 11th of 2020, about a month after the very unfortunate George Floyd incident. And on October 29th of 2020, the commission approved the final report and was presented to this city council. As far as to date, all the recommendations, there was a total of 73. 32 of these have been fully implemented by the Fresno Police Department. 6 of these have been implemented by the city of Fresno. 13 of these are either in the process of being implemented or partially implemented. 10 of these were actually assigned to the working group, the implementation team, and 5 of these are outside our area of responsibility. They're either county responsibilities or outside the scope of the police department in the city of Fresno. And then 7 of these have been declined. I'm sure you guys have received the full comprehensive memorandum that goes in detail. And there's 73 of these, so I'm not gonna bore you with every single detail. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lump these up into separate categories. One of the categories is to improve the police oversight.
So,
and
hold on, Paco, are you going to move the PowerPoint or you want somebody else to drive for you?
I got that. Let's see if it works. Okay.
We hate that clicker.
Oh, don't do it.
Okay, so this is the slide that I'm on, and again, these are all lumped into the improvement of police oversight. And keep in mind, one of the recommendations was to establish a civilian oversight board that was assigned to the implementation team, and that has not been done. City manager, I don't know if there's some background on that, but that includes recommendation 1 through 6, and then several others sprinkled through the
Yeah.
entire document.
Hey, Chief, let's just take a quick step back to the commission got formed, then there was the police reform implementation team that was formed, 7 members by the council and 1 member from the mayor, and then that implementation team created 4 working groups. The mental health working group, the citizen oversight board working group, the community programming, and then discipline. And that is how this chart is, we sort of tried to organize it by that as well. And then they were also, the implementation team was also responsible for prioritizing, developing, identifying resources to implement the recommendations. So one of the things, and you will see this in the column, there's a column that says refer to PRIT working group. And so that means that at the time, there was only one working group, to our awareness, that really took the ball, and that was the mental health one, that went out and did all of the field trips and to different agencies. The other working groups, COVID happened, there's a lot going on, and those, not a whole lot else got done with the other working groups. So I just wanted to clarify what that column was, is it was referred to either the mental health, the citizen oversight board, the community programming, or the discipline work group. So Paco,
Sure.
go ahead.
Upon my appointment as chief of police, I made a commitment to this document and to do a comprehensive assessment of those recommendations that were important, achievable, and realistic. And those areas fell around the use of force, as far as updating the policy, making better policies as it revolves around the use of force. Our crisis intervention team and how we deal with the mentally ill, very, very important, and honestly, maybe the most important thing in this entire document, because that is, something that is significant to our community. Recruiting. When I came in here, we were in a recruiting crisis, not just Fresno, but every single police department across the country. And so addressing some of those issues to turn that around was also one of the more important recommendations. Community partnerships, which has always been something that we've utilized effectively here in Fresno, but there's always areas of improvement where we can partner with CBOs to provide a better service. And then maximizing our efforts, meaning that, identifying those positions that don't have to be police officers, those services that, do you really need a full-fledged police officer with a badge and a gun and police radio to provide those services, or can we farm those out or use other types of CBOs or personnel to do that? So, excuse me.
Okay, so the first 8 categories, it was the improved police oversight. You'll see that across the top of the slide. Most of those were referred to the working group, and there was not activity that they were supposed to prioritize, develop, identify resources to implement the commission's recommendations and the manner in which some recommendations. That didn't happen, so therefore nothing has happened on those recommendations. So.
Okay, so recommendations 7 through 10 deals very, very closely with how we deal with mental health issues, behavioral issues, nonviolent nature. And I can tell you that we did have a team that was part of the implementation team that did go to several other cities, to include Austin. They looked at the Albuquerque model. They looked at the Eugene, Oregon, which is better known as Cahoots. And I personally went out to Denver, Colorado to look at the STARS model. So we based it off of all those great programs that are working fairly well, and then we came up with our new program. So I'm happy to announce that this has been a partnership with the Department of Behavioral Health to do a 4-phase program on how we can better provide services. Phase 1 is a program that we already have. We have an MOU and a contract with Department of Behavioral Health, which pays for 1 supervisor and 4 police officers to partner with them to go out there and identify, check on those individuals who are under the care of the Department of Mental Health, basically individuals who are suffering from some kind of mental illness, and we check up on them to make sure that they're taking their meds, going to their appointments, and basically keeping them stable. So we're committed to continuing that program, and we've had 2 vacancies in that program. I'm responsible for those vacancies because other positions dealing with violent crime were filled before that. So in this coming year, we're going to fill those vacancies and continue that program. Phase 2 is a program that I'm very excited about that is going to kick off in April, and that's the 988 program. I'm sure many of you guys have already heard. Nationally speaking, there's a new hotline, 988, where people can call to get services for mental health issues. And we partnered, again, with the Department of Behavioral Health to provide that service here in Fresno. So instead of having a dispatcher tied up for 45 minutes speaking to somebody who is going through some type of a crisis, we're able to transfer that number over to 988, so a trained licensed clinician can talk to them and address their needs. If at any point in that conversation it becomes a public safety issue, for example, that individual is threatening to hurt themselves or somebody else, or there's a weapon involved, then that call is immediately transferred back to the police department so we can provide services. I'm a big believer in the fact that police officers who are not trained clinicians should not be handling these types of calls when there's not a public safety issue. So that's a program that is going to start in April, and I'm pretty excited about because it's a best practice, a national best practice. A co-responder program. We've also have a commitment from the Department of Behavioral Health, and you'll hear me mention them quite a bit because they are a true partner in this. It's their responsibility. We help them as a resource in this responsibility. The co-response program is to actually have clinicians in the evening time to respond to all districts. You know, they're going to start small with 3 or 4, but at some point I would really like 5 of them in the evening hours. Why the evening hours? Because during the day we have our current program that basically works, regular office hours. They would come out in the evening. So just like we have CIT officers, or we have a drone officer, or we have a crisis negotiator officer, those resources will be out there in the field, to where if a police officer encounters that type of call, they can say, hey, do we have one of our crisis team members available, one of our clinicians, and they can respond to the field. So this is something that Denver, Colorado has been using as part of their STARS model. They love it. Their officers love the program as well because it gives them an additional tool to render services. That is set to begin in early summer. And then kind of the climax of this type of program is to have alternate response. Alternate response means not the police. Alternate response means a healthcare professional that is better equipped than us. So we have a commitment from DBH to start that at the schools. One practice right now that I don't like, and I've been very vocal about it, is to have an armed police officer respond to a middle school to take a child into custody for a mental health issues. Not a good look, not a good practice. They belong, with a trained professional or in an ambulance, not in a police car. So the pilot program will start in the schools and then hopefully expand to where we're not dispatching police officers at all. Now that is the STARS model, where they have X number of vans, fully equipped in the evenings, responding to these types of calls. So that is part of the what we've done. I'm very proud of this evolution in our CIT response. Going down to, so I cover 7 and 8, and number 9, bed space for mental health and juvenile adults. That is one that says support, but outside our area responsibility. Bottom line is that we don't have facilities. The city does not have facilities for juveniles. That falls to the responsibility of the county. Do we support that? Absolutely. Can I, as police chief, demand that and get that accomplished? No, that's unrealistic. So that's a conversation for later. 10 also falls in line with what I've already talked about, funding for mental health professionals. We're working with that with the Department of Behavioral Health. Now going down to 28, and keep in mind, we skip around because this is under reduction and reallocation of responsibilities for Fresno PD. So we're going to jump around a little bit. Number 28 has to do with Officers not responding to low-risk calls. One of the things that we did the last couple of years with the support of this council and the mayor, the city manager, is to fund additional CSOs, cadets, and even cops positions. No, cops or the COPs are the volunteers. To date, we have hired, I think it's a total of about over 30 of these professional staff, and they've responded to thousands and thousands of calls. So we're actively working to identify responsibilities that do not have to be police officers, so we can send trained staff, professional staff. Any questions on that? Okay, awesome, great. I got answers too. Get this thing here. All right, moving on to PD number 43. These are still under reduce and reallocate responsibilities. PD not to contract with schools, districts. You know, there are going to be a handful of these that are declined recommendations. This is one of them. We've talked about this before, the SROs in the schools, and whether we should have them there or not is part of a national conversation. You know, and I'll keep this brief. The school districts want us there. The kids want us there. The parents want us there. They are the stakeholders in this particular recommendation, and they should be listened to. Now, I will say this. The focus has changed under my command. Okay, 2 goals. Keep the kids safe and build relationships with not just the children, the students, the parents, but also the staff. So it's not to make arrests. It's not to, you know, do any type of operations. Is to keep the kids safe and the staff safe and to build relationships. 45, talking about the city and Fresno Unified as far as investing tax money for safety programs. As many of you already know, because it's part of this council, there is many programs that have reconvened since COVID is not over to address the public safety needs, and particularly in traffic safety. So we've had a couple of meetings on January the 4th. We had a meeting here with the mayor and the Fresno County Office of Education and each of the unified school districts to talk about youth safety near schools, and that includes everything from crosswalks to traffic signals to proactive enforcement of motorcycle officers to enforce the law and get people to follow the law so that our kids are safe. Additionally, I was at a meeting here with many of you on January the 23rd where the Fresno City Council reconvened the school liaison committee, and a lot of the same topics were discussed. Videos have been put out, and I know that to address traffic issues, and be proactive in the educational process. And then also on February the 1st, the City of Fresno was awarded the Vision Zero grant by the U.S. Department of Transportation, which should also help with that. Number 46, transfer units assigned to other city departments. Since I got here, there's been several of these, including the fax unit, no longer under PD. The graffiti unit, no longer under the Fresno Police Department. The Violence Intervention and Community Services Program, which deals with a lot of youth program, not under the Fresno Police Department anymore. That's under Parks now. The Homeless Task Force Resources has been reallocated to HART, and that's not our primary responsibility. Their job is to keep you know, those workers and specialists safe as they're trying to render services to the homeless. And the Recycling Task Force has been also done away with. There's several others. And that covers another recommendation as far as the assessment of specialized units. That happens annually. I can name you half a dozen units that I have looked at. I've looked at the stats, and if they're not efficient or effective, they get disbanded, and we do something different. Okay, it goes back to my philosophy. If something works well, we do more of it. If something doesn't work, then we do something else. So that's a continual process, and that includes every single specialized unit. Has to be efficient and effective, or else we don't do it. Okay, moving on to number 11. Now, number 2, besides CIT, as far as the usefulness and importance, is the use of force policy. And I'll make this easy for you. 11 through 14 and 15 through 17, they all cover policy number 300, which is about our use of force. every one of these policies. Honestly, I found these recommendations to be the most useful because they were in line with national best practices and with some changes in the law. So we went in there and and you have the detailed notes. Every single one of these recommendations was implemented by changing policy. We brought a new de-escalation policy. Keep in mind, we didn't have one before. Now, I was pretty familiar with this because my previous city, Oklahoma City, was the first large police department to implement a de-escalation policy. So we just took that, revamped it to fit our needs and California laws, and that was implemented. So all of those recommendations, all the way to 20, dealing with police culture, conduct, bias, discrimination, were implemented. And we can go into detail, but it's all, every specific policy is in your notes. So I know the PowerPoint's lagging behind, but the next three deal with improving the complaint process, and that deals with a couple of policies within the police department's policy manual, policy 1020 and 328, which not only protects victims of discrimination through a more robust reporting protocol, but it also improved the way that people can make a complaint. Basically, so basically, you can make a complaint. If you have a complaint against the Fresno Police Department, and whatever the complaint may be, number one, they're all looked at. They are all investigated. It's California law that we investigate strong allegations of misconduct. So that can be done online, by telephone, in person, or in writing. A police supervisor will deliver a form to you if that's what you prefer. We will provide a translator if that's what works best, or we will work through your translator. So that's something that's done on a daily basis, and the policy has been updated to reflect that, along with 22. Now, one of the things that we had to kind of work around was the language that was recommended in recommendation number 23. The language that is in there is actually mandated by the state. So, specifically, the eliminate, recommendation number 23, eliminate all references to misunderstanding or lack of communication. That is the state's language. We had to keep that in there, but what we did is that we went above and beyond in updating the policy to explain that. Basically, the recommendations, overall intent of the department was to create a means for complaints to be at all times bypass the formal practice of making it through the chain of command and directly assigned to internal affairs investigation. Minor violations can be investigated by the supervisor at the district. Major violations come to me, and I make the decision on what supervisor is going to investigate those. I can tell you that if it is a major violation, it's going to go to our internal affairs. If it deals with some personnel issues, including some staff members, that can actually come to the city and have the city attorney's office investigate those. So there's that mechanism is already in there. Moving on, still under police culture, conduct, bias, and discrimination. Recommendation number 24, it made the suggestion to increase the, to make sure that investigations were completed by a certain amount of time. So we extended that. They must be investigated by 6 months unless it's a special circumstance, and I give the extension, okay? If it's a vast, complicated case, then we may have to allow more time to the investigators, but routinely they're done within 6 months. 25 also implemented. This has to do with the SB2 policy. The recommendation was to keep reprimands for employees for 3 years. Okay, sustained allegations are not kept for 15 years. That was that's a new law, SB2, so they made that decision for us, and now city policy and department policy reflect that. Again, 26 also deals with timely investigations for discrimination claims. That's 90 days. And that's part of our policy now, so we implemented that recommendation. Number 27 deals with a morality clause to limit city liability. And upon review of our code of ethics, that is in policy, and that is exactly what it is. It's a morality clause. Police officers, city employees, department employees have to take that oath addressing those morality issues and what their duties are as members of the police department. So that is already in there. Number 34, the city will seek revision of qualified immunity. So this is kind of a big deal, and I will tell you that upon the research, not just by me, but by several think tanks across the country, this is a federal issue. Qualified immunity, and there's a lot of misconceptions on this. Police officers can be personally sued. They can, and they have. So people have the misconception that qualified immunity means that you cannot. You can. But this is a federal rights issue. The Fresno Police Department, being part of the Major City Chiefs Association, is comprised of the 79 largest police departments in America, and I believe 7 from Canada, signed a letter. I endorsed a letter. I signed the letter making the request at the federal level to change this policy and to update it. So we've done that as an organization. We've requested that this be updated to conform to today's norms. 48. Community input into all PD functions. In the last 2 years, the Fresno Police Department has been involved in over 1,000 community events. Every captain at every district has the responsibility to hold meetings, be part of meetings. I was part of one last night with Councilmember Bredefeld to seek input, information, points of view, recommendations, suggestions from the community. Extremely important. We will find that in different parts of the community, the issues, the needs, and the problems are quite different. So that is being done. We document that. We were not documenting that before I got here. Now we are. We keep track of every community event, how many people we send, how much time we devote to that, what the event is, what part of town, and things like that, so we can show that constant communication. And then we also engage in social media. I'm sure you guys have noticed that. That's something that we do continuously. Our social media platforms are quite robust, and they're intentional. Any message that comes through one of our department social media direct messages gets resolved. If they ask a question, if they need some information, we engage with them virtually as well. So that is also part of our community input. Okay, moving forward to number 29, recommendation 29 has to do with the COB, Citizens Oversight Board, and we've already discussed that. 30 and 31 are also on my list of priorities because they talk about eliminating discriminatory hiring practices for females and working with colleges and universities to recruit. As you know,
Chief, I'm going to have you just pause 1 second as we get onto the right slide here.
Oh, sorry.
Just a quick second. I want to make sure I can follow along.
We should be on 13, next one.
Should we have the clerk run the slide? I think it would be easier.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we're on 13 right now.
Okay.
And again, recommendation 30 and 31 have to do with hiring. One of the things that I'm the most proud of so far in this agency have been our recruiting efforts. As far as discriminatory hiring practices for females, as many of you know, last year I made the move to sign or to jump on the national campaign called 30 by 30 campaign, and basically with a goal of increasing the number of females to 30% by the year 2030. A tall order. Right now we're at between 12 and 15%, but I can tell you this. Number one, last year, and in your packet is all the demographics on hiring, retention, and even promotion, so you can see the diversity. Out of all the employees that we've hired, over 71% are minority and over 22%, I believe, are female. Since we signed this pledge, our hiring of female police officers has gone up 94%. So are we there yet today? No, we're not. Will we be there? I think we got a shot. I think if we can increase our female hiring for police officers by 94%, that's a pretty good start. So that's something that I'm very, very proud of. Working with colleges and universities, also very important because we want to identify highly educated personnel who represent this community to be police officers. We have gone through to 67 events since January of 2021, which is the month I was appointed and the year I was appointed. So we continue working together with several colleges, too many to name, to try to hire not just females, but a diverse pool of applicants who are educated. Moving to Number 33, that is directly related to, again, the Citizens Oversight Board, but I did include a list of every individual that I have promoted since I got here, and over half of them are minority, and several of them are female. So, you know, that was part of that recommendation, but we're doing our part until that happens, if and when it happens. Next slide, we should be on 14. Number 35, transparency and access to PD operational funds. I think most of you already know that obviously the general budget is a public record, and we are working with our new program, Tyler Munis, to provide some financial reporting. I don't know if we'll be able to accomplish it to the letter of this recommendation because of how complex it is. You can't have every line item, but that's something that the city is working on. Number 36, this was kind of an interesting one because it says community participation in PD budget process. I was under the impression that that was being done by the council, since the council is elected by the community, and thus you represent the community. There is that input. Just like I receive community input, you receive community input as far as what's important to the city, and that influences what our budget is. I don't know if we'd ever get a budget passed if, the community was involved in every single detail, but that's outside my scope. Number 37, limit the influence of the FPOA on the PD budget process. I want to be pretty clear on this one, that their job of our union is to establish salaries, benefits, and a contract. They are not included in any. I had a budget meeting today. They weren't included in that one. I have had two in the last couple of weeks. They have not been part of that. They are not part of the budget process. Myself and my team, with the direction of the city manager, we determine what the needs are and what we're going to ask for to run the police department. Okay, 38, PD to track liabilities of workman's comp expenses by division. That one's also another area that was of high importance when I got here. I was before this council. We talked about our LTA numbers and how high they was. I want to say that when I first got here, I mean, we were in excess of 100 people, maybe even close to 150 due to COVID and workman's comp and things like that. We implemented an employee services unit which investigates fraud. Looks into every single case, and we've been able to reduce that significantly. There's a memorandum attached in the back of this presentation that shows a trade memo that's submitted to the city manager showing the decreases. It's been successful, and again, back to my philosophy, if something's working, we're going to continue doing more of it. My goal for the Fresno Police Department is to have no more than 20 individuals who are off completely on long-term absences or LTA, and to have a maximum of 10 on light duty. It's the cost of doing business. You know, when police officers are tasked with a dangerous job of apprehending criminals, there's going to be, they're going to get hurt. And we have to take care of those folks. But we're not going to put up with any unnecessary fraudulent claims or anything like that. So that's part of my goal for the police department. 39 goes along with number 35 as far as to disclose updated financials online. That is something that the city is working on, but it's subject to software and availability. 40, as far as the time lost, that's so we run a report, not just in my unit internally, but Risk also runs a report, and we keep track of exactly how many days an individual has been done. So that is something that is already being done, and that also covers number 41. So we're on the next slide, please. 42 goes along with another recommendation that I already talked about, and it covers the evaluation of the work assignment to special units and CSOs, covers duties. CSOs are community service officers who are extremely helpful at each district. Thanks to Councilmember Chavez, we added several of them a couple budgets ago, I believe 20, and then an additional 5. By the way, since we did that, 34 CSOs and 21 cadets are being utilized in the field right now to help police officers. What does that equate to? 11,442 calls for service that didn't have to be handled by a police officer because we had this professional staff. So that is something that we're quite proud of, and it's a good practice. Number 44, no grants with unsustainable funding source. I'm pretty sure this is a strong policy of our city manager, that we're not going to take on any grants that, at some point, the programs are going to go away or the positions are going to go away. That's not something that we actively seek to do for obvious reasons. So that's partially implemented. Number 47, now we're in the area of fiscal management and steward of public funds. Evaluate the effectiveness of specialized units, SWAT, et cetera. I talked about this earlier. Every specialized unit is constantly being evaluated, as well as their work product and their effectiveness, or lack thereof. And decisions are made whether we're going to keep those units based off of that information. 49, adopt consistent hourly rates for contract police. I've researched this to try to determine, what is the difference? The difference is this. Contract law enforcement, or, basically services that we provide to private businesses when they want to have a police officer on their premises, is based off of the MOU, because that determines what the pay of a police officer is, and our overtime rate. That's it. Those are the two factors. When you look at a contract like school resource officers, it's different, because we would not have those positions were it not for that contract. Therefore, we also have to include salaries, fringe, and a vehicle. So it's not the same, it's different, and that's why those rates are different. Number 50, PD to develop an asset management plan. Policy number 701, which was implemented here last year, that has to do with a state law that we have to satisfy when we acquire any item, resource that qualifies as or is labeled as military equipment. So we have to report that to the city council. The city council has to approve that. But we also started, at the direction of the city manager, we also started a new program where we basically, it's a new management plan where we work directly with general services, fleet, and also SID or ISD to come up with a replacement pattern and practice for vehicles, computers, laptops, all of those things. Incredibly, we didn't have that before. And one of the questions that I asked, I think it was on day 4 or 5 of me being the police chief, is, hey, what's our budget for the replacement of vehicles and computers? And the response was, yeah, we neither have a plan or a budget. Well, now we do. And there's a formula to determine how long we keep our cars. And all of this is based around providing a good police service with vehicles that work, but also maximizing their mileage and their years of use. And that goes hand in hand with computers. It doesn't take too many years for computer technology to be obsolete. So we're working together with the city to make sure that we have a comprehensive management plan for those assets. Next slide, please. Number 51, that I covered that in the previous recommendation. Those go hand in hand. 52, consider officers carry their own liability insurance. This was an interesting one. I think this has been brought up by Councilmember Arias before, and I've read a couple of national articles about officers basically being self-insured, for police officers to carry their own insurance. I have not been able to find an insurance company that will insure police officers, and those that are out there are way too expensive. So definitely, this would make our recruiting efforts not just more difficult, but impossible. I don't see us having the ability to recruit any new officers if they had to carry the expense of having their own liability. So that one was declined. 53 and 54, the assessment of paid claims, determine trends. That is done by not just internal affairs, risk, and CAO. We keep a running list of not just lawsuits, but claims, reprimands on those officers that are involved. And we have something called an early warning system, which determines if there's a police officer who's getting into trouble, either minor violation or big violation, and that's looked into. It's through a computer software that flags that. Take the human error out of it, so we can be notified when, look, we're having issues with this police officer. He's been in 2 rags, or he's had this many claims, or been in too many uses of force. And then we assess to determine what's going on. Is it a training issue, training deficiency, or something else? So that covers 53 and 54. 57, redirect grants to community organizations. Now, if you look on the tab that covers that, under 57, there's a list of money allocated by the city of Fresno, totaling $10 million through ARPA to organizations such as Breaking the Chains, Marjorie Mason Center, and the Eviction Protection Program, just to name a few. So that was satisfied not by me or the police department, but by the city of Fresno. Number 58, use SLESA funds for community violence prevention. Now, this recommendation, there's two that are very similar. One says use SLESA funds for community violence prevention, and another one use JAG grant for that. Keep in mind that that's the only discretionary funding that I have. And I'll give you two examples. Our instrument panel for one of our helicopters became disabled, broke. It's $100,000 to buy a new instrument panel. I don't have $100,000, an extra $100,000 allocated in my funding. Therefore, we managed to find a company that would sell us a refurbished one for $38,000. We used that funding to buy it because there was no other funding allocated for that. That is the reason why a police department does need this type of funding, because emergencies are going to happen. Vital pieces of equipment are going to break, and we're going to have to find a way to fix those things, like the helicopter, which is very useful. Right now, I have a Bearcat armored vehicle for SWAT. It's not working. It's very old. It needs a new transmission. So I can spend $100,000 on a new transmission for an old vehicle, or I can try to find the grant funding to buy a new one. So those are just a few examples of what that money is used for. Next slide, please. 59, ask county to spend AB 109 funds on the prevention of violence. Obviously, I can't tell the county how to use their funding. I sit on one of those task forces, and they have a very detailed list of how they use that funding, that AB 109 funding. So that's a declined recommendation. 60, I just spoke about, dealing with JAG funds. 61, reallocate tobacco grant funds to code enforcement. We checked on this, and we actually do not get this money and haven't received this money for several years. So if the state gives us some, I'm sure the city manager would consider that. Number 55, next slide. Partnering with community organizations. Partner with community to improve safety. I addressed this earlier as far as what we're doing with various community organizations. I can name them, Barrios Unidos, Project Restore. Obviously, there was significant funding given to the Advanced Peace Program for this exactly. We also have partnerships with the Police Activities League and other programs like the Boys and Girls Club, Big Brothers Big Sisters, to create safe spaces for kids to be part of. I fully support this, and the city has allocated quite a few, a significant amount of money to these types of programs. Number 56, disband Homeless Task Force, HTF. I talked about that earlier as far as the various units that have been done away with, that one being one of them. Next slide, please. 62, evaluate the effectiveness of the chaplaincy program. Keep in mind that the chaplaincy program is a nonprofit. It's a separate entity. It is not under the police department. We do work together with them because they provide a service. They help us make police death notifications. They help when an officer is going through a crisis and they need certain services, and very limited funding. 82% of their funding is raised on their own. I believe what the city allocates to them is about $75,000 per year because we do need their services. Number 63, establish safe community places for students. I just talked about that. Parks has a full list, comprehensive list of various programs for youth that is part of this packet that, services that I didn't even know that they were doing. Very encouraging. Number 64. Pilot program to deter graffiti under parks. That was declined. That was out of my AOR. I'm not over parks. Number 65, establish social equity for shared mobility programs. We are in the process, and I don't have a whole lot of notes on that one because that's out of my AOR, but let me find it real quick.
I think we talked about there's a lot of work doing through the TCC program of the shared mobility. I believe the Black Chamber has is it e-bikes? The e-bikes program, so that one is under the partially implemented.
Number 66 and 67, those were implemented by the city, and they have to do with, obviously, their action plan to address poverty in the city of Fresno, and also the various programs that they have for youth and career programs, and there's the full list of those in your packet. Next slide, please. Number 68, pilot program to achieve diplomas, advanced degrees. Obviously, we are very supportive of these types of programs, but it falls out of our area of responsibility. Number 69, integrate public safety into one department. I personally don't feel like that's the best model for our community. There's other cities that it's not a popular model across the country, but that's a decision that I can't make. That's a decision that the city manager, the mayor, and this council would make. Number 70, implement juvenile diversion strategies. And 71, increase funding for healing circles for juveniles. I was given a full list of programs and services that are provided through the schools and that actually my SROs are part of. They're listed in the packet, and we do engage in healing circles and other practices such as that. Number 72, support violence prevention, advance peace. I believe we've done that to the tune of a lot of money. And number 73, partner with other agencies. Obviously, we have the HART program, and probably Phil Ski is a lot more adequate to list what HART is doing and what partner agencies they're working with. So that is a very quick summary of the 73 recommendations. Again, I really want to emphasize the fact that a lot of these have happened organically through city funding, through ARPA money, and as far as each individual recommendation, some are great recommendations, we've implemented those. Some are not. We've decided that those weren't to the benefit of our community, and there's others that obviously require either other funding or other partnerships. So with that being said, I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
I appreciate the presentation, Chief. I know that was a lot of items to get through, and I appreciate you taking the time to give us an explanation on each of those. I do have a few of my colleagues punched up. I'm going to start with Councilmember Arias, followed by Councilmember Corbasi.
Thank you, Chief. I'm going to keep my speeches short and just try and get some clarifying questions from you. Who's on the BRIT team? Who are the members of that committee?
There is a memorandum that is, I believe, part of the packet that designated that. Now, just to clarify, I did not select those members.
The PRIT, is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah, implementation team.
Yeah, when you refer to BRIT working group, who is a membership of that group?
Chris, do you have that handy? The names?
We'll get it for you.
Thank you. While you're getting that, I want to just put that on the record. I didn't know there was a team. Second question is, you noted in your slide 17 around, fiscal management for the police department and stewards of public funds. Allocate liability costs by division and by unit. Have we done that yet? If I asked you today, how many lawsuits or settlements have the SWAT team costed the city to date versus the bike patrol unit, would you be able to answer that question today?
Yes. So it doesn't, again, I receive a full assessment of every liability situation, every lawsuit, and I'm sure you guys get the same thing.
So risk management actually keeps track of most of that. And I don't know, Samit, you want to have Samit answer that really quick?
Yes, what I'm looking for, if you can just, the recommendation clearly indicates allocate liability and cost by division and unit. I know we currently charge the police department for settlements related to the police department, but this goes deeper by division and by unit. Are we allocating liability and settlements per unit, per division within the police department?
Good afternoon there, my mask was stuck. Yes, we are. So the way we build our risk funds in our budget.
Into the microphone, Samit.
Yes. Sorry about that. Is that better?
Yes. Closer.
Yeah, so we do allocate it out by division so we can show what the costs are over a 5-year average as well.
All right. Can you get us a list of every lawsuit settled the last 10 years within the police department by division and by unit?
Sure.
Great. Thank you.
Point of
We'll have to work through the attorney's office on that as well, just to make sure that
fiscal year, calendar year.
Yeah. You choose.
Sure.
Thank you. Chief, and maybe this is for our risk management folks right back. I know it's, In the past, when I started serving the council, the city was responsible for the first 3 million of self-insurance, and now we're responsible for the first 5 million, which essentially means that if we reach a settlement and a lawsuit, taxpayers are responsible directly for the first 5 million, and then before the insurance kicks in. Is that correct? Are we self-insured for the first 5 million now versus 3 million that it used to be?
Yeah, so I think your question is, what is our self-insurance retention? As of today in this policy year, it's 5 million. And just a point of clarification, even when we are paying in excess of that 5 million, we, the city, are still paying for it. It's just funded through an excess policy.
Correct. And what was the amount previously?
I believe the old retention used to be 3 million, and that was, I think, fiscal year 19 or 20 that made the change. I'm not concrete on that, but I can get that back to you.
And when we made the change, was that based on the amount of, was that a request of our insurance provider, given the amount of risk that we represented, or was that just a fiscal decision that we had extra money to, front the 5 million versus 3?
I wasn't in the risk manager capacity at the time, so I don't know what the specific was. As an
That's fair.
Yeah, as you know, it's a general overview. It could have been, it would have been a cost-benefit factor to make that sense, or we could have been forced where that would have been our option. I can't tell you without being in that situation.
And for the record, all the funds related to police department and settlements all come from the general fund, correct?
Ultimately, yeah.
Yes. All right, thank you. Chief?
Councilmember, we did get the names for the.
Oh, perfect, thank you. Who would be the members of that committee?
You want to read them, Paco, or you want me to?
Sure. So they were broken down into several teams. Under the mental health team, it was Oliver Baines and Mr. Navarro Cruz.
Pedro Navarro Cruz.
Pedro Navarro Cruz. Sorry, I don't have the full names here. So the team members are Pedro Navarro Cruz, Marcel Woodruff, Robert Oliver, Sandra Celadon, Michael Vasquez, DeAngelique Jackson, and Jackie Parks, the chair being Mr. Oliver Baines. The second team, the Citizen Oversight Board team, is Woodruff and Oliver. The community programming is Celadon and Vasquez. And then under discipline, it would be Jackson and Jackie Parks.
Okay. And is that team still active today?
So that's to my point of how I stated earlier. We don't believe so unless they're meeting on their own somewhere. It was only the mental health group that had gone out and done some initial work. I would say that we're not aware, but that doesn't mean it's not happening outside of us.
That's fair. But it's fair to say that we're not facilitating those meetings, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Chief, I know when you arrived, you had quite a bit of adjustments and reforms and
That's an
changes and
understatement,
improvements. Yeah, and in my view, my words, the police department was a disaster. Both on the operational, the fiscal liability, there was quite a bit of challenges, including hundreds of officers not being available for their regular work duty.
That's correct.
And being on extended medical leave with seemingly no oversight to make sure that they were back onto work healthy. Today, how many officers do we have that are on payroll that are not in their regular duty or on medical leave or extended medical leave?
So I'm going to go, I get that report weekly. I'm going to go off the top of my head. It's about 65.
Right.
And I believe about 20, a little bit over 20 are on light duty. So those officers I have a lot of respect for because they want to contribute.
Correct.
So we have them as report takers, as background investigators. So they're assigned and they're helping us in some capacity. And then the rest of them will be our full LTA, long-term absence. Each one of those cases are assessed. We had a meeting last week. And I get the list and I get the names and I look at how long they've been gone. And by the way, the city has been able to successfully separate from several dozen of them in the last 2 years. That's how we got the list down.
And remind me, when you arrived, what was the peak of long-term absence?
I don't have the breakdown, but it was well over 100 police officers, close to 150, if I remember correctly.
And thank you for making progress. I know that was a big body of work for you.
Thank you.
On discipline and terminations, it seems to me, just based on the reports that I read from the independent auditor, that you are setting a record for the amount of terminations, disciplinary actions against, employees within the police department. Do you think you've essentially caught up with, all of them that have to be addressed, or are you still?
Well, there's a lot of them that are pending, but I think one thing we have done is we set a new standard. And the new standard is that the expectations are higher. And if you're an individual who is going to break the law, commit a felony crime, or do something that's so egregious that it shocks, the conscience of our citizens, then you're no longer going to wear this uniform. And I think I've set that standard. I'm not proud to be able to say that we've gotten rid of X number of police officers, but there have been quite a few. I've either terminated them personally, or they have retired or resigned in lieu of termination because they were going through that process. But the fact of the matter is that we're going to hold our people accountable, and being transparent and accountable is important. Now, if you would give me 3 seconds, we were able to do that with fewer disciplinary instances and by reducing the discipline itself. So one thing I noticed is that people were getting very severe discipline for minor offenses. So we made that more consistent to our police officers appreciate that, but they also know that if they go over the line that we're not going to keep them around.
And I know there was concern early on when you began your tenure that somehow the city was going to lower standards and expectations for the quality of folks that we were now recruiting, because we had such a huge push for recruitment. As you know, this council unanimously approved making our police officers the highest compensated police officer in the region at a significant cost to other, equally important services that the city has to provide its citizens. Have you in any way lowered the standard for folks becoming police officers in the city of Fresno as it was feared when you arrived?
Absolutely not. In no way, shape, or form. We have not lowered standards. If anything, we've upped our standards, and we're hiring better people now.
So is it fair to say that you have been successful in hiring more diverse officers, more women than the past, and not in any way, cut corners on the quality of candidates?
So we certainly haven't cut corners. I don't have the stats for before I was chief. All I can tell you is that, just last year, over 70% of the police officers we hired were minority, and over 21% of them were women. So that is successful.
Okay, and I just take a note of that because, I was recently at a ceremony for new firefighters, and it looked night and day compared to a ceremony for new police officers. And in this community that we live in, folks who are in a burning building speak multiple languages, and it's in our interest to have folks that reflect the residents that we serve. And I have seen that in the police department. I have yet to see it in the fire department, and I'm sure we'll have that discussion during the budget process. Just my last point of reference, Chief, is from my perspective, you had a lot of work in front of you when you arrived. I've seen significant amount of changes and improvements in the police department. I think this council has given you all the resources. As a matter of fact, I think every year we give you more resources than what you ask for.
That's true.
We also give you higher expectations.
That's true.
And demand more of you, like the promise of give me another bike unit and we'll give you bike officers in Tower. I'm still waiting. Give me another unit, I'll give you more protection downtown. I'm still waiting a little bit.
It's
Parkway,
coming.
I'm still waiting. Warming centers, I'm still waiting. But I do recognize in all seriousness that it takes time to build up the department, hire all the folks, deal with retirements, new folks coming in. The one place I will tell you that I have not yet seen progress is in the 911 dispatchers. I call 911 quite a bit because I report a lot of fires within the district en route to take my kids to school in the morning. My average wait time on the 911 dispatch goes from 4 minutes to 8 minutes. I get redirected to multiple entities. I've heard the same thing from my constituents over and over. We still have the lowest paid 911 dispatchers in the region. We've made our officers more competitive. We are yet to do that. I know some of us are working on that. And we're probably gonna be more aggressive than the administration is comfortable with, or some folks may be, but I still have not seen improved response times. I have not seen better staffing of the dispatch center. We've allocated $10 million for a new facility. I know it takes a while to design and build, but I know you've been creative and innovative. I'm still waiting for that creativity and innovation when it comes to a dispatch center. And I think, from my perspective personally, if we don't see that soon, we as a city might have to look at other dispatch models, whether it's American Ambulance or the county system that pay better, respond better, hire better and faster, because this is the one place that I think the residents cannot afford to continue to be patient in. So that's my top priority for the police department. Expect that during the budget season. Show me, we've given you a couple of years. You've done a lot of cleanup and improvements, but this is the one place that we are yet to see that significant amount of progress.
Well, I can say that you're 100% correct, and that will be a priority. That same aggressiveness that we showed in hiring police officers, we're going to shift that over to dispatchers.
We're going to be talking about that today, Councilmember.
Yes,
And I know Councilmember Carbasi brought this up last week, and we promised we'd be back at the next meeting, and we will be.
Yep, and I know that's something that's going to require resources and time and patience and a lot of stuff, but it does us very little good to have a lot of officers if people can't get through dispatch.
You're 100% correct.
Get answered. So thank you for your time and thank you for your efforts. And I know our community is asking for faster implementation, and you continue to work at it, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Next up, we have Councilmember Carbasi, followed by Councilmember Bertefeld.
Chief, thank you for your time. We talk about diversity on this council. There's diversity of opinions. I do not believe this department was a disaster when you came on, but I do believe things are improving a lot. I did vote against the budget a few years ago because I was very concerned about our recruitment and whether the money we were investing was actually going into hiring more officers to keep that pledge I made to the residents I represent. So I think you might have mentioned a few names. Early on, when you started talking about the Civilian Oversight Board, you mentioned two names. Are there two members of that board, or am I mixing that with something else?
No, they were, so there was the actual commission that put together the document, we know that. And then there was an implementation team, and those were the names that I talked about, yeah.
So the actual commission members is 2 pages.
Right.
So it's a lot.
But as far as...
Including 2 of my deputy chiefs and I think the union president.
Right. As far as having an oversight board, has that been set yet?
No, that was referred to that was one of the recommendations. That was referred to the working group because they were supposed to develop the plan.
Okay.
We never got anything back.
So my only suggestion for the working group, and I would say this for any technical field, I would suggest that the members of that participate in using the use of force simulator. They participate in the Citizens Police Academy or go on a ride along or have more experience because like if for example, if I'm going to serve on a committee evaluating whether a doctor, a surgeon made a mistake in surgery, I should have a little bit experience in that field before I do that because I may not understand the technical implications of that actions. That's just a recommendation I'm making. I hope those members hear that.
We will certainly take that under advisement. I think that's a good idea.
Okay. And then regarding the SROs, my fiance is a teacher in a middle school and they absolutely love their SRO. And I can just tell you that's an example of where there was a lot of noise about how SROs are X, Y, and Z, but in reality, when you polled the students and the parents, this is something they wanted, and I'm grateful that we had some school board members that were courageous enough to say, no, that's what the people want, and we're going to deliver for them. Thank you for keeping SROs in our middle schools.
You're welcome.
I do want to ask a question about this limitation of influence of FPOA, the union. Now, I would say this, we talked about dispatch earlier. Dispatch is not represented by FPOA, it's represented by a different union. So I think by nature of being a chief of police, no matter who it is, sometimes employees may not want to bring something to you because you're the chief, or they just may not feel comfortable doing that. Or even to a deputy chief. It's just the way people think, but they're willing to talk to their union representative about it. And it's not always a bad thing, it's just how they feel about something. So equipment being one of those things, I'm a bit concerned that people elected to represent the 800 and so officers that we have aren't able to come to you and make recommendations for the budget. That communication's not there. I would say this for the firefighters union. I would say this for the city employees union. I'm a bit concerned about that because if they don't go to you, they're going to come to us as council members. And I'd rather they go to you because you know, for example, you mentioned a piece of SWAT equipment that isn't working anymore. That's pretty concerning to me, especially given how your SWAT team was just in my district and did an amazing job by the Nelson Elementary School stopping a bomber in our city, which is kind of unusual for me. I've never had that growing up here for almost 40 years of my life. So can you give me a little bit?
Yeah, so thank you for your point, because I certainly understand your perspective. Now, since I came to be chief, I have an open door policy. Okay, anybody can make an appointment. It doesn't matter who they are, where they work, and they can come and speak to me. and give me whatever information. You would be surprised at the number of emails and meetings that I get, and I get that direct direct feedback. You know, I wasn't part of this commission. I believe the spirit of the recommendation was the fact that there was maybe a point of view that the union was involved in the day-to-day operations or in the priorities in the budget. And I can tell you that simply is not true. And there's union members here today, and I think they'll tell you the same thing. We do work very well with our union. And that's something that you don't see at every city, because I talk to many other chiefs who have a terrible relationship with their union. That's not the case here. We don't agree on everything day to day, but they bring me problems, and I meet with them once a month. I attend several of their meetings, and we have conversation. And they tell me the problems that's being brought to them, and we come up with a solution. And I really can't think of too many. As a matter of fact, our last meeting, we didn't have anything to talk about other than updates because there were no complaints. So I think that starts with communication, and I bring that spirit of communication, and that's not going to stop because that's who I am.
And I actually have seen you at those meetings, and you're right, and thank you for that. That's very reassuring to me, Chief. I appreciate that. And then another thing, we mentioned briefly qualified immunity. I know it's very controversial, but what I learned during this whole process after the murder of George Floyd, which was a disgusting, terrible thing, but we had a big response by this community of all different perspectives, but mostly people wanting to seek justice and making sure we're a community that does that. I also learned that what we say up here matters, and our recruitment dwindling and people leaving. I remember October of, I don't know if it was 21 or 22.
It's 21.
21.
Yeah.
I call it an exodus of people because it was a huge spike to other agencies and leaving. I really think what's said in this body makes a difference. So I want to be very careful when we talk about things like making people pay for their own liability insurance, even though it's not feasible, just even saying that. Because it may play well to certain crowds, but the reality is, and if you want to go through the level of training that we have for our officers and how we've improved upon that for recruiting people, you have to be trained as you're an officer. And I've been lucky to go to the training center when I was a resident through the Citizens Police Academy and see what it's like and the layers it takes to become an officer. Gosh, becoming a motors unit is something that's extremely beyond that very difficult.
One of the toughest schools, yeah.
But the reason I bring that up and the point I'm trying to get at is we have officers that are trained. We have officers that know the scrutiny they face, and this is California, unfortunately, in certain respects, where politicians who think they know everything, for them, hindsight is 20/20, and I don't want any officer second-guessing themselves when someone is making a threat. We've had deaths on roads in my district from erratic drivers and street racers. We've had, unfortunately, shootings and other things in this district. I just want to make sure our officers know that they're not going to be thrown under the bus, that when they decide, God forbid, they have to draw a taser or hopefully go less lethal, or God forbid, have to draw their gun, that the last thing in their mind is they're going to hesitate, because the moment that criminal gets their gun, it's on us. Talk about liability. They can kill the officer and they can kill someone else. So can you tell me what the culture is like and what the thoughts are amongst your members? Do they feel like they're protected in this city?
Well, I can tell you this, and obviously I haven't taken a poll or heard from each one of them.
But you have a good pulse.
I do.
Yeah,
and what I do is I send messages, and I sent quite a few of them. I sent a message after this last critical incident and the one before that to reassure them that it's going to be okay. I was at no fewer than 4 different meetings yesterday, 2 with 2 groups of trainers that we call corporals and FTOs, reassuring them that, look, follow policy, do what's right. And you're going to be okay. We're not going to throw you under the bus. There is a sense of accountability, but there's also a sense of support. And I agree with you. That's very, very important that our police officers are going to be supported. And I've said that from day one. I continue to do that. We have support. By the way, I call every officer, or I send them a text messages and let them know that, hey, checking on you, making sure you're okay. I spoke to the officers that were involved in the critical incident the other day. Even though I was out of town, I had them on speaker, and I spoke to them. And I think they appreciate that, because they tell me they do. So, yes, we do want to create an environment where our police officers feel supported and they feel valued.
Okay. And thank you for that. And I mean, again, like you said earlier, we have policies you have to follow. You can't deviate from that. But if you do your job, you follow policy, I feel more assured by what you said. Thank you very much, Chief. Sure. Those are all my questions, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. Lastly, we have Councilmember Bertefeld punched up to speak. Councilmember?
Yes, thank you for the presentation, Chief. I too am troubled by somebody saying the police department was a disaster. I mean, I disagree with that. I don't think the police department was a disaster. And that kind of language sends a very negative message and image of our police department, which most people do not have. I don't have. And so I want to say, you know, I completely disagree with that. Something, Paco, Police Chief, you were saying in this discussion that you were going to hold people accountable, now, police officers, if they make a mistake. Were police officers not being held accountable before?
Wasn't here before. I can tell you that there was a lot of very severe discipline, and I think that morale was down. I think that, you know, I came at the tail end of the defunding movement and obviously the horrific events after George Floyd, and then you have the, you know, COVID pandemic. So this was probably, honestly, probably the worst time to leave the Midwest and go to California and try to become a police chief. So I don't think it's any secret. I think if you talk to a lot of our officers, what was the feeling, you know, before the chief got here? And there's that fear and anticipation of what kind of leader are we going to get. So I think morale was down, and I think, you know, I looked at the numbers as far as how we were disciplining folks, and I didn't agree with it. You know, I have a difference of opinion. I think that the discipline should be very consistent, and it should be appropriate for whatever happens. And to me, there's a very big mistake, or I'm sorry, there's a very big difference between an honest mistake, for example, backing up into a pole, and committing a deliberate act of breaking a law or breaking a policy. Those are two different things in my book. So we've tried to formalize discipline to where it's more consistent, it's fair, it's people are being treated the same, and that's the mechanism we have now.
Okay.
And it's better than what we had.
It's better than what we had. Okay. In terms of hiring, you said that over 70% have been minority, 20% have been women, and we've needed to reflect the community more. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Are the people that you hired the most qualified people?
Absolutely.
Okay, so they're the most qualified.
They never make it through the process if they're not.
Okay. So the fact that we've gotten more minority, more women, those are still the most qualified folks?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's great, because that's what I want. I want the most qualified people, and if it happen to be one person, a sex, or whatever, I mean, I think that's what most people want. They want the most qualified people. I think when we are looking to hire pilots, I think we want the most qualified people. If we need brain surgery, I hope we get the most qualified people. And when you wear the uniform, I think we should be hiring the most qualified people, the people who can do the job the best, and that's what you're saying we're doing.
Yes, we are.
Absolutely. Okay, I also agree with the student resource officers. We need them. I'm glad that people on the board had the courage to go against those who were, you know, screaming that we shouldn't have SROs on schools. I think it does make it more safe for everybody. And as far as one of the recommendations of limiting the influence of FPOA on the police department budget, I'm not sure why. I mean, I don't think FPOA should dictate the police department budget, but they represent 800 officers. Why would we not want to include their feedback on what's needed? I mean, they're representing the people who are actually doing the job.
Well, that's why I have those meetings.
Okay.
That's why I have, you know, number one, you know, having that communication, that open avenue communication. They do communicate with me. Believe me, if there's a deficiency in either equipment or the operations, I get to hear it from them. Does that mean that I include them in my budget process? No. I include my executive staff, individuals who hold the rank of captains and above, who have 20, 25 years experience in the police department. So, I mean, that's part of it. I'm sure if there's something that we need, they're not shy about that. They're going to let me know.
Okay.
Yeah, but they're not part of the process, and they will not be part of the process.
I got you. Okay, and one thing that is also troubling for me, you said you need an instrument panel on a helicopter that costs $100,000. Okay, I'm an instrument-rated pilot. I understand what you need with an instrument panel if you're going to fly a helicopter or fixed wing or anything else. Why is it I mean, I know that your budget wasn't included, but the fact is, why doesn't it make it to the council in some way so we can find the money to give you to get the helicopter running, or when you have a SWAT vehicle for $100,000 that is needed. We ought to know that so we can find the money to make the community safe. That's what this is all about. Number one priority, and some people said that it's, it's equivalent to other commitments that we have or services that we, I don't think so. I mean, we have to provide services, of course, but our number one objective, in my opinion, is public safety. So, and I'm asking city manager, police chief, how is it that we can, when that is needed, it's not initially budgeted, it can come back to the council so we can get that taken care of?
So we didn't need to come back to the council, because I think on the instrument panel, because to the chief's point, he uses that SLEF's funding source as his emergency fund. It's in his budget, it's appropriated, so that's his go-to place. If he wouldn't have had enough money in that fund, then yes, perhaps we would have come back to council.
Okay.
We did have discussions about the Bearcat during the last budget. There were many priorities that you asked, I actually think it was you, that you asked the chief about, and we did have the very conversation about the Bearcat, but at that time, there were a couple higher priorities. So I'm sure it will be back into his budget request again, but I can assure you that we do pretty good that when we come back to, I'm not very shy about, okay, let's go to council, absolutely when we need it, but he did have that fund in his budget. But I can assure you, if it ever did become an issue that we needed council approval, we would be in front of you.
And council member, since you asked that question to both of us, I did have that discretionary funding, so we bought it. I didn't have time to wait. I had to put that helicopter back in the air. There's several large items in the budget that deal with either technical assistance, software. One of the more significant ones was brought to me by the union, highlighting a need in the police department, and that's something that we're bringing forth in the mid-year or in this year's budget.
Okay. And one of the people who served on the police reform implementation team has tweeted out that, for the record, I was on the City of Fresno Police Reform implementation team, and none of what the city is reporting, I think she's meaning you, was approved or even discussed by the team. The city is straight up lying.
Yeah, I don't think I need their approval or their permission to implement good policies in my police department. And by the way, on a weekly basis, I implement new policies that are national best practices and recommendations, and I don't ask anybody. That's why I'm the chief of police.
And I completely agree with you. This same person is the one who tweeted during the riots when the Minneapolis Police Department was burning down.
Now, that's not helpful.
She tweeted, "Burn it down." She also just recently tweeted when this incident, this officer-involved shooting took place. She said, tweeted, "The Fresno Police PR machine is working overtime. Murder shouldn't be the default." So I guess she's saying the police officers murdered this individual. I bring this up because I think there are people who have agendas, who served on that commission, who are serving on why I don't know that these folks who really have an agenda against the police serve on this commission. We really ought to have the courage to say that we want objective people who really want to be positive and make positive recommendations for the community, but rather have an agenda where they really think the police should be defunded and the police are murdering people. And I think we all know that that's ridiculous and absurd. So anyway, I appreciate you, Police Chief. You've made tremendous changes in the little over 2 short years that you've been here. I think you've been a very positive influence and force in the community. You were at the district meeting for my district. The people respect and admire what you're doing, as they do all of our law enforcement, all of our police officers who are doing a phenomenal job. And so I commend you for it. I commend you for all the changes that you're making. I think they will make a very significant difference and improve a department that I think has never been a disaster, but is, continuing to evolve and improve. And we all want that, including the men and women who wear blue. So thank you very much, and thank you to our officers.
Councilmember, because I think I'm the one who talked a little bit about the implementation teams and the working groups, and I want to make it very, very clear. I think I made it pretty clear that you're right, they didn't approve, number one, because we don't need their approval, but number two, because they never met. So we went, with the exception of the mental health group. So we proceeded forward trying to implement as many of these recommendations that made sense. So I want to make sure that there's no mistake that I said that I agree, they didn't approve. One, we didn't need it, and two, they didn't meet. So, thank
And
you.
I completely concur with you. You didn't need to meet. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, in closing, Chief Balderrama, I appreciate the time you took today. I know from what I've seen in your presentation and hearing from my colleagues, still got a lot of work to do, a lot of work ahead of us, but I'm also hearing that you've made significant progress in the 2 years you've been on. I'm hearing you have earned the trust and the respect and confidence of this council, and we know that you'll continue to do your best to implement the remaining recommendations in place, but we appreciate the good work that you've been doing.
Thank you, Council President. If you will allow me, just in closing, yes, I'm standing up here and I'm the representative of the police department, and I've been the focus. But in all reality, it hasn't been me. You know, I have a team of just extremely competent, good people who have worked extremely hard to accomplish most of these goals. Not only that, I've had a council that has trusted me and given me the funding, the resources that I need. I have a city manager that fights for me in order for us to meet our goals. So it's, yes, I'm standing up here by myself and I'm the focus, but it has not been me. It's been this council, it's been our city manager, it's been our mayor, it's been our community. And regardless of the tweets, which, you know, those are going to happen. I've sensed a huge support in this community. Those tweets are one individual's tweets. And that individual is not helping me when there's a shooting or a homicide or to find the killers of a 3-month-old baby. They're nowhere to be found. But my officers are out there solving the crimes and getting it done, and I'm very proud of that. So yeah, this doesn't, you know, all it does, it gives me more fuel to continue reaching our goals, to the goals of the city. And thank you for your support. It is felt and it is appreciated.
Keep up the good work, Chief. Thank you very much. We have a couple more workshops coming up, but before we do that, we need to address a continued consent item, correct, Councilmember?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Per our legal counsel, I want to make, it's a series of 3 motions. First motion is to reconsider the approval of the agenda.
Second.
All right. It's a motion to reconsider to reintroduce item 1I, but we need to do a 3-step process. So it's to open or reconsider the approval of the agenda.
Yeah, for my council colleagues' edification, we had a consent item continue to the next meeting that Councilmember Chavez has received clarification on. He just wants to add it back onto the 1I.
1I.
Yeah, right now. No. Do we need to have discussion on it?
Not yet.
Okay.
This motion needs to go first, but then.
We have a motion and a second to reconsider this item. Any opposition?
All right, how many votes do you need to pass this thing?
Majority.
Oh, okay, you're lucky, Luis. No, I'm kidding.
All right. Any opposition?
No.
Item passes 5-0.
All right, I'd like to make the motion to add item 1I back to the agenda with the title, and I think I have to read the title. City Attorney, is that correct?
Yes, please.
It's a resolution of intent to annex final tract map number 6338 as annexation number 140 to the City of Fresno Community Facilities District number 11, and to authorize the levy of special taxes and setting the public hearing for Thursday, April 20th, 2023 at 10 a.m. And this is referencing the property on northeast corner of Church Avenue and South Sunnyside Avenue.
Have a motion from Councilmember Chavez and a second from Councilmember Carbasi to add it back onto the agenda. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 5-0.
Now in public comment.
Well, he's gonna make
Yeah, let me make a motion to approve item 1I.
a motion to approve item 1I from Councilmember Chavez, and I'll go ahead and second that one myself. We'll go out to the public. If the public wishes to speak on item 1I on the consent calendar, now would be the time to do so. Seeing no yellow cards and nobody punched up on Zoom. We have one person on Zoom. Okey dokey.
We have Lisa Flores.
Good afternoon. Late afternoon, actually. My only concern is that this item is brought up at such a late hour of the meeting. It is now 3:30, and if there was anybody interested from the public, how would they bring redress if they weren't hanging out and waiting for this to be readdressed, or knew that this was actually going to be readdressed at this late hour of the day? that is what my issue is. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Council President, there is no more public comment.
Thank you, City Clerk. We have a motion and a second on the table. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 5-0. Thank you, City Clerk. We will now resume the workshop portion of today's agenda. We will move on to the 2:30 timed item. That is the workshop presentation by Fresno City Employees Health and Welfare Trust, sponsored by the Office of the Mayor and City Manager. And as usual, we will let the presenters get through the presentation before council weighs in with comments or questions. Who do we have presenting, City Manager?
So I'm going to introduce the team, but Clerk, this is the one we're going to need the multiple microphones for because we're going to kind of do a tag team. So first of all, yes, I am your city manager. I am also a trustee of the Fresno City Employees Health and Welfare Trust. And so I'm going to stay up here and do my best to wear my city manager hat only today because I have a fiduciary obligation as a member of the trust as well. And I want to really try and avoid going back and forth. I just think that'll create some problems. So I am going to start by handing it over to the chairman of the trust, who is Shane Archer, who you can tell is a member of our Fresno Fire, oh my God, I'm having the local fire union. And so with that, I'll hand it over to Shane to go ahead and get started and continue through the PowerPoint.
Hello,
Good
Shane.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello. As Georgianne said, Shane Archer. I'm the chair of the Fresno City Employees Health and Welfare Trust. Today we're here just to give you a quick overview of how the trust works, probably a little history on how it was formed, and how we conduct business. I probably won't be speaking much. We're going to be deferring to Mike Moss, he's our counsel, Tom Dragusis with HealthComp, he's the third-party administrator, and Andrew Dessa, who is one of our consultants with Rowland Leaston.
Okay, so this is working, right? Great. Okay, well, you guys want to come up? My name is Mike Moss.
Hey, Clerk, why don't you run the presentation so you guys let them know next slide whenever you need them to move through the presentation.
Thank you. Mike Moss, I've been legal counsel to the trust since 1990, so 33 years. And so I'm both the attorney and the historian. No one else has been remotely close to being with the trust for that long. So I'm going to do a little history presentation along with answering any questions you might have about the legal part. So if you would go to the next slide, please. All right, this is the history of the trust. I'll give you a little background very quickly because I know we got a lot to cover and not very much time. 1972, 18 years before I was brought on, but I did spend a lot of time learning about what happened in those 18 years. The city attorney was advising this trust until it decided that they couldn't do it anymore. There just wasn't anyone there who wanted to get into the complexities of health law and health benefits, so they went out to bid, and I was successful, and I've been doing it ever since. In 1972, there was, in those days, I believe, an insurance code provision still there that says, and rightfully so, I suspect, that a governmental entity has about 3 choices about how they provide health benefits to their employees. And one is, really 2 that matter, I guess, for purposes of this discussion, at least till the end. One is that because the notion is an employer should not self-insure or self-provide the benefits unless no one should in this state unless they're an insurance company. But they made an exception for government employers, and 2 ways to go. One is that the general assets or general fund of the governmental entity would be responsible for every employee benefit in the health area. So you simply become bound to provide health benefits, and if it goes bad, you incur the risk. And if you remember, some of you have been around a little longer like I have, City of Stockton went bankrupt over that, and for a while it was just almost out of business because of some promises they made to long-term employees and retirees that resulted in enormous expenses they couldn't walk away from. There was an exception, and there remains 50 years later an exception in the insurance code that says if you want to limit the financial obligations or risk of a governmental entity, you can create what is called a jointly trusteed health trust. And there are very specific rules that were in place in 1972, still exist in the insurance code. Jointly trusteed means just what it says, 50% of the of the management authority is vested in appointees by the governmental entity, in this case, the city of Fresno. The other 50% have to come and are, the responsibility and the right to make decisions is given to individuals who are appointed by the unions, by the bargaining associations for the governmental entity. There is a need for a written trust agreement, and most importantly, the entity, the trust, has to be independent of the governmental entity and responsible for making all those decisions. If you meet that criteria, you limit the government's risk, but you also bring the unions, through their representatives on the trust, into the decision-making process about how the delivery of health benefits are going to go. So you did that in 1972, above my pay grade about whether that was a good idea, a bad idea, or an okay idea. That's what happened in 72. That still exists. What that means is that unless and until the bargaining parties, through the meet and confer process, make a decision to go in another route, take it back to the city, have HR run it, et cetera, do something completely different. That is the way it is, and my client is the Fresno City Employees Health and Welfare Trust, and it is an independent body. So neither the council nor the unions can directly implement or impact how decisions are made. It's separate, and it has to be to meet that insurance code requirement. So it can happen, but it would require meet and confer between you or your representatives and the unions and its representatives through the meet and confer process. So if we go to the next slide, that's where we're at, and you've been that way for 50 years. Like I said, management trustee appointments, that's used to be originally the city council made the appointments. In fact, city council members were on the trust. That didn't work. You folks had your predecessors had way too much to do to sit in these hours and hours of meetings. In 1982 or 83, it was amended that through meet and confer again, that the city manager would appoint the city's representatives, and still the unions would appoint their representatives. And by the way, every union has the right to appoint a representative. But again, 50% of the vote for the city appointees, 50% of the vote for the union.
Mike, really quick. Labor trustee members, can you stand up really quick so the council can see who you are? So these are the labor representatives on the trust. Thank you, guys. The management members are me, TJ Miller, and Jennifer Meisner. Go ahead, Mike.
And one more time, because it's really important, the three that she identified have one vote. By majority vote, they decide one vote, 50%. All these union folks together have a by majority vote, have the other vote. And that is a tradition that's in private industry through the Taft-Hartley Act, National Labor Relations Act, all of that. The idea is that there'd be no undue influence or control by either side of the bargaining table. And again, don't have an opinion. I do have a lot of opinions, but I don't get to have an opinion about whether that makes sense or not. But I can tell you that in any time labor unions are involved and an employer involved, that's the way it happens. So it's not something that was dreamed up just by this entity in this organization. Next slide, please. Try to move this along. You know more about the Brown Act than I do, but we do follow the Brown Act. We feel that's important. ERISA is the federal law that governs this type of trust. For private industry, you are not subject to it because there's an exemption for government plans. The most important thing on here, frankly, is the Affordable Care Act, or some people know as Obamacare. In 2010, the federal government implemented a law, which you all have been reading about in the newspapers and probably are very aware of. Affordable Care Act defines what a health benefit plan has to provide. It's called essential benefits, and there's no negotiation anymore about what is our plan going to look like in terms of the most essential of health care, paying for health care. And so the trust is obligated to comply with the Affordable Care Act, with HIPAA, which is privacy. The Mental Health Parity Act has become very important recently, and it's been around for about 16 years, but it's become more important. All of the laws that were passed during the COVID, during the pandemic, impacted a lot of the health plans, and we follow them. That's just the way we have to do it, and you would want us to do it, I think. Next slide, please. So the responsibilities of the trustees, the folks that you appoint or your city manager appoints and the unions appoint, fiduciary role, acting prudently in the sole interest of the participants. There is always a weighing of how much money do we have, what benefits are we mandated to require, and how can we best deliver it. And they walk in, not whatever their role is outside of the room, they have a fiduciary responsibility under California law as trustees to do that and to comply with federal and state laws regulating health plan, which mostly means that you got to provide a certain menu of benefits, frankly. And the last one, determine the menu of benefits. That's what they do, trying to maintain the financial stability. I already mentioned 50-50 vote on all issues between your appointees and the union appointees. A special rule exists for this trust establishing the contribution rate after meet and confer negotiation in 2009 or 10 during the financial crisis of that period, which says that what is prudent is to have 4 months of unrestricted reserves and that the contribution rate needs to be set that will assure at the end of the following year there will be financial stability, and that's defined by an arbitrator, by the way, that in a hearing that occurred in 2007 involving this trust. And that rate is, if not established by the trustees, is set by Andrew Disa, who's going to come right now, but the health consultant who's also the actuary for the plan. And so there is a way that rate gets set by default by a professional actuary. Next slide. I'm the trust attorney. I've talked too much. I advise regarding all the legal issues. And like I said, I've been here so darn long that when people want to know what predecessors did, I'm the one that tells them because I was the only one that was in the room. And I actually met Ralph Tonseth, who started this thing. So a lot of you probably don't know who that was, but he was an institution at the city about 50 years ago. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to, what's the next? I think it's Andrew.
Yeah, thank you. So as Mike said, I'm Andrew Dessa, consulting actuary from Rowell & Letson. So Rowell & Letson, we are the health and welfare consultants for the Fresno City Health and Welfare Trust. You can see on the screen some of our tasks here. Really what our job is to do is to provide all the information that the trustees would need in order to make informed decisions. So that includes putting together cost projections, providing historical data, and really just providing industry expertise. We are the consultants for all the various benefits. So you can see on the screen, medical, dental, vision, prescription drug, and other just really refers to other welfare benefits such as hearing aids or chiropractic coverage. We deal directly with the vendors in terms of negotiations, reviewing all their pricing, methodologies, assumptions. We assist every year with the renewals. And we also work on the RFPs, the request for proposals. So when directed to do so, we put together comprehensive RFPs that go out to various vendors. We review those analysis, put together a report, and then provide that to the trustees in order for them to make a decision on what to do. Every year we help setting the contribution rate, so that involves putting together financial projections. And then lastly, the last bullet, we assist with the various documents that are required each year and help with putting together participant notices. Next slide, please.
I want to get the next slide, and then Tom will come on. Oh, okay, real quickly, I want to make sure a possible misconception is shown not be true. A lot of you, if you've especially been in private industry with small businesses, you went out and hired a broker to get you insurance for your employees, and you know that broker is going to get a commission for placing with, be it Blue Shield, Blue Cross, Kaiser, Delta Dental, you name it, and they get a commission. In this case, and in all the clients I have, Andrew, who's the benefit consultant and works on all the things he talked about, Tom, who'll speak to administration, and certainly me, we receive compensation through a retainer that is paid by the trust, and we absolutely are forbidden from getting any third-party compensation. There are no brokerage arrangements, commissions, soft dollar education, anything like that. If I find out about it as counsel, it's one of the first things I would raise, you know what, with the board. Go ahead.
My name is Tom Dragousas. I'm an executive with Health Comp. And the first thing I wanted to point out, because it's a common misconception, is Health Comp is not an insurance company. This is a self-funded plan, and we are the third-party administrator. The medical portion of it, which many of you may know, comes through a network called Blue Shield, which provides you with the access to basically primary care doctors, specialty doctors, just like if you were on a fully insured plan. And the trust gets the benefit of getting those discounts that are available to the doctors, from the doctors and from the facilities. But the actual amounts that are paid come from the members' co-insurance or members' copay, or from the trust reserves that are available. So we are not an insurance company. We administer claims for self-funded plans, including the trust. So we do both private employers, and we also have a number of different government plans. From up there, it says we're the administrative office, and that's for a few various reasons. One is, yes, we do administer claims, but also because the trust doesn't have a brick and mortar location, doesn't have a phone or anything, we actually act as the administration office. So we'll often have, during open enrollment, we'll have patrol cars, we'll have police cars, we'll have all kinds of city vehicles coming and dropping off their open enrollment forms or dropping off other information. So we basically provide the location for the members to come to as well. We do manage a number of aspects as directed by the trustees, but that comes from the direction of the trustees. And then it goes to the next part of basically going through all of the claim type functions. So for instance, eligibility of individuals. That actually comes from the city of what makes someone eligible to be on the plan, and we receive the eligibility information, which is then loaded into the plan and loads you or other family members as a recipient. We do provide customer service, so we will get member calls. They'll be asking about medical benefits. If they do ask about benefits that are not administered through our office, we will direct them to the proper entities to call, or sometimes do what's called a soft transfer to someone else. This would include the dental benefits, it includes the vision benefits, a few other types of vendors that are involved, the RX through Optum. So we will direct them to those various sources. We are also basically adjudicating the claims. And what that means is the claims come in. They come in through Blue Shield. They'll have what's called an allowance involved. We apply the benefits through our system, and we prepare the EOB and the payment out to either the facility or the physician. From record keeping, basically we maintain all of the documents, not only for claims and so forth for the members, but we do have the contracts with the vendors. So again, we're kind of the brick and mortar location as well of maintaining all of that information. And then as far as the working with the trustees, we prepare the agendas. The agendas are prepared by our office, but they are done with the approval of the attorney, Mike Moss, and Andrew Dessa for items that need to appear on the agenda. And agenda items are often suggested by other trustees, which will then go on the next agenda with whatever direction they give us for what they would like researched or what they would like presented to them. We will prepare the minutes and all of the board materials. So that'll include any type of utilization reports that come from any of the particular vendors. It comes with financial reports. And all of that information is available through the city website when it is actually posted. So with that, I believe that's everything for the three of us. And Georgianne White, I believe you're going to be handling the next section.
Yes, actually, so in addition, by the way, I just in case you all didn't know, this was actually at the request of a couple council members. I think it had come up a number of times on this dais about questions about coverage and how things were being handled. And so that is why this is on the agenda. And then another one of the questions that came up was a benefits comparison. Yes, Miguel, it was you. And I believe Nelson as well. Anyway, so we did a benefit comparison. And so if you could move ahead to the one that says benefit survey. It's like this. Hold on. Stay right there. Mike, touch on this topic about the apples to apples comparison, about when we look at the numbers, we are comparing ourselves as a government plan to all of our comparisons are in a different category. Can you touch on that a little bit more as far as the, remember we talked, or
I can
Andrew,
take this if
okay,
you want.
thank you, Andrew.
So this is an important slide here because there are significant differences between a single employer plan and a joint labor management trust. So the differences are a single employer plan can typically be much more flexible in their offerings. And what I mean by that is there can be a base medical plan and what are known as buy-up plans, where you have plans with richer plan designs that can be offered, and the single employer plan is able to charge the members differently based on which plan they enroll in. So if they enroll in a richer plan design, the member would pay more as a contribution rate. For joint labor management trusts, it's more typical for there to be only one, maybe two plans offered. And our experience with that is it's due to the bargaining. Basically, one contribution rate is given for all members enrolled, so there is thus only one rate paid by the member for the plan, and there's not a different amount charged for whatever plan they enroll in. So just wanted to make that distinction before looking at the benefit comparison.
Okay,
chart.
can you go to the next slide, please? Philip, you want to, so this is Philip Carbajal. He is our benefits manager. I believe that's his correct title. Down in our personnel services department. So this slide was prepared for by our own staff, not by the Health and Welfare Trust. So one thing that I want you to pay attention in this chart, and I know it's small, I want to make sure that we're doing the apples to apples comparison. So as you may or may not know, all employees pay the same rate. It doesn't matter if you're single, if you're married, or if you have 5 kids. We all pay the same. And where we will see that is if you go to the far right and you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns from the left, it'll say EE, monthly cost, EE and family. And then the column next to that is ER, meaning employer, monthly cost. So in order to do an apples and apples comparison to all of the other agencies we're looking at, it's important that you look at those columns because that is the charge that the other entities are paying for for the full family coverage. So obviously, if you're comparing our rate to 404 to just a rate that another agency pays for one person, it's significantly less. So I just wanted to flag that for you so you could kind of look at it for as close to comparison as possible. So Philip, with that, I will turn it over to you, and if you could just maybe work down those columns on the employee plus family and kind of go down and do the comparisons with the other agencies.
Sure, yeah. Good afternoon, council members. What you're looking at here is just definitely a lot of different data, and it was put together. We did end up having to do some averages. The different entities that you see here are some local entities and agencies. Some do compare. One important column to look at is also the employee count. So some of the entities up here have a lot less employees than the city of Fresno. Some actually have a lot more. So when we're looking at these factors, we were having to really get into what is comparable to the city of Fresno's health and welfare plan itself. And I did make some interesting notes here. So the first and foremost that I do want to point out is the overall total for the city of Fresno plan, when you add the employee price plus the employer price, comes out to be $1,350, which is the current monthly amount. And it happens to be the lowest out of all the entities that are shown up here on the screen. So when we are looking at the far right column that says total monthly cost, it's right next to the employee count. And you're going down, you're noticing that the city of Fresno one, which is right on the top, is $1,350. And as you go down and look at the plans, the total overall cost when you're looking at a family aspect, that includes a spouse and multiple eligible dependents, it's going to be one of the lower ones on the plan. But what I really want to zone into is I want to use the next slides to really go in and do a comparison of an actual plan that's true and connected to the City of Fresno plan. So if you don't mind, can we go to the next slide? Thank you. So here's the City of Fresno plan. It's a little bit easier to look at when we're viewing it. The self-insured PPO plan that uses the Blue Shield plan, it does have a deductible for an individual of $200 and a family maximum of $600. And just as Georgianne said, all the plans have the exact same pricing because in our plan, it doesn't matter whether it's an employee only, whether it's an employee plus a spouse, employee with children, employee with spouse and children, the rate is actually going to be the same all the way down. It's going to end up being the total cost of $1,350, the employee paying $404 monthly, and the employer paying the $946 currently. And our employee count is just over 4,500. On the next slide, you're going to see the city of Clovis. Now, of course, a lot of these different agencies are going to have multiple plans. They're all very competitive. But what we want to look at is a plan that's most comparable to the City of Fresno plan. City of Clovis is very unique because they have 5 different medical plans. They also
President,
have,
if I may, Council
Sure.
President, would you like questions now, or would you like, is it another 15, 20 minutes of presentations?
How much more presentation?
No, I'm pretty quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just, I've been on several joint health management boards, so I know how it works. I want to get to the questions of why we're here today.
But your colleagues aren't nearly as expert as you, Miguel.
I know, but not all of us make, $300,000 and can afford to pay more for less service. So let's get to the questions.
Oh, okay. Sure.
We'll give you a few more minutes. Keep going.
Oh, all right. So City of Clovis plan is just unique because there's 5 different plans, but there's 9 different unions there, and each union actually has a different cost for each of the 5 different medical plans. So the numbers that you're looking at here are actually averages instead. The most comparable plan is actually the Anthem Classic PPO plan. And one thing to note is that there is a higher deductible than the City of Fresno plan at $500. And then, of course, the total overall cost in the end, on the very bottom of that plan, ends up being $2,332 when you combine the employee price with the employer price. The next plan that we're looking at is the Fresno County plan. And the most comparable plan from the Fresno County is their Anthem Blue Cross PPO 250. The 250 stands for the deductible that they have the amount for the employees, and the total overall price on that plan is $1,648.16. Clovis Unified, I would have to say, is the most comparable to the City of Fresno, as they have a closer employee pool, very similar to the City of Fresno. So on the City of Clovis, they have 6,400 employees. The plan that matches, I think they only have one plan, if we go to the next slide, is also a Blue Shield plan. They actually are very similar, as they use Delta Dental also. Their vision plan is VSP. Their deductible is a little bit higher at $300, but their overall cost of the plan is $1,765. The next plan is Fresno Unified. These, both Clovis Unified and Fresno Unified are pretty rich plans when you look at them. The only difference, though, between these two plans is they are backed by the state of California. So you're going to see that the employer is paying a bigger amount than the employee pays, but they do have a different funding backing to them. So the Fresno Unified Plan, you're going to see that's a major agency with over 10,000 employees. And it's a very comparable plan, but in the end, the total cost of the plan ends up being almost $1,900 each. The last plan is from the city of Bakersfield, another government agency. They do have a comparable plan. It's a Blue Shield medical PPO plan. It ranges depending on the employee and how they have, whether it's employee only, employee with children, employee with spouse. Their deductible is either $750, $1,500, or $2,250, and the overall cost of that plan is approximately $1,950. So that is just some comparisons to look at. If you did have any questions on the comparison, definitely I will be here to answer them. Thanks.
That's all we have, council members, ready for questions.
Thank you, City Manager, and to our presenters. We have Councilmember Carbasi punched up first, followed by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you. I have some questions, and I want to really thank the city manager for bringing this up. Sometimes city employees will come and talk to a council member about something they maybe won't talk to someone else about, especially if they're fed up. And since 2019, I've had complaints here and there about health insurance for folks, and just kept those in the back of my mind. So I have some questions. Can
I interrupt you really quick?
Yes, please.
I just want to make sure that you know that when employees have questions or concerns about the plan, they are represented by their union on the plan.
Understood.
Who are the ones who have a vote to do something. I just want to make sure you're clear on that. Okay, go ahead.
I do hope they speak to those folks. But
I hope so.
As I mentioned, sometimes when you're elected to represent people, people just want to vent and they want to share how they feel. So I take that with a grain of salt, but still, I do take it in.
Yeah.
But thank you. Okay, so we know that in the city of Fresno, for the plan, we have 4,577 that are currly enrolled, correct? As on there, or more or less,
Our count, yes.
So do you know the percentage of employees that choose the high plan versus the low plan?
Do we have that, guys?
Like, is it 50-50 or?
I can't give you an exact number, but I would say probably about 2/3 are on the high plan and about 1/3 are on the what's called the low plan or the non-contributory.
So 2/3 contribute. Can you explain high versus low for those that are here?
Yes. The way it is actually set up is the city has the contribution that they make into the trust fund, and that's a static amount year to year depending upon what the overall amount is. So for the $1,350, that's the overall amount. The city has a contribution. If the member wants to be on what's called the high plan, which means that they have a lower deductible and a higher co-insurance, then they will contribute the employee contribution, which takes care of the employee or the employee and spouse or the entire family. So that is the entire amount of the $1,350. If the employee does not want to contribute their share of that, then only the city's contribution is coming in to fund the trust. But in that particular circumstance, that individual's benefits are reduced. So they will have a higher deductible, they will have a higher co-insurance amount that they will actually pay.
Which is, it goes from 20% to 48%.
Correct.
Okay. And their monthly contribution, either it's $0 or $404.
That's correct.
And it doesn't matter if you have yourself or your spouse or however many kids you have.
That's correct.
Okay.
Whether it's an individual or a family of 10.
So a single person, if they choose to get on that plan, they're paying $404 a month, and it's taken out of a proportion out of each paycheck?
It is, and I do, if you remember, when you fill out your enrollment forms, we do the pre-tax. So we take it out, well, we do it, yes, to lower your taxable income.
Right, great.
Yes.
So, I'm coming at this from the perspective of not of you as trust members. I'm thinking about the city employee. Whenever we negotiate pay and these things, you think about the overall picture and our ability to recruit and retain employees. And I want to compare ourselves to other agencies, but yes, I do want apples to apples. But I want to understand another thing. So Can you piggyback with other agencies? Let's say Fresno Unified has 10,200 subscribers. Can you piggyback with them and get more bargaining power or get a better plan if, let's say, we wanted to do that? Is that even an option? We do that sometimes when we buy like equipment because we piggyback with other cities or counties because we get a better deal when you have more volume.
I don't know from a legal standpoint, so I don't want to answer from a legal perspective. There are what are called joint power authorities where there is a risk-sharing mechanism that can go along. Whether this would qualify, I don't know, because this is actually set up as an independent trust. So
I'm guessing you guys have never even explored that.
that is not something I would look into. That would be, at the request of the trustees. That would be through their attorney or outside counsel.
Okay. How do you negotiate, let's say, and educate me a little bit here. How do you negotiate the rates, the plans, the contributions, all those things? Do you do that with Health Comp and you say, they come up with these terms and they say, this is what we're willing to offer you at this price?
I think that's an Andrew question maybe, but.
And that's why I want to make the distinction. We're actually the administrator. It's through Andrew, who is the consultant that works on all of the amounts.
Would you
and the
mind answering that
contribution
question?
rates.
Yeah, sure. So as Tom said earlier, it's a self-funded plan. So basically that means we, right now we're linked up with Blue Shield, but we're just leasing their network. So Blue Shield is in charge of negotiating all the discounts with the various providers. And when a member goes to that provider, they get the claims discounted based on the negotiations that Blue Shield did with that provider themselves. So no negotiation needs to be done on the part of the trust or any of us. It's done by the PPO provider, which in this case is Blue Shield.
Okay. So, for example, I just got a text from one employee concerned about the mental health services that we offer and how expensive it is per session for a mental health service. So, for example, how is that negotiated?
So we actually did an RFP for mental health and substance abuse services pretty recently in the last 2-3 years. I went out to a company called Halcyon, and so they are the ones that negotiate with the providers for mental health and substance abuse services.
Okay. And have you had any, can you guys let me know, have you had feedback from employees about how they feel about this new change, the provider?
So one of the things we...
I'm sorry, one more question. Do you poll employees to see how they feel about these things? Or is it more of a call us if you have a problem kind of a thing?
So one of the key things we do when we do an RFP is look at disruption. So we make sure that if a member is currently getting services, if there is going to be a switch, that they're going to still continue to be in network and not be any disruption to them. We also look to make sure that there is adequate providers in the area so that if they go and try to get services, they're able to get them. We do rely heavily on the information we receive during the RFP, and it's our company's job to analyze all those proposals. In terms of member feedback, I think that would come to Health Comp, which would ultimately go back to the trust.
I think it actually comes from the union reps, because there's some of them. I'm looking for Sam. For example, Sam Frank, his group, he pulls his members on everything before, and he keeps on tabs of it. I think they all do it to one extent or another, and they bring. And I can tell you, we've had what was the really recent one that the ATU brought
Dental, I was on dental.
On dental, there was a real problem with getting dentists. I mean, they just couldn't get them. They just wouldn't sign new people and what have you. And we heard about it. And that, so when you say poll, these folks represent the entire employee base, and the unrepresented, Georgianne and the other two city-appointed, represent them in terms of their complaints. So I'm trying to think we've done a poll. I remember the last time I was in this chamber was when we were the trust was going to go to mail order RX only. And 365 employees of the city showed up to complain, and they sat in here, and it got killed. So if there's something that's a problem, the trustees hear about it, and then they direct Andrew to go out and see if there's a need to do it some other way, to get put out an RFP if necessary, what have you. So no, there's no formal polling going on, but we hear all of it.
But we are in the process of developing a complaint tool.
Okay.
For all aspects of the plan, that somebody can submit an online, say, hey, I'm concerned about the dental, the medical, the mental health, and that complaint would come to the trust.
But it's up to the individual to do, the member to do that.
Well, that's one way. I mean, that would be one way. I can't speak, so I can tell you that I do not poll the Unit 2 employees. So I don't.
Oh, I understand.
But as an
Right.
example, I'm theoretically the unrepresented union rep.
Right.
So I don't reach out and say, hey, how are you guys like our insurance? Now, what I will do is, I heard from two of my, I like this, of my constituents, two council members who had concerns.
Right.
And that is why we're here today.
Right.
I took it back to the trust. Some council members are concerned. They want to know about other options. So, and I don't know what each union representative's process is. That would be up to them from a union, how they operate within their union.
The reason why I ask, I know we have
Jennifer's here. Hold on.
Go ahead.
So I wanted to address your question about your employee too, or the employee who came to you regarding
It's not my
the.
employee, but it is it's a city employee.
Sorry. And so, you know, their insurance is very complicated, but there's also providers who are, because of contracted rates, and Andrew could probably explain a little better than I can, but if you're not using a provider that is in the network, your fee is going to probably be a little bit higher. So if you're using, providers that are inside the network, your fee is going to be a little less. So
Okay.
maybe that might be the case with this particular employee, thinking that it's too high.
Well,
Just wanted to point that out.
Inflation's always a factor in that too.
Absolutely,
And
sure.
it should, when it comes to something like mental health service, it really shouldn't. Any of it, none of it should be, but that's so critical for folks. And when you have to deal with the city council, trust me, you're going to need those services. No, I'm only teasing there. So let me put it this way. I'm going to get personal here for a second. So we all know council members get paid $80,000 a year. Some of you make more, but some of us, that's what we make. And the reason I mention that is we're not the highest paid in this city by any means, but there are a lot of city employees that are paid less. I can tell you, every time I go to the doctor, it costs me $200. And the doctor is in network. And I have foregone getting certain prescriptions. I have foregone medical treatment. An ultrasound, I went to the doctor and said, oh, you need an ultrasound fast. That cost me $500. And I have a fixed income. If I have to worry about making medical decisions because of the cost, I'm really worried about the other city employees that make less than we do that have to worry about that too. And that's where my concern is coming from. I don't understand why we can't have the same quality health insurance, and please educate me on this, that Fresno Unified has for their employees. Because that's, I think, what you would call the Cadillac plan. That's where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Good points made, Councilmember Carbasi. Next up, we have Councilmember Arias, followed by Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Council. Maybe I can just enlighten folks on why we're here. In 2019, this governing body looked a little different, yet it voted 7-0 to ask the board to pursue Kaiser as an option. The key in these comparable slides that you did is the fact that we are the only entity that lacks options. We asked you to evaluate the Kaiser option. The staff did their work. It went to your respective body. Back then, Jackie Parks spoke against it, and the item was killed. So
It did, there was.
City Manager,
okay,
I
sorry.
understand, thank you. We went through a pandemic, realized that insurance and healthcare is pretty critical. We just completed all the negotiations on every unit, made significant adjustments on salaries and compensation for all our employees. And we find ourselves that the lack of options, healthcare options specifically, has become a hindrance to hiring new employees, retaining employees, and especially when we're going after young talent that is used to having several options for access to healthcare. I come from a system in my previous tenure here where I served on the management body. I know what decisions you all have to make, how much the system pays into it. I also know that there tends to be an urban legend that Kaiser is not a good option for folks for whatever personal reasons they have or fears that people, younger workers, would transition to a Kaiser option because I can get on my phone and make an appointment, email my doctor, order my prescription drugs. The current system, when I visit a doctor, I get 5 bills from everybody and anybody. The current system doesn't allow me to go to one place to communicate, right? I know the health comp is a management entity. Everything we do with health comp has to be through email. I don't have a person that can manage the multiple claims for me and my family on trying to figure out how to avoid going to collections over a minor bill. To my colleague's point, I too went to the ER. I ended up with an $8,000 bill because that's the coverage that the city offered. That is my only option. So we're here because I have yet to hear a concise and rational reason from the body on why we're stuck with only one option for healthcare in this system. And what the attorney confirmed for me, because urban legends, again, have told us the council doesn't have a role. Jim B makes, the body makes the decisions. Not true. We do have a role through meet and confer. There's a process, right? We hear, well, labor doesn't want it. When we talk to labor leaders individually on matters, they tell us, well, we're not the obstacle. Okay, so if labor leaders are not the obstacle, if management is not the obstacle, if there is a process which is meet and confer, why haven't we had any movement on giving our employees better options? We currently have 500 plus vacancies in the city. We're competing with organizations next door that provide half a dozen options. They have similar systems. They have joint management systems. And I can't seem to get a clear, concise answer on why we cannot pursue other options, whether it be Kaiser or whomever else. It is, you know, I can go line by line and walk you through the fact that in our system, our copay is 20% or 48%. Every other system is usually 0%. I recognize other systems pay better health benefits. They make a bigger contribution. Okay, then let's visit that. But this seems to me as a stale system. We're in a staled offering of health care after going through a pandemic that cost essential lives of our workers and our residents, and I see no urgency and no movement forward to reevaluate why we're not doing other options. And we're going to get into the budget conversation in June. And I don't want to cross the line on negotiations because I recognize there's a big part of it. But things that I'll be asking in the coming months as we get into the budget processes, when was the last time the body went to bid for management services? When was the last time the body visited the actuarials and the options for other service providers? Why is it that I have to pay the same amount, or a new employee who's single has to pay the same amount as somebody who's paying for a whole family? Other systems that are in joint management don't do that. People pay their fair share. I'm sure that saves money, but there has to be a recognition that a large group of our employees make above 6 figures. We compensate our public safety officers and fire and police very well. Our management, our city manager, our mayor's making more than any of us. I'm not concerned so much about them. A lot of them have dual coverage. I'm concerned about the rank and file in the system. The dispatchers are making $45,000. The classified folks in the system, the bus drivers. I don't know how we get a healthier workforce if you got to go bankrupt in the current system, and there seems to be no urgency from the experts who we have empowered to improve the system. And if that means more resources, then say so. But right now, all I see is stale decision-making and a system that works for very few parts of our employees. And I just wanted to say clearly and publicly, it's become an impediment and a hindrance to us being able to be fully staffed and to compete for talent in our region. I'm not asking to compete with San Francisco or LA. I'm asking to compete with folks across the street that share our jurisdictional boundaries. We can't. And all of you in this room are empowered to do that. And I'm asking as one member, it's time for us to do that. And in whatever form meet and confer needs to take, then we need to proceed with it. Because the current system isn't working for the vast majority of employees. And to your point, when you all made a decision about going to Mayo Pharmacy, it went all the way chain of command. And it wasn't until people were ticked off and they showed up in this room that y'all changed your mind. I'm telling you, as a user of the system, as folks who know that we have a lot of employees that are in the entry level of pay, this has become a hindrance. And I see no progression and no urgency to make it right or to improve it. And I'm sure I'll have a lot of one-on-one conversations later. And I don't want to get to technical aspects, because I'm sure the city manager will correct me and tell me it's going to cost $1 million every time we breathe about a new benefit, which is her role, because we have a balanced budget to manage. But I am hoping that we've lit somewhat of a fire to get folks to start working on this challenge, because it's not working, folks. It fundamentally is not working. And you all in this room are charged with making improvements, not with maintaining the status quo. Thank you all.
Thank you. Councilmember Arias. Next up is Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. So very similar to Councilmember Arias, I came into the city in 2019 and was taken aback by the very limited options. I take a look across the dais, and most of us didn't just roll out of bed and run for city council one day or join the city organization. Many of us have a background in public service. So many of us have worked for one or more local public agencies in our careers. And so the most recent plan I had coming in to the city, prior to the city, was at the Fresno County Office of Education, and then before that at Fresno County, in terms of local public agencies that I've been a part of. I won't compare private. I think it's maybe a little different, as the attorney and consultant had mentioned. But just dumbfounded at the very limited options, because the options essentially were catastrophic insurance or very mediocre insurance at or close to the price of what should be not Platinum or Cadillac, but for that contribution, I feel like we should have been getting better benefits. And I wondered to myself aloud why we, as a city organization with this many enrollees, could not get a better deal. So I dug into the issue. My first year on council, the city attorney's office at that time produced a very lengthy memo where I discovered all of the mechanics behind the trust and how it's independently protected by state law, and that essentially we didn't have a role besides the meet and confer and a financial contribution from the city. And so I did advocate for the Kaiser option at that time, along with my colleague, but it was not about Kaiser for myself. It was about just having options in general. And so an organization of our size, I would have expected to have at least sort of 4 PPO options and a Kaiser option with the number of enrollees that we do have. And so the healthcare economics of this never added up for me. It still does not. But I appreciate this forthcoming step of transparency and showing us the comparison so that we can see what employees are contributing compared to other agencies, what we're contributing as a city compared to other agencies. But notwithstanding that, I still feel like there are potentially some transparency issues in how we're getting the rates and getting the deals that we are and have been getting. As one of my colleagues mentioned, we are compensated here probably in the mid-level of city employees. There are many, many city employees, probably more city employees than not, get paid less than the council members do for this mediocre 75-25 plan that we have as our only choice. And so my thinking is the same as it was back in 2019. I think we can do better for our city employees. I have yet to see an analysis that would tell us how much more of a contribution we would have to make as a city in order to produce better results, better options for city employees. In my econ class, I teach a nice little section. It's a very fun section on healthcare economics. And I understand the concern, through the grapevine I've heard from the trust members about if you add more options, that spreads it across and you lose savings from the economies of scale there. But again, that goes back to the transparency of how we're getting the deals that we're getting, maybe some analysis about how much more it would cost the city. So I think today is a good step, a great step, but I just think we're not maximizing sort of our bargaining power as an organization to produce the best options. There's really any options besides, again, catastrophic and mediocre. I think you start at catastrophic, you have a couple of middle decent options, and then you go up to the Platinum or Cadillac plan, however you want to refer to it, as the PPO options. Then I do think it's incumbent on us to produce a Kaiser option as well for those employees who prefer the HMO option. Kaiser is a very efficient HMO option. A lot of folks want it. I think there was a survey. I forgot exactly what the survey results were. I didn't pull up that history. It's been about 4 years, 3.5, 4 years since we touched this issue. So again, I want to thank the city administration, but I wanted to voice my concerns again, my thoughts, and if we could have movement, at least we put it all on the table. We know what's what. We know the specifics of the process and how we've arrived at these rates and contribution rates, and what it might take on our end. Because I don't think any of us are talking about increasing employee contributions. Although with inflation, actually, that's a good question. The 404, has that moved at all?
Can I say that? It's going to move in the new fiscal year. It's going to go up a smidge. Well, 5%, was it? Do you remember what
The contribution rate was a 5.8%.
It's going to go up in the new fiscal year.
Okay.
And by the way, ours will as well. Because what happens is you have to look at the total monthly cost. So it's going to go up from $13.50 to, remember what it was? $19.99?
It was $14.28.
Oh, $14.28, and then you take we pay 70% of that, and the employee pays 30% of that.
Okay, so there's a consistent percentage. It's not based
Correct.
off. Okay,
It's
got it.
it's a 70-30 split employer-employee.
Okay.
And council member, that is something when the rates are being set, Andrew is actually determining the overall contribution rate. But as we have been told and pursuant to MOUs with the bargaining units, that's split between 70-30. So as the city's contribution is going up, so is the members' contribution.
Okay, yeah, so, I mean, the percentage is set, that, that's going to go up as prices go up. But again, if we don't have the information, then we can't make a conscious decision as a body. The ball hasn't been put in our court, essentially, right, in terms of to be able to say, yes, we can or cannot afford to produce better options for our employees.
So theoretically, if the trust decided to look at other options and presented A, B, and C price tag options, and there would be a employee and employer portion, and I guess ultimately that decision would be made, and I'm guessing they would probably ask for feedback, and we'd have conversations about how much that was going to cost the employee, how much it was going to cost the employer, and ultimately the decision would be made by the trust. But I have found, and it's usually a very collaborative discussion, and there's concerns for the employees and there's concerns for the city, because it wasn't too long ago, I believe in 2013, in the dark years, when we were on, steps away from the bankruptcy court, that the trust had to step up and make some concessions, I'll say, at that time, because there was a higher responsibility, I think, for the city at that time. So they were willing to do that, I think, because everybody was giving back at the time. The labor groups were giving concessions from their contract. There's a lot. Everybody was cutting. So I think, obviously it's ultimately up to the trust and the trustees to decide to what they choose to do from this conversation to investigate other options or not, and then look at what the financial implications are for that.
Yeah, well, I think we owe it to all the members, not just the two folks that have inquired, but really everybody to put the options out there and, make a decision collectively. And again, for us, our only role I see at this point is a financial role, and what we can afford and what we would be willing to put up additional to produce, again, maybe a couple more PPO options as well as an HMO option.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Carbasi, we have just a few more minutes left on this topic before we move on.
I want to thank our housing authority. Folks are being patient. We're about 2 hours behind, but this is a really important issue, so thank you for being patient with us. We've talked, and I've expressed concerns about dispatchers. That's a good group of folks that make less than we do on this body. So concerned about how they have to make decisions. Can I have FCEA president come up and give us some feedback if you've talked to your members about this, or generally what your unit members think?
Hi, Sam Frank, FCA President. I've been on the Health and Welfare Trust for a couple years now, and I just want to answer a few of your concerns as far as somebody who talks to his members all the time and is the subject of a lot of emails, a lot of concerns, the same ones that you've heard from members. And let me just give you a little background. When I was hired, I loved getting this job, and the reason I loved getting this job was it had great benefits, and one of the benefits it had was fully paid health and welfare. The city paid all of it. The employees didn't have to pay any. And then priorities up on that dais, where you guys are sitting now, changed, and people were thinking more about privatization and how we can get employees to pay more and how we can save money so we can afford failed tortilla factories and failed golf courses and failed ballparks and everything else that the city wanted to reprioritize the money for. So they started making employees pay. And so you want to know why it's not cost effective for employees and why they're paying $404 to get an 80-20 plan, which all of these other plans are basically 80-20s. It's because of council priorities. So I am very heartened to hear that this is something that concerns all of you. And the affordability of it is something that concerns all of you. And Miguel, you're right. You're making what a lot of my members make. And if it's tough for you to go through this system, to get health care and to afford it, it's tough for them too. And that's what I hear a lot. But at the same time, when I was hired, there was a promise made to me, and that it was I was a permanent employee. As long as I did my job, I could count on these benefits. Well, some of these benefits were taken away, and now I was paying out of pocket, and that made it more expensive for me. I dropped down to the $0 plan as a single person who wasn't utilizing very much, and guess what? I had pretty good health care still, and I wasn't paying for it. People with families usually took the smart move and paid for it because they had kids and spouses and everything else. I just want to tell you very quickly, in answer to your question, that you have to look at the whole employee. You have to look at that employee from that young hire who's 24 years old and single and isn't utilizing any of this or very little of it, other than dental, cleanings and stuff like that. And the fact that in a few years that employee may fall in love and marry their significant other or just enter into a partnership with their significant other, and they may want that person on that plan. That person may not have health care coverage. When you have another system like the other one, when you look at it, yeah, they start out paying very little, but they're still paying. There is no zero for most of these plans. It's something. And then as they mature and progress throughout their life, if you take a holistic approach of their life and look at what people want and what people strive for, they want to, as they get older, they want to start a family. As they get through, and I'm just talking in general, many people say, I never want to have kids, they drive me nuts. That's okay. But what I'm saying in general is, it was the promise that you can do that, and the knowledge that even if you don't want to do it, if 20 years from now you change your mind, if you meet somebody and now you want to adopt 4 kids, you can adopt 4 kids, And you won't go from paying $50 a month to $600 a month that you have to pay because there is no opting out. There is no lesser amount. Everybody in our system with dual coverage right now, like myself, we don't pay a whole lot, me and my wife, because we have secondary insurance. And a lot of people fall into that category. They usually don't complain. And I'm at the lower rate, and my bills are manageable. And yes, maybe it's more inconvenient. I'm saying we do the best we can. I met with Kaiser. I said I would support it. They came in. I was backing that. They had a chance, and they kind of blew it, to make a long story short. Okay? I would love to see them come back in. I love the fact of options. I love the fact that if two employees both have health coverage, it's at 100%. Well, Kaiser offers the same thing. So if my spouse has Kaiser, and now we offer Kaiser, and I get on it, I would get 100% through Kaiser. There's a lot of things we can do within this system without destroying it and trying to rebuild it and make it after the county or somewhere else. And a lot of you come from education, which is wonderful, and your health insurance is fantastic. But if you look in the column as what they're willing to pay as the employer, because they've got the big bucks, they're paying the big bucks, especially for people with a significant other on the plan or with kids. This plan is designed for the whole experience of a lifetime. And even people who are grandparents whose son or daughter is killed and now they're the ones raising the grandkids, guess what? Even as a grandparent, you can still have that family that's on the plan. So there's a lot more to this than meets the eye. And it's more than just one complaint here, one complaint. I get complaints all the time. Trust me. People come in from other systems and go, why is this so different? Why do I only have one option? The answer is it's very complex. And while we should continue to explore other options, and I'm always talking about, we can change. It has to come from within. It has to come because the representatives of the employees say this, we hear you and we will ask for this. It has to come from the city. And most especially, it has to come from this ideological change that has happened on that dais with you folks up there right now. And that change is we are willing to support our employees more. We are willing to bring in people with the same priorities that they used to have of, I want to work my entire career here, I want to be an expert in my field, and I don't want to sell myself to some other organization.
Sam, if I
Anyways,
may,
that's,
yeah.
I
Thank you, Sam.
hope I just, answered some of the points.
Yeah, and Sam, and I want to say thank you because, you've been very transparent and very engaging and very responsive to me and my questions about this matter. I just simply want to say this, that oftentimes the employee groups, you as leaders come to these chambers and bring issues to our attention. And I think we've done our part and reciprocated by resolving most of those issues, whether it's pay, compensation, contracts, they've all been resolved. For 4 years, we've been asking for other options. I don't believe it's been reciprocated by that body to find other options. I know it's complex. I've sit on those boards. I know it's difficult. I know there's a lot of variables. I would like to see the body reciprocate by finding a solution that provides more than one option for current and future employees. That's what I would like to see.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all of our presenters. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
My apologies to our friends with the Fresno Housing Authority. I know we're a little bit behind schedule, but our last open session agenda item of the day will be the workshop, which I assume you're presenting? All right, come on up.
Okay. Well, good evening, President Maxwell and the council. I appreciate your efforts in acknowledging that you have saved the best for last. So given the hour, I have the honor of just giving you all an update on the things that, with your help, we were able to jointly accomplish in 2022. But before I get started, I'd just like to acknowledge that I'm moving into my second year here, and I just want to say thank you for your incredible support, individually and collectively, for me, for our staff, and for the projects that we have brought before you. I have almost half my executive team is due, and I'd like to introduce them to you because without them and the rest of our 230-something employees, we could not have accomplished what we've accomplished. First and foremost, I'd like Tammy Townsend to stand. She's my new executive director. And we also, for the first time in the history of our agency, have a chief of our Housing Choice Voucher Initiative and Programs, and that's Brandy Woodard. Many of you may already be familiar with Mark Bandy, who is our chief of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and our resident empowerment programs. And the photo that you see before you has a 40 on it. And that was a celebration where we celebrated our 40th project that our agency developed. We're edging into 42 now, but our chief of real estate development and property management, Michael Duarte, has been leading and a part of all 41 or so projects. This afternoon, we're going to talk about what we were able to accomplish with your help in 2022, and we're going to talk about celebrating partnerships. We've had neighborhood development activities, facilitating affordable housing, addressing homelessness. We've taken on all of these efforts together. We've looked at planning in Southwest Fresno that include home ownership opportunities in the form of heritage homes, which I will share, as well as our California Avenue Neighborhood Initiative Project, better known as CAN. I'll conclude my presentation today with just talking about next steps. First, next slide, please. It all starts with applications as we move forward to our development activities. We currently have one pending application for Econo Inn North, but we've been awarded funding applications for Promesa Commons, which is currently under construction, formerly known as Sun Lodge, Avalon Commons, and Step Up on 99, which we'll talk a little bit more about those in a few minutes. Next slide, please. But once we move past being awarded projects, then it's time for construction. We currently have completed villages at Broadway, Alegre Commons, which we celebrated just a few weeks ago, and coming up in a couple of weeks, we'll have the opportunity, and you all are invited, as the public is invited, to celebrate the Monarch at Chinatown, which is a catalytic neighborhood revitalization project that has about 6 or 7 different funding sources to pull it together. Affordable housing development is one of the most complex, complicated financing structures of any real estate development project known to man in the United States. And we have mastered the art of leveraging dollars. We've also, in addition to completed the construction of projects, we've got some that are currently underway with Promesa Commons, the Arthur at Blackstone, and Parkway Inn. Just a quick note, as you all are aware, we serve both the city and the county. Totally, we had over $113 million worth of funding and leveraged resources this year for projects. That's unprecedented for any housing authority in the country. But in addition to that, just in the city alone, we were awarded and leveraged $71 million for projects in 2022 alone. Currently, in the pipeline and funded or under construction, we have 496 units under construction. We acknowledge that we are in a housing crisis, but we also acknowledge we're leveraging and using every tool, every resource at the local, state, and national level to do our part to produce as many high-quality, affordable housing units as possible. In our efforts to provide access to affordable housing, next slide, please, we are also overseeing the Choice Vouchers program, which gives residents an opportunity to have a choice in where they live and in the neighborhood and the housing that they choose. You've been a partner with us in this endeavor. This has been an incredibly challenging time where we've seen price escalations on rents reach unprecedented levels that have really created additional burden and hardship on those who have been issued vouchers. The agency this year has gone through 3 different levels of requesting voucher adjustment payment levels from HUD. They range in looking at small area ratios, which focus on more smaller neighborhood types of rental rates versus broader rental rates. We've gotten approval for every possible increase and waiver as far as what HUD would allow for payment of rent. But even with that, it's still challenging because without participation by landlords, it limits the supply of housing that's available for those who have been issued vouchers. But with your assistance, we were able to receive $1 million and prepare to launch the voucher incentive program, which targets landlords who not necessarily participated before, but looks to expand the number of landlords that are open and receptive to voucher holders. I'm happy to report that we have identified and come into agreement to hire our coordinator for this program, who is very experienced, and we're looking forward to launching this program very soon. And I'd like to say on behalf of all those voucher holders who've been locked out because of the number of landlords who've not been willing to accept their vouchers, I'd like to thank you for your partnership and support in providing this funding. Next slide, please. We've also partnered in groundbreaking activity at the Housing Authority, and that's in the acquisition of motels. The Home Key program that's initiated by the state and our partnership with the city has allowed us to acquire motels on Motel Drive and participate in housing the unhoused. Here are some statistics that we have before you about how many people have been reached, particularly through the efforts of the housing that we have acquired and purchased. 793 people have been provided shelter. And we've aligned our procedures so that all of the shelters have the same rules and guidelines. And so it allows for continuity of being able to provide clear guidelines and expectations. We've had 183 move to permanent housing, 208 moved to temporary housing, 400 entered substance abuse and disorder treatment, and even though with our best efforts of trying to providing housing, we had, sadly to say, 3 people who have deceased while living at the shelters. Next slide, please. But we've not just been involved in acquiring shelters, it's a part of a master plan. There is a goal to really transform Parkway Drive. It's one that our agency, along with you all, are committed to, along with the community that has been, had to suffer kind of the issues that had occurred along Parkway Drive. But highlighted in the blue are the developments, are the motels that we have as Fresno Housing have acquired. They include Step Up on 99, Promesa Commons, Golden State, and Journey Home. Those highlighted in gold are those motels that were acquired by the city. We currently have Hermosa Commons that is under construction. The goal for the Housing Authority is to acquire the properties and then as financing is made available, to transition them into permanent affordable housing. And so we've begun that process with Hermosa Commons. The goal is really by the end of the year to have that project complete. But we've also have set our sights on the transition of Step Up on 99. That's anticipated in July of this year to move forward into construction. We will continue to work with the city and the neighborhood in developing a comprehensive plan and building out the properties that we currently own and other sites that we have acquired along Parkway Drive. But in addition to focusing on Parkway Drive, we've also set our sights on Southwest Fresno and planning for the future. Next slide, please. Next slide. One of the endeavors that we are moving into as a housing authority in looking at providing a wider range of housing opportunities in the city is home ownership. We have been working with the city regarding the site plan since July of last year. Our goal is that we wrap up that process sometime this month and begin Heritage Estates, which is a 33-unit single-family home development behind Legacy Commons. This is the proposed layout. Yanez Construction has been selected as the home builder. They have an excellent reputation and high-quality product. Next slide, please. We are currently looking at affordability range. We've heard loud and clearly from the neighborhood that, yes, they want affordable housing, but they want housing options for a wide range of incomes. And so we've heard that, and this particular project addresses that. As you can see on the slide, there will be 7 homes that are affordable at 50% of the area median income, 7 at 60% area median income, and 9 at 80%. In the current housing market, in new construction, that does not exist without significant down payment or closing cost subsidies. We appreciate the city and the council supporting our efforts and providing substantial resources to support down payment and closing cost assistance. We also have 10 unrestricted market rates. So this one development in its 33 homes really does serve a wide range. Next slide, please. In addition to home ownership, we've engaged in the process through HUD. HUD has a competitive process called the Choice Neighborhood Initiative. It's about bringing choice and different housing options to neighborhoods. It is a competitive process, a nationally competitive process. We competed and received a planning grant to come to the community and through extensive community engagement process, come up with a strategic plan that serves as the basis for neighborhood transformation. It includes 3 goals. 1, resident health that are healthy, happy, and thriving. 2, community partnerships with assets and momentums where they are leveraged with local, state, and national dollars. 3, a connected community that's vibrant and equitable for all who would like to move there. So our CAN transformation activities have really sought to have those 3 goals at its core. We started in 2021, next slide please, with looking at assessments, looking at the demographic analysis of the neighborhood and the inventory of open space, and looking at how to complete resident studies. This has been one of the most thorough master planning processes that this area and this city has undergone with extensive resident engagement. And so in late 2021, we began envisioning, after looking at all of the data and the analysis, looking at identifying the needs and the challenges, the gaps in services, identifying neighborhood assets and opportunities and how to develop continuity in the vision, and identifying development opportunities The Housing Authority is uniquely positioned because the program was designed by HUD to have the Housing Authority be the catalyst, that their units be the catalyst for a neighborhood revitalization plan and the implementation of that plan. So then in early 2022, we began to look at strategies. How do we bring what we know to be the needs and the opportunities together in a realistic plan? To look at developing strategies to address all of our priorities and developing housing replacement strategies, integrating other plans and efforts. One of the key goals of the program, it's designed to look at building new mixed income housing, but using public housing as the catalyst. But one of the requirements for HUD is that there be a one-for-one replacement. So there is no diminishing. If there is demolishing of units, there are replacement units being built in addition to an additional. So this does not result in reducing the amount of affordable housing, but it serves as a catalyst for expanding the range of affordable housing. So we're no longer just talking about 30% AMI, but it expands from 30% AMI all the way up to market as well. And so at the end of 2022, we completed the transition plan. That is being reviewed by HUD. The next step is coming up with our strategy for implementation. Next slide, please. And so as we began to look at how do we prepare ourselves for the next step, we made sure that we did a thorough analysis of the opportunities for developing a new and improved version and vision for the neighborhood. That included the built environment. Next slide. It included neighborhood, the master plan, the streets, and the infrastructure. This plan is designed to be in partnership with the municipality. This is not a plan that can be developed in isolation of the city. It requires that the city participate and be a co-applicant in the next phase, which is the implementation. Next slide, please. In addition to the infrastructure, we looked at the housing plan, how we could maximize properties that we currently own to be able to provide a wide range of housing options, including in addition to heritage estates, additional home ownership opportunities. Next slide, please. So when we did our analysis, we looked at, given the resources and the land that we currently have, we could develop approximately 416 new units. And this is the bedroom breakout of the proposed plan, and include an additional 32 home ownership units as well. Next slide. And so what are the next steps? There are a number of approvals that are going to be required for us to move into implementation. How do we move from a plan to actually bringing units online? The first is that we, meaning the city and the Housing Authority, agreed to move forward as a co-applicant, which is a requirement. What does that mean? That means that we look at the resources that we currently have now, both that could come from the Housing Authority and from the city, and look at where can we begin to come into agreement on what can be funded and the timeline. Most of these projects require a 7 to 10 year build out, not because of the restrictions, but because of the amount of resources that it takes and the timing and timeline to gather those resources. The other aspect is to adopt the final transformation plan and prepare to submit an implementation plan. That transformation plan that we've already submitted to HUD is one that can serve as our implementation plan when we tie the resources for how we're going to build out. The plan is a phase plan, but it's one that we've got to begin to look at. How do we begin with phase one? There is an annual opportunity to submit an implementation application. We are clear that 2023 will not be an ideal year, But we do want to cast our vision to 2024 and or at the latest to 2025 to begin to submit this. In addition to that, because of zoning and our height requirements, there are going to need to be a number of zoning adjustments and changes, including the airport overlay. I know that's not necessarily in your jurisdiction, but we are in support of the new overlay plan that the airport has implemented, and we're waiting for the final approval on that. There is the issue of Hyde Park and the contaminants there. You all are working with us in our initial funding and analysis of the toxicity there, but we've got to clean that up. Does that mean that the city has to foot the whole bill? Of course not. But we need your partnership, as we currently have, in identifying resources that can address that properly. Number two, funding for existing homeowners. It's one thing to build new projects into communities. It's another thing to recognize those homeowners who are there. So through code enforcement and other programs that can provide for home improvement and solar energy retrofits, we want to work with you all to look at what we can do to support those homeowners that are there and also provide a welcoming environment for residents who will be coming. There are two key aspects about moving forward. This is a heavy lift, but there are many, many cities who have banded together and joined hands with the housing authorities to do what we're asking and anticipating we will do. One is there needs to be a representative from the staff at the city who is the chief contact through this process. There will be many challenges to overcome to get to where we need to be. In addition to that, being a key person from the city staff, a key person designated in the mayor's office. As I shared, this is a long-term vision. It could be 7 to 10 years. And we need to have continuity of commitment and continuity from the city that whoever is going to be our key person has the support of every department to be able to properly address all of the issues when they come up and bring in the right city staff to move forward to that. The last and final opportunity is I want to extend to you an opportunity to travel up 99 to Sacramento. Prior to me assuming my role here for 7.5 years, I had the privilege of working to bring this same type of initiative to Sacramento. It is well under construction, and we had numerous issues, but we overcame every last one of them. What people said could never be done is a reality now. And I'd love to be able to arrange a trip for you to come and see what's possible when Housing Authority and the city join forces together. Speaking of cities, I believe that Fresno has the ability, the will, the skill, and the resources to be able to move forward to submit an implementation grant. I don't think that Phoenix, Los Angeles, Sacramento, Denver, Tampa, Atlanta, New Orleans, Boston, Baltimore, Detroit, St. Louis, Philadelphia, Memphis, Fort Worth, San Antonio, or Seattle have anything on us. And they all have projects that are finished through the exact same process that we have before us. I'd like to thank you for allowing us to be before you all, and I and my incredible team are available for any questions. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this update.
Thank you, Director. And I just want to remind my council colleagues, this is the second time you've seen a workshop on the CAN project specifically. We will have one more conversation prior to submission of the final grant proposal to the funding agencies. I'm hopeful that that will come in the form of a development agreement that we jointly develop with the administration and the Housing Authority. I'm also hopeful that we will be able to identify somebody like Terry Cox as a point person since she's become our in-house expert on moving housing projects along. But I think it's safe to say that you have our full support, and now the real second stage of the work begins, is developing an actual implementation plan that identifies resources that need to be leveraged from several city departments as well as external resources like Measure C and other, public transit resources. So thank you again for the presentation. You've been a great partner. You've helped us transform Parkway, Motel Drive, motels across the city, sheltered folks in the last couple of years, and I look forward to the long partnership and, more importantly, to a successful grant when we draw down $50 million for this kind of work.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Williams, did you say you're coming up on your 2-year anniversary?
Well, I'm in my second year.
Your
No,
second
well, look, 1 year and 3 months, but who's counting when there's so much work to do?
It seems like you've been around a lot longer. I appreciate your tenacity and your willingness to make these big jumps in such a small amount of time. We've met on this project. I'm excited to support it, and I appreciate you taking the time to educate my colleagues too.
Thank you, sir.
And hand it over to Councilmember Chavez, and then Councilmember Karbaski.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Director Williams, for your presentation today, and more importantly, for educating a lot of us. Had an opportunity to meet with you and your team. There's Michael in the back. He's a real housing guru, but I really appreciated you sharing your thoughts and input, and more importantly, a lot of the work that goes into building affordable housing here in the city of Fresno. And I know you do this across the county, but when we met, you had some pretty good insight as to what we're trying to do to resolve or at least address or minimize the housing crisis that we have. And I really appreciated your comments with regards to having the templates that we discussed that are already ready to go, right? Save you a lot of time, energy, resources. We're definitely gonna be working on that this next couple of months. Or even some of the ideas that were proposed by my colleagues, like Vice President Perea with fast tracking, affordable housing units in our city. I think it was a 60-day time frame that we were shooting for on there. But definitely appreciate the work you're doing. You've always ran a really great operation, particularly those that are in Southeast Fresno, the Cedar Courts, the complexes that are down the street. I think those are the model to follow. And I do need to follow up with you with regards to the conversation we had about the ADU units and making those eligible for vouchers. That your input was very helpful with working with our team here and developing something that works and helps people get into housing, which is ultimately the goal that we have. So thank you again to you and your team for what you guys are doing, and we appreciate you, and we definitely support you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, so I can't believe it's been 1 year and 3 months. I remember, I think the first time we met, and I have no technical questions today, but the first time we met, I think it was a high-speed rail commission meeting that was being held at the fire department headquarters. And this guy comes in, and these meetings go along, and he just has this burst of energy. And today you have that same energy. So thank you for doing that, especially when you run into the hurdles with the work you do and how important it is. Thank you for keeping that energy. I can't imagine how your staff keeps up with you. But thank you for that.
Thank you.
Assistant City Manager Barfield.
I just want to say amen, amen, amen. You asked about the flight path. Director Henry Thompson was listening. He's going to ping the FAA because we should have had a response by now. So he'll get on that and get back to you shortly. All right?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Williams, thank you again, and to all of your staff for, again, spending the time here with us. I know it was a little bit of a lengthy process, but we appreciate you coming and talking to us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, for the public, we are going to go to closed session. We still have to vote on item 1R on the contested consent. We are going to have closed session first, and we will come back out in public and take that vote at that time. I'll be with you shortly. Thanks.
In closed session today, we have item A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Terrence Frazier versus City of Fresno. Item B, conference with legal counsel, potential litigation, Central Valley NMTC Fund LLC versus City of Fresno. Item C, conference with legal counsel. Yeah, I'm no Todd. Existing litigation, Marlene Rio Frio versus City of Fresno. Item D, conference with labor negotiators, all units. Item E, conference with legal counsel, potential litigation, Bakeman Water Company versus City of Fresno. Item F, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Laborers International Union of North America, Local Union 294 versus City of Fresno. We may expect to have reportable items after closed session. After closed session, we will return to open session. Yes, regarding item F, Laborers International Union of North America, Local Union 294 versus City of Fresno. The City Council has approved a settlement of this lawsuit by a vote of 5-0 in closed session, and that settlement involves the developer paying for all legal fees incurred by the petitioner, which are $40,000, and the settlement is contingent on the trial court approving the terms of the settlement, which also include that any future development project on the subject property comply with CEQA.
All right, is that it?
Yes.
All right, so we're going to go back to our last agenda item, which is 1R. Do I have a motion on that item?
Yeah, I'll make a motion, Vice President Pereira, to continue the item indefinitely.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Chavez, a second by Councilmember Carbasi. Any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, item is approved 5-0. All right, that adjourns today's meeting.